Okay, we're ready to begin.
Stand by.
Can you hear?
Stand by. Sorry. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 26, 2023. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Olguin is present? Not sure. Do we have our Pledge of Allegiance student online?
Commissioner Hogan is walking in.
Give me a second.
Yes.
Marlene, if we can turn on your camera, please.
Commissioner Olguin, would you like to introduce our Pledge of Allegiance student for today?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jessica. So today we have Marlene Rodriguez, who is a ninth grader at Mission Early College High School, and who is actually the younger sister of one of my interns, Ruby Rodriguez, who's here with us this morning. So thank you, Marlene, for being here with us and leading us in the pledge.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God and one indivisible.
Thank you, Marlene. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Have a
And now we will receive an invocation by Roman Bustillos. I believe he's not here, Judge. I believe we do not have Mr. Bustillos here at the moment. We can go ahead and move on to item 4. Or, Judge, would you like to make any opening remarks before we begin?
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you. Welcome to Commissioners Court. We thank you for being here today. As you saw, we have some amazing resolutions today. Really would like for all of you to stay and listen to all the resolutions so that they're all pretty exciting. So thank you for being here. We welcome you. Just want to take a moment of silence. I just heard, and I know most of you would know, this gentleman, Mike Dipp, passed away last night. And I know he was extremely, what an incredible person for our community. The love that he had for our community was just amazing. And so it was very heartfelt when I just a little while ago, his brother let me know that he had passed last night. Unexpected, but said that he died around his family, and so I would love to have a moment of silence for Mr. Mike Dipp. Thank you very much, and just wishing all of you just an amazing Monday and a great week. So thank you for being here, Commissioners Court. On behalf of myself and our commissioners, we welcome you. Thank you.
Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Tamara Gasalum. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AL. We do have a request from the Auditor's Office to pull item 4G. Item 4G is pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for further discussion?
Commissioners?
Judge, I'd just like to make a comment on item W.
Go ahead.
I know we've got this award from the Texas Water Development Board.
Read that one in, Commissioners.
I know
Oh.
that there's a lot more need, though, and I think we ought to start being a little more aggressive in making sure that that tackle our stormwater problem. And really, that's the only thing I want to mention.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And just for the record, item 4W was approve and authorize the county judge to sign work order number 7, on-call civil engineering contract with ACOM Technical Services, Inc. for the Stormwater CAN-1 Design Services Project in an amount not to exceed $563,809.84, contingent on closing of grant and loan funding by the Texas Water Development Board on July 12, 2023. Contract number 2023-0470. Are there any other items?
Commissioners, if not, move to approve.
Yes,
Yes,
Second,
Commissioner.
Judge, and Judge, I want to thank our administration for, seeking out this funding. They've done a great job in doing that, though.
Well, thank you for saying that.
Second.
No others?
Okay, Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in El Paso County.
Commissioner Leon.
Yes, thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I'm honored to be able to read this into the record. Is Ms. Myers here with Parks?
Yes, she is.
Veronica? There. Do you mind coming up to the podium while I read this resolution? Oh, you've got your team with you. Tessa, everybody. Great. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the county of El Paso. And whereas parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide amenities for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, and provide vegetative buffers to development and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the county recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the month of July 2023 be recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the county of El Paso, Texas. Signed this 26th day of June 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome. Thank you. And team.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Veronica Myers, County Parks and Recreation Director. And with me is our amazing dream team, Mr. Tim Fulton, Assistant Director.
Good morning.
Ben Valles, Park Maintenance Manager.
Ben.
Lupe Leiva, our Admin Services Manager. Our Tessa Jimenez, our Special Events and Tourism Manager. Mike Smith, our Golf Pro. And also with us is Edgar Mesa, one of our maintenance workers that will be recognized later this morning. And missing are Claudio Fernandez Banderas, our league manager, and Nye Holloway, our aquatics manager. We also have some of our colleagues here from the City Parks and Recreation Department. And I will have Brenda Romero, Rec Program Manager, introduce her team.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you. With me, Division Manager for Sports Division, Monica Vargas.
Welcome.
And Aquatic Supervisor, and at the Westside Natatorium, Jesus Avila.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Since 1985, people in the United States have been celebrating Parks and Recreation Month in July to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation, and to recognize the more than 160,000 full-time park and recreation professionals, along with hundreds and thousands of part-time seasonal workers, volunteers that maintain our country's local, state, and community parks. This year's theme, Where Communities Grow, celebrates the vital role park and recreation professionals play in bringing people together, providing essential services, and fostering the growth of our communities. Local parks are often our first experience in nature, our introduction to a favorite hobby or sport. They are spaces where family and friends get together to celebrate life's special moments, areas for respite and healing, sites that connect us with essential community services, and much more. I will now pass this over to our amazing team member to talk about upcoming events and activities that we will be having throughout the county in celebration of National Parks and Rec Month. First, Events Manager, Tessa.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning. So the summer is always a great time of year for us at Parks. We just finished rounding out our summer series of movies in June. We'll have 2 more in July. We have several events that are on our calendar. You guys can check out our social media, Facebook and Instagram, for a list and time of all the activities that we will have. It'll include movies, our 4th of July celebration, of course, which will include a VIP area, that is the paid portion that you can buy tickets at our golf course. And all of the free activities will take place in the park, along with the fireworks spectacular at about 9:20. So check that out, come out and see us. It is a $5 parking to come into the park, but all the activities on the park side are free. We also will have a baseball camp and a soccer camp taking place at different parks in the county. That is going to be put on by our sports park team. And also our overnight campout, which is a huge hit for everybody to come out and spend the night at the park. We'll also have a movie that night, a midnight swim. We do s'mores. It's a really fun time for friends and family and everybody to come out to the community to check out Escott at the park and spend the night there. And throughout the summer, we also have our First Tee Giving summer camps, so check their website for registration on that, as well as our pools are all open. Again, check the website for times and prices on those facilities. And now I'll pass it over to Mike to talk about the fun things that are happening at the golf course.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Well, the golf course is going strong, and especially even with the hot temperatures, people are coming out. So anyway, we're going to start the PGA Hope program. We've got that going. It's going to start July 11th. That's a program that's funded by the PGA of America through the PGA Hope and the Sun Country PGA, which is free to veterans. So that's going to be the first one that we're going to have here at Escott Golf Course. And that starts July 11th, runs 6 weeks, and it's 2 hours a week for free for veterans. And it's a way for them to get out onto the golf course, to introduce them to golf and to meet some other veterans. And then we're just finishing up, coming this Friday, we're going to finish up Gals Going Golfing. We had an amazing 21 ladies every Friday night from 6 to 8 p.m., so they're enjoying that, and just finished up the community college adult class and the junior class, and we'll be starting the UTEP P3 programs in July. So the golf course is going great. People are coming out, and want to thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, and the Friday night lights, yes, we're still doing, we added Saturday night this year to it. So Friday nights it's a program. They come out from 6 to 10 p.m. and we have music, and we have the beverage cart out there, and they get a special on range balls. So we've been promoting that as well. So come on out and visit us. All right, thank you.
Good job, Mike. Thank you.
And I just want to thank everybody because Parks and Recreation has worked really hard here with the county, and I just want to thank the Commissioners Court for all their support, the administration, and then all the support departments, that really help us to make this possible. We have to have our mowers, operating, so the fleet department, thanks to them, our whole public works team, of engineers that helps us with all of our new projects, just our budget, our HR, all of the support departments that have helped us to be able to accomplish all that we have, the certifications we have accomplished, the awards we have gotten, just everything we've done, it has been an absolute teamwork, not just our department, but just across the county. And I'm so thankful and honored to be part of this family that really appreciates their parks and is investing in them. So thank you.
Veronica, we want to thank you because I know Commissioners Court has been extremely supportive, but the people that you have are just amazing. And thank you for the partnership with the city that they make a big part of this synergism of parks. But I want to hold everybody's feet to the fire. If you remember during the pandemic, the outdoors was never taken away from us, and it gave us an opportunity to really understand and how beautiful it was to be able to go outdoors. It gave us sanity. People became healthier. But I don't want you to forget that, we could have another virus one day, and then we need to be prepared. We've always said health is the first protection against a virus before anything else. If you're healthy, you're protected. But, we talked about we bought more bicycles and we bought more equipment than ever before. And one of the things I'm very adamant about is that we don't forget the blessing of coming out of the pandemic and all the promises that we made. But the outdoors was one of the huge components that we were excited about because that never was taken away from us. So please support our parks. Please support our recreations and everything that people do. We had one of the highest underlying conditions of health in any community. So we need to get back and get healthy, and what better way than to go to your parks and support all these activities. So Veronica, your team, and everyone else, we thank you for everything that you do. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Judge. And Veronica, thank you so much. What a great job all of you do. As a matter of fact, when I go by there every day on my way here, the sign catches my eye, and it's just a reminder that the park is there, and I look over, what a beautiful location we have. I just got back from California this weekend, and they may have the nice water, the nice trees, Disneyland, but we have such great people here. I mean, that makes all the difference in the world. And every time I go to the park, I ride a bike and I take it down there and ride it around the park. It's just such a great feeling to know that it's being taken care of and it's going to get a lot better. So I'm very excited about what I see now and what I know the future is bringing for us. And I know that the 4th of July, you've got big plans, and you want to tell us about it before we leave?
I think Tessa pretty much said it all, but come play with us in July. But for the 4th of July, we're going to have fireworks starting at 9:20. Get there early. We have picnic shelters for rental. They're going fast, so come see us for your picnic shelter rental. They are open and free to the public if they're available, but if you want one reserved for you and your family, specifically, you can come rent them from us. There's a $5 entry fee. We have the VIP area at the golf course with live entertainment. A meal is included for $35 per person, so that's very, very inexpensive. And then we also have out there in the special event area, we're going to set up some food trucks and everything. So if you just want to come and see the fireworks, make sure you get there before 8 p.m. and go to special event area. You all can buy something from the food trucks. Bring your blankets, your chairs, and camp out right there and wait for the fireworks, because anywhere in the park will be a great seat.
So for $35, ringside seats to see the fireworks.
Yes, yes.
That's a bargain. And Veronica, Ben, Mike, Tessa, all of you, wherever I go and you all we have an event, it's because of all of you. So we just can't thank you enough. Great job. And Mike, I hope you're wearing that green jacket soon.
Commissioner Holguín, please.
Thank you, Judge. I just also want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you, Tessa, Ben, Mike, Tim, Veronica, of course, and all of your wonderful staff. There's so much happening right now with our parks. We have San Felipe Park, our new park in the Horizon View Estates, all the renovations, Fabens Veterans Park, and Risinger and the All Abilities Playground. I mean, there's just so much so many wonderful things happening at all of our parks right now, and that's because of the dedication and hard work of each and every one of you all. So I just wanted to make sure to take a moment to thank you and let you know that you are greatly, greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay.
You want to take a photo
Thank
with
you.
us? Is that okay?
Yes, and we have some goodies so you can share with your constituents so that, to remind them to come play with us.
Okay, we like goodies.
Veronica, before you leave, tell the audience and tell everybody about your award.
Well, thanks to our amazing county administrator, Betsy Keller, and her team. They wrote the application for the International City County Management Association, and we won the award for Community Equity and Inclusion for the All Abilities Playgrounds project. That for the three All Abilities Playgrounds that we're building, the one that is already completed, Gallegos Park, the one at Risinger Park, that is going to be completed here real soon, and Ascarate Park that is coming this fall. So thanks to Betsy and her team for that.
Thank you, Veronica.
And you know what, I drove out yesterday to Ascarate, and it's coming along real good. It's nice and level now, and the parks or the playground's coming along really well. And I think nothing but great things for that area, for Ascarate coming.
Agree.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution honoring the life of Rocco, K-9 Unit Number 170098 in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguín.
Thank you, Judge. So this is a resolution that I am very, very proud to read into the court's record today. And I think, Judge, this is a perfect example. I know you're always saying that resolutions are a great way to share with the community things that they may not know about, whether they be programs or organizations, or in this case, we're going to talk about the contribution that an animal who worked with our local law enforcement agencies has made to our communities. So I'll ask Mr. Robert Quesada and Officer John Haynes to make their way to the microphone for some remarks after I read the resolution. So whereas Rocco Canine Unit number 170098 was born on April 24th, 2014, and worked alongside Officer John Haynes at U.S. Customs and Border Protection, where he was a narcotic and human detector canine. And whereas the Joint Military Assistance Command, JMAC, is an international organization with units in Mexico and Panama and holds consultant status with the United Nations. And whereas JMAC's mission is to serve animals that have served in the military, such as the 100,000 messenger pigeons who served in World War I, 20,000 of whom made the ultimate sacrifice, as well as 8 million horses, donkeys, and mules who also made the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas Officer John Haynes proudly served as a military police officer in the U.S. Marines and has since transferred to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, where he has served as a canine enforcement officer since 1997. And whereas Rocco and his team are well recognized throughout the El Paso community. Rocco was an active drug abuse resistance education canine, making appearances at different local schools, inspiring children to take an interest in working in the line of duty and protecting their fellow El Pasoans. Moreover, Rocco had achieved a stellar record in drug interdiction operations. And whereas Rocco's end of watch was on May 22nd, 2023, and his service to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection demonstrates an exemplary example of devotion and loyalty to our community. As a heroic community member who dedicated his life for the greater good of the El Paso community and our country. And therefore be it resolved that the County of El Paso adopts this resolution in honor of the life of Rocco, Canine Unit number 170098. The county judge and the commissioners of the court hereby affix their signatures this 26th day of June 2023 in El Paso, Texas.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. First time coming here, so I'm a little bit nervous, not too much. And I had done a lot of public speaking, so I get nervous sometimes. But I do thank you all very much. I thank Robert Quesada for this. He's the one that launched this campaign. I had no idea how this thing works, how it works. When Rocco passed away on May 22nd, I put a big old thing on Facebook about him. Robert reached out to me and said, hey, we're doing this thing with this canine organization, and I want to get Rocco recognized. Yes, he was 9 years old. Actually, the dog I have with me right now, my canine here, her name is Tessa. She retired 5.5 years ago, so she's my pet right now. But when Tessa retired, Rocco was her replacement. Unfortunately, Rocco had some kidney issues. He had to be retired early. I retired him July of last year, and it didn't last me a year being retired because he went to kidney failure. But he still served his country. He served the people here. He served the city. I'm proud to say that we are the first law enforcement presence entering the United States. We are the gatekeepers of the United States. We're the first law enforcement presence. Not trying to downplay my other co-workers from the city, state, county. We all have the same function. But I love going to schools. I love going to do presentations to talk to the kids about drug awareness, what our job consists of, talk about bullying, and talk about respecting their parents and their teachers. I do a lot of outreach, and I'm always available for any type of assistance to any organization of any kind. And I do thank you very much for this time. Hopefully I'll be going back to work soon. The only one thing I do want to point out really quick here, that Rocco will always forever be in my heart and also in my shoulder, because he hurt me 2 years ago. I had major surgery on my shoulder. So I have scars here. Every time I look at the scars, I think of him, because he's the one that did it. But I thank you for your time, and I thank you for allowing me to be here and speak my mind. This is an honor. This is an honor. This is the first time any of our canines have been recognized, to my knowledge, here or anywhere else. Our agency does a few small things once in a while, and unfortunately, you guys did great to help me out with this. It's an honor. It's an honor, and this is going to be highly recognized, and I'm going to hit social media like you have no idea. And I thank you so very much for your honor and for the time for being here. And I thank Robert for that also.
Robert.
And thank you very much for everyone present, and thank you for the Commissioner's Court. I like to say that there are no coincidences in life. Everything's pre-planned. Ileana Holguin and I have worked together since 2012. I know she's an animal lover, so there's no perfect person for this resolution. Chief Leon has worked with the PD for many years, and I've worked in law enforcement with Mr. Haynes since 1997. As Commissioner Leon knows, canines and the officers for canines, they're an officer just like any human officer. And the county judge has started the initiative for veteran capital of the nation. And Johnny Haynes is a Marine, as they say, once a Marine, always a Marine. Exactly. Ironically, at one time, as y'all might remember, the Delphi fire was an extremely bad fire that had the potential of crossing over to El Paso. Our unit responded. I was in the hospital. My daughter, who's taking the pictures, was in charge of the local JMAC response at that time. And like I'm saying, there are no coincidences in life, and our media partners actually covered it and took pictures of your unit, JMAC, helping out the bomberos. And by mere coincidence, here they are celebrating their future resolution. So I'd like to thank y'all for making this event possible, and we couldn't have a better group of people here with us celebrating Mr. Haynes, our canine, the veterans, the commissioner's court. So we also want to give a hug to y'all. And of course, to the commissioner's court, we couldn't find a better group of people than yourselves. And I leave it now to the veteran ambassador.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank God for giving us the ability to come here and join today with all of you. It is very important that we recognize these soldiers. When I was in Desert Storm, Desert Shield, in the initial invasion, they had checkpoints, and our K-9s were there checking, see if the Kuwaitis or anything would follow us. Very important soldiers. They're still, like this. It just brings to my emotions what these dogs go through, what these brothers go through, brothers and sisters, because they're both female and male. But I want to thank you for recognizing Rocco. Rocco was a very special canine, did a lot of things. Since World War II all the way to Vietnam, these are our heroes. They come and tell us where the enemy's at. They tell us where the bombs are at. So I want to thank you for recognizing them. You guys are special too. You're my heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Haynes. Thank you, Mr. Haynes, for the love and care that you are showing to Tessa and that you showed to Rocco and all of your animals that you've worked with. Thank you for everything that you do. And thank you, Mr. Quesada, for bringing this item to our attention. I think it's very important for the community to know that we have four-legged heroes as well.
Thank you very much for your time. And one thing I want to say one more time real quick here, they're an invaluable tool. I hate to use the word tool, but they are invaluable in whatever process we're using them in, whether narcotic detection, human detection, bomb detection, ammunition, currency, which is what we check at the border, leaving the country, chemicals and everything else. And of course, I give a lot of thanks and a lot of kudos to the service animals that help the people that are having seizures and people that are blind. I don't know if that's the proper word, but right now I'm just losing it. But those dogs are really good. One thing I like to see about the dogs that are working with the people that cannot see is that dog is trained to disobey you. These dogs here are trained to obey us no matter what we tell them. But a seeing eye dog is not. They can disobey you because you could be at a red light and want to cross that street, whether you like it or not, that dog will refuse to take you across that street until it's safe to cross. So one thing about those dogs, I give them a whole lot of credit also for what they work. But I love these animals. I will continue to work these animals. And for many people might think they're being mistreated or hurt. I've been asked that many, many times, no matter where I work at. And I worked in 3 different countries besides the United States with the canines. They're hurt or they're being, no. These dogs are very well taken care of. They got the best medical care, the best dental care. They have an armed chauffeur. I mean, these guys are well taken care of. So,
Well,
but
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you
If we
for
could take a
all your
photo.
community service. We really appreciate that. What a great resolution, Commissioner Holguin. Thank you. Very educational. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could come up and take a photo with you.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution acknowledging the outstanding work of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department and proudly acknowledge their recognition as the 2023 Texas Pretrial Services Agency of the Year.
Thank you, Judge. Fellow commissioners, thank you for allowing me to, this is really an honor to present this resolution, and I'll go ahead and read it. If, Catherine, where is she? Is she here somewhere? There she is. Come on up. Have your staff come up, Catherine. All of you. Before I read the resolution, Judge, I was honored to be present at the Pretrial Services Association of Texas this year in Rockwall, Texas. And lo and behold, our Criminal Justice Coordination Department that received the award for the Best Pretrial Services Agency of the Year at Rockwall, Texas this year. And I will present that to you in a few minutes. So, but I want to read this resolution now. Whereas in 2015, following national best practices, the El Paso County Commissioners Court created a pretrial services department to oversee the assessment and supervision of pretrial defendants. And whereas the department became known as the Criminal Justice Coordination Department, operating with two divisions, the first assessing defendants in the downtown detention facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and the second supervising all pretrial defendants with PR bonds. And whereas in December 2022, the reentry unit moved under the oversight of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department, thus creating a continuum of services for pretrial defendants. And whereas on January 14, 2012, the Texas Association of Pretrial Services was established with a mission to provide a platform that will support, advocate for pretrial release and diversion practices which are consistent with the constitutions of the United States and the state of Texas. And whereas the Texas Association of Pretrial Services holds an annual conference where they provide educational opportunities, networking opportunities with pretrial practitioners, and recognition awards for leaders in the field of pretrial services. And whereas the 2023 Texas Association of Pretrial Services annual conference was held in May in Rockwall, Texas, and during this conference, the El Paso County Criminal Justice Coordination was awarded the 2023 Texas Pretrial Services Agency of the Year. Now therefore be it resolved in the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognize the outstanding work of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department and proudly acknowledge the recognition as the 2023 Texas Pretrial Services Agency of the Year. Signed this 26th day of June 2023 by the County Judge and Commissioners Court.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Coronado, and good morning, Judge, County Commissioners. I stand before you today just thankful, thankful to be working for El Paso County. I'm coming up on my 2-year anniversary, and there isn't a place that I have worked that I love more than El Paso County. And the biggest reason are these people standing behind me and next to me right now. This was a huge honor for the Criminal Justice Coordination Department, #1 out of the state of Texas. And I want to thank you. It is your consistent direction. It is your sound policy and your examples of openness, service to the public, and decorum that makes it easy for us to do our jobs here. I want to thank Betsy Keller. Basically, and as simply as I can put it, for being the kind of leader that we want to follow. And I'd like to thank Joel Bishop for his continued and unwavering support and guidance. I would also really like to thank my staff. They are the reason we succeed. They are the reason that we are #1. And they are, quite frankly, the reason I get out of bed in the morning. I love coming to work, and I love working with everyone here. I'd like to introduce my leadership team, Manager Chris Ray, Jacob Garcia, and Elizabeth Williams. And I have 3 of my supervisors in attendance, Brittany Gatlin, Joshua Gonzalez, and Teresa Romero. Yeah. And just thank you. Thank you for allowing us to do what we do. We wouldn't be standing here if we didn't love it. Our 3 units, like Commissioner Coronado said, provide a continuum now. From the minute you step foot in the downtown detention facility to when you are exiting one of the county jails, we are there, and we are there to help and support. And I appreciate the Commission's vision in 2015 for creating this, and you have done wonderful things. And I thank you. And if there's anyone from my staff who would like to say anything?
Let me hear from Betsy. Betsy, you want to, I know you're very proud of this recognition as we are, so.
This recognition, as Kathy mentioned, is a reflection of the work our employees are doing day in and day out. And as they were walking up here, and I'll get emotional, I was thinking about what the impact of the work that each of you do and how it impacts so many lives and really makes a difference in someone's long-term future and their success and being able to get on the right track and stay out of being involved in the justice system long-term. And just, it's the magnitude of the work that they do is remarkable. The leadership that Kathy has brought is just been a blessing to us. The court taking on this initiative and supporting it, which was not easy. Just some remarkable work all the way around. And this award is just one mark on how remarkable that work is, but it's really so much more significant than even this award. And so I could not be more appreciative of the work they do or more proud, and really appreciate Commissioners Court's leadership and support on these justice initiatives. So thank you, Judge, for that opportunity.
Thank you. And, you know, besides everything we do, we have the privilege of understanding the kind of people that we have in El Paso. But this kind of recognition, you know, other get to understand who we are, how we do things. And everything that you do is really sort of the role modeling of what we would like every community to be involved in. And so we thank you for this recognition that, putting us on the map is always so important because there's so many other narratives that we don't agree on. But when you do things like this, it just challenges everything and allows people to understand how important. So, Commissioner Coronado, thank you for bringing this up. What a great resolution.
Thank you, Judge. And hopefully soon to bear would be another component to these pretrial services division, and that'll be hopefully a free community college and workforce training program that we're putting forward that the court has supported. So we really appreciate you.
Thank you as well, Commissioner. Thank you.
And County Judge, I heard what you said about staying for all the resolutions. We are having a reception down in the cafeteria, and I've got shift workers, so thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Item 5D, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the week of June 26, 2023 as El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. This is, if anybody's ever seen what the Hall of Fame, if you've been to UTEP, there's a corridor there where they have pictures, and these people will soon be there. And I will, after a minute here, with this fine gentleman with this really classy outfit, hands me. Thank you, sir. Good, you. All right, and I will now read the resolution. Whereas the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame was founded in 1955 to honor those athletes, both men and women, who have in their athletic fields of endeavor brought great credit upon themselves and the El Paso County. Whereas the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame honors each year the Ray Sanchez Memorial High School Student Athletes of the Year and the class of 2023 under President Dr. Scott Stein. And whereas this year the inductees are Avuela Munn, Jeanette Castro Lawrence, Dale Laverty in the Living Athlete category. The coach administrators to be honored are Larry Vulcan and Pat O'Neill, followed by Charlie Miller in the official category, Rick Hernandez in the supporter of athletics category, and Eddie Guerrero in the posthumous category. The banquet will be at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, June 28th at the El Paso Community College Administrative Services Center, Building A, 9050 Viscount Boulevard. And whereas the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame has inducted 401 men and women into this prestigious organization, and thanks to the University of Texas at El Paso, the individual plaques are proudly displayed in the concourse of the Don Haskins Center on the UTEP campus. And whereas the title sponsorship of the El Paso Sports Commission and President Omar Rupele, Vice President Bo Bagley, and their great staff, along with the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame's yearly efforts, continues to provide fond memories for decades to some for El Paso, Texas, the region, and the nation. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of the County of El Paso that the week of June 26, 2023 shall be known as the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame Week, and signed this 26th day of June 2023, signed by our Honorable County Judge Ricardo Samaniego and the Commissioners of El Paso County.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Welcome.
Thank you, Judge Ricardo A. Samaniego and County Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Coronado, for sponsoring this resolution as we honor the class of 2023 for the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame. Good morning. I'm Scott Stein, the 2016 inductee into the Hall and this year's Hall of Fame president. A special thanks to our title sponsor, the El Paso Sports Commission, and to President Omar Ropelli and Vice President Bo Bagley, who's here with us today. Thanks also to the Hall of Fame committee members who have worked so hard on this year's banquet ceremony. Next week, we'll also honor the Ray Sanchez Memorial High School student athletes and teams of the year. The 2023 Hall class in the athlete category is Avuela Munn, one of the greatest high school female basketball players ever from El Paso, and an outstanding player at the University of Texas for legendary coach Jody Conrad. She was a 1976 Jefferson High School graduate who once scored 79 points in a high school basketball game, the most ever by a male or female. That's also before the three-point shot, so pretty dang good. Next, we have Dale Laverty. Dale's an Andrews High School graduate and a three-time 400-meter intermediate hurdles outdoor champion in 1984, 85, and 86. He's also a two-time NCAA track and field All-American in the 400-meter intermediate hurdles in 85 and 86. Next, we have Jeanette Lawrence Castro, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's a four-time NCAA All-American in track and field at UTEP and a five-time WAC champion in the 800 meters. She's a 10-time Mexican national champion in running. In the coach administrator category, our first inductee is Pat O'Neill. Pat is a well-respected and longtime administrator in the Clint, Socorro, and Ysleta independent school districts. He was head football coach for Hanks High School in the mid-'80s, and for 5 years guided his team to 3 playoff berths and 2 district championships. He also played football at UTEP. In the coaches category, our inductee is Larry Vulcan. Larry was named National High School Baseball Coach of the Year in 2022. He's a 3-time Texas Class 6A high school baseball state champion at South Lake Carroll High School. In the supporter of athletics category, our inductee is Rick Hernandez. Rick has longtime involvement with the annual high school football all-star game. He's also a founding member of the El Paso Football Coaches Clinic. In the official category, we have Charlie Miller. Charlie has been a highly successful volleyball and basketball official for 49 years on the high school and collegiate levels. Mr. Miller is still refereeing, and one of his greatest memories has been being able to officiate high school basketball games with his son, Andrew. Lastly, in the posthumous category, our inductee is Eddie Guerrero. Eddie is the son of 2020 El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame inductee Salvador Gory Guerrero. Eddie captured 5 different types of WWE titles, including the WWE Championship, in a career tragically cut short. Again, thank you, Judge Samaniego and the County Commissioners, and thanks again, Commissioner Coronado. On behalf of the El Paso Sports Commission, the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame, we thank you very much for having us here today. And for more information on the rich history of the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame, you can go to www.elpasoathletichalloffame. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. You know, we have such amazing athletes, and the way we support our athletes here in El Paso, I'm very proud of God. My brother Chito Samaniego is one of the honorees, and my brother-in-law, Manny Morales, also. So just very, very proud of that. Could you say that? Where are you from? What school did you go to, Willa? Could you say?
Jefferson.
Oh,
Go
Jefferson.
Foxes.
Oh, okay. I guess everybody else knows that I went to Jefferson myself. Very, very proud. So, Commissioner Coronado, thank you. This is, you know, really highlights just the amazing athletes and the people who support athletes here in El Paso. So, what a great class that you have this year. Thank you.
Yeah, we do. We really do. Thank you all very much for your work, your careers, and your dedication to the sports that you do and to the community of El Paso. Tony, would you like to say something on behalf of the Sports Commission?
Okay.
Bo?
Oh, sounds good.
Bo?
So, Bo Bagley with the El Paso Sports Commission. On behalf of the Sports Commission, it's fantastic to partner with such a great organization like the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame, and just proud and honored to be the title sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo.
Thank you both. Thank you,
Thank you all.
Tony, for
Thank you very
everything you
much.
do to support this. Really great recognition. Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Item 5E, approve and adopt a resolution celebrating Telemundo El Paso's grand opening on June 28, 2023 in El Paso County, Texas.
It's my honor. Would you mind coming up? Your team as well. Just.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna take off my glasses. I'm getting a little bit viejito, so. But
we're going to read the resolution, and then we'll.
Oh, sorry.
We'll hear
sorry.
from you.
My bad. I'm nervous.
He's used to interviewing me first, and so now, no, this is really special, very proud. Each one of you have had such great contact and great experiences, and the way you conduct yourselves is just unbelievable. So I'm very proud to read this resolution. Whereas Telemundo 48 El Paso KTDO has deep roots in El Paso County with more than 35 years of experience as a first informer to El Paso communities. Whereas Telemundo 48 is the home of El Paso's only consumer investigative unit dedicated to helping consumers who've been wronged, and the KTDO news team currently delivers 10 hours of live and locally produced news programming each week, including local breaking news, real-time, weather forecasts, sports, and customer reports, and makes its programming available to audiences across all platforms. Whereas today, Telemundo 48 unveiled a new broadcast facility featuring cutting-edge TV technology to help KTDO's storytelling and content publishing more dynamic than ever. And these efforts have resulted in Telemundo 48 having the most technologically advanced news center in the entire El Paso DMA. And whereas with this significant investment, Telemundo 48 El Paso doubles down on its mission of delivering best-in-class journalism to help inform, empower, and provide important information that our community needs to thrive in their daily lives. And whereas we applaud Telemundo 48 for its unwavering commitment to the El Paso community for more than 3 decades, and congratulate the Telemundo 48 team for their dedication to quality journalism and innovative spirit that has contributed to the creation of beautiful, state-of-the-art news center that has put El Paso on the map for its tech advances. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court celebrate Telemundo 48 El Paso on the official grand opening of their new news center, and congratulate the KTDO team on their achievement and wish them much continued success in our community. Signed this 26th day of June, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Ahora sí.
Sí, ahora sí, Alejandro.
Yes, that's my cue.
Willing and ready to go.
Well, you read it all. We're very thankful, Commissioner Holguín, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Coronado, County Judge Samaniego. Thank you so much for this recognition. We are thrilled to be celebrating the inauguration of our new station. We believe in providing the most cutting-edge technology to our viewers, and we're happy to see it's being recognized. Our newscasts, as you mentioned before, are designed with only the best cloud production system available, and this is something we're very proud of. Some of the features I'm going to mention that our news station has, features that will be visible to audiences include the new Noticias Telemundo 48 studio, featuring a brand new immersive 360 news set, a weather center surrounded by state-of-the-art LED screens and 3D technology, more screens to help KTDO sports storytelling. It's come to life. And we know that every day we're striving to provide the best experience to our audience, and we're honored that you can celebrate this moment with us. Thank you again for your support and for acknowledging our hard work.
Alejandro, thank you. You mind introducing your team, or
Sure.
they can introduce themselves if they want to?
Yes. It's been a long journey, since we launched Noticias, 30 years ago. I was not here. I took over 12 years ago. But I feel very proud for how we compose this, team, so full of energy, commitment for the community and the storytelling. And I'm going to mention, new faces that just put a lot of good vibes and energy and revitalize, the way we're presenting our newscasts every day. from the sports desk, Emmanuel. He's a graduate from NMSU, and he just, when he applied, we just saw his energy and style and his willingness, to support all the local, because that's the focus, to support the local initiatives for sports. We are the only station in El Paso that serves the consumers. And that's because of what a unit named Telemundo Response, or Telemundo Responde, whose responsibility lands on Chantal Sansores and Ricardo Bustamante, who, gets the calls of everybody complaining for something. And this is very important because sometimes people in the community, they don't know about lawyers or about, who can help them with consumer problems, as everybody can experience. So Chantal investigates, and because of this intervention, we can get back money to the consumers. So this is very helpful. Carlos Sanchez, a very solid professional that has been, around, national coverages, and asked, to even, fly to other places to make coverages for our newscast. So this is very important because we have been being, the center of the national news on immigration. So we took this very serious. So we put professionals on the front line. Jocelyn Ortega, it's another graduate from New Mexico State University. I don't want to for UTEP to feel jealous, but NMSU is doing good job, bringing these new talents to the screen. Jocelyn, it's an incredible, energized person who was making his trainings in NMSU as a weathercaster. So it grabs us, our attention, and now she's doing it with so much passion. You already know Yvette. Yvette has this incredible view of having both, sides of the border, view. She oversees, what happens in Juarez, and as a news anchor, she puts everything that needs to be in place for a good report, and as a solid, professional. And lastly, with us, Carla Mariscal, who very well, and the community knows her very well for her prior, collaboration with one of the stations here in El Paso in Spanish. So she decided to join Telemundo, how many years ago? 9 years ago. And, she just put all her experience to bring this new talent, up to the challenge. So we're very proud to have this incredible team to serve our community. That's our commitment, and that's gonna continue. Now with new technology, a great facility, but the same passion for news.
Alejandro, thank you. A great leader is known for recognizing their people that work, that really do all the work, and he always has been very complimentary of each and every one of you, as you heard today. Vet, you brought the orange just to make sure that UTEP was represented. To make up for, I actually went to NMSU as well, so I'm okay with the NMSU. No, but thank you, Alejandro. I want to thank you also for the way the pandemic was handled and how you allowed myself and our commissioners here to be able to talk to our community and let them know what was going on. Never, ever had an issue with being misled or information that was not valid. So I want to thank you, and I can always count on your station when we have information that the community needs to understand and hear. And, whenever I'm interviewed, that's when I get the most text that somebody saw me. People will text you, and every time you interview one of us, it's very well known in our community. The investment that this organization is making in El Paso is extremely deserving of this level of a community. And so we thank you for that, because it requires that kind of investment to really put us on the map and for you to be connected not only to our community, but the rest of the country. So very honored to have done this resolution and very thankful for each and every one of you and all your other teams that weren't able to make it. We thank you for your great commitment to this community to get everybody to know that to know El Paso is to love us, and then you make sure that everybody finds that out. So thank you very much, Alejandro, and your incredible team. Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner Coronado?
I just want to say one thing about the real class of your organization. I was privileged to be in Miami for the Democratic the Democratic presidential debate that your organization held back in Miami in their new facility. And I mean, there was so many candidates at that time, probably around 20 or so. But I was privileged to be able to see it. I think it was on 2 days that you all held the debate. And one of our own, local own, of course, Beto, was participated, and I got to see that. And nothing but class, the way y'all handled, your organization handled that kind of coverage. And kudos to you and a well-known international, worldwide organization. We really appreciate your service to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By the way, Carla Mariscal was covering that debate, and so she was live for El Paso to have the news direct.
Right.
Carla.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry.
Item 5, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing all local coordinators and volunteers that helped assist at the 2023 Texas Police Games in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, it's my great honor. What a great resolution. It just has so many dimensions to it of what happened and about putting us on the map and all these other things that we've been talking about. So it's my pleasure and honor to read the resolution into the record. Whereas this week we honor the selfless spirit of volunteerism in our El Paso County, and we sound the call for more El Pasoans to seize opportunity to serve their community. Whereas every day volunteers are performing extraordinary acts of service. They're repairing and rebuilding homes, educating our youth, and connecting people to jobs and supporting our local law enforcement, veterans, and military families. Whereas volunteerism strengthens communities, address special problems, and enhances the overall quality of life for all citizens, as those who volunteer know firsthand service also benefits the volunteer. It can teach important skills, help build professional networks, and provide an empowering sense of purpose. Volunteering brings people together, uniting us around our common belief in the dignity and equality of every person and giving us a chance to learn from others we might otherwise never meet. And whereas El Paso County held the 2023 Texas Police Games from June the 11th through the 17th, making the first time in 42 years the games have been held in El Paso since 1981. Whereas dozens of local coordinators volunteered at the Texas Police Athletic Federation state directors in hosting 40 events throughout the county of El Paso. Whereas over 1,300 participants from Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Rio Rancho, New Mexico, and many Southwest cities competed to be the best of the best. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners' Court proclaim June the 26th, 2023 as week to celebrate the help of the local coordinators in the Texas Police Games. Signed this 26th day of June, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Vote.
Just a little over a week ago, Texas Police Games, like you said, came for the first time in 42 years. Texas Police Games was here in El Paso. Nearly 1,400 athletes in 40 events. And when you say it takes a village, the village is right here behind me. It's because everybody here, their hard work and dedication of helping make this such a successful event. The Federation's already talking about coming back in 4 years. So we don't have to wait 42 years to celebrate our law enforcement, first responders, and veteran and military. We potentially 4 more years. Absolutely fantastic, and we have some coordinators. And actually, if I have Tony's help, we have some bags for the commissioners and the judge. And we also have all of our local coordinators. I have a little something. I'd like to do a quick introduction of all of them, if I may. Again, everybody was so fantastic across the board, using their own facilities for our events. And once again, 40 events. Benny Benavides and his crew, Extreme Jiu-Jitsu. Benny? Right. Also 11-time national champion. Absolutely fantastic submission wrestling event, Extreme Jiu-Jitsu. Let's go through here real quick. Flo Valdez could not be here, but did a great job as our volleyball coordinator as a New Mexico and El Paso Athletic Hall of Famer. Another one is Daniel Fu from UTEP, also held and hosted our UTEP Beach Volleyball event at the brand new courts at UTEP. Tessa Jimenez, as the county might not know, and maybe she won't actually want to acknowledge it, you have a new triathlon and duathlon coordinator in the county. It's Tessa Jimenez. Escarity Park held the 5K, 10K triathlon and duathlon. It was absolutely fantastic. Her crew, Tim Fulton, also here. Tim, appreciate all his help. He also helped with cycling events out near Waco, Waco Tanks and Waco Ranch Road. And then also Monica Vargas from the city. Monica and her crew did such a fantastic job. Remember, all of our events were held county parks and rec, city parks and rec facilities all over, and also personal and private areas. Andrea Scheel, I think she couldn't be here, but former county parks and rec employee, did a fantastic job of helping some of the events around here. Jamie Fisher and Ben Avalos from the Pickleball El Paso Association. First time ever pickleball had been hosted in the Texas Police Games, and it was so well coordinated by Ben and Jamie and their volunteers that pickleball will now become an annual event at the Texas Police Games. Fernando Zavala and Jalen Faith at Jumping World. I'm not sure if they're here. They hosted Cornhole, a fantastic event, biggest event they've ever had in Cornhole, 55 participants over at Jumping World. Then I'd like to acknowledge the El Paso PD motor unit and metro sections, in particular Sergeant Raul Gomez, Sergeant Andy Centron, Lieutenant Jaime Velasquez, and Officer Eric Guerra putting on the motorcycle rodeo event at Cohen Stadium parking lot. I believe we have some members of the PD and basically their entire circuit helped to coordinate motorcycle rodeo. First time in 8 years motorcycle rodeo had been held at the Texas Police Games. Absolutely fantastic. Mr. Sam Trimble, right back here with also Commissioner Stout, provided lunch for the golfers at Coronado Country Club on the final round. Did an absolutely fantastic job that all the golfers said they're coming back and really made it a fantastic event, a fantastic final round. So thank you, Commissioner Stout. Jaime Delgadillo, Pepsi. A donation of 80 cases of water and 180 cases of Gatorade, totaling $4,000. Donation from Pepsi. Absolutely fantastic. We could not have done this event all over the city, 40 events, without Pepsi's contribution. Thomas O'Kane, manager of Bortac, McGregor Range. Thomas did our firearm events out in Bortac. They called Bortac the finest facility in Texas Police Games history. Did an absolutely fantastic job with rifle, precision rifle patrol, 3-gun event, obstacle course, and I'm sure I think I'm missing something else. But absolutely fantastic. Pistol's tactical. Juan Salinas, I'm not sure, is Juan here? Oh, and for Bortac as well. Diana Thornton, the Destination El Paso, I'm not sure she could make it, but Destination El Paso was also a partner for these games, held our Texas Tailgate, the social on Tuesday night. Absolutely fantastic. The Federation called that the best social they've ever had. As a matter of fact, DeSoto, who's hosting next year, says they have big shoes to fill, following in our footsteps. Sergeant Eddie Gutierrez, I'm not sure if Sergeant Gutierrez is here. Unfortunately, he's not here, but helped out with firearm events as well as the former range commander of the Sheriff's Office. Jesus Avila and Brenda Romero, aquatics managers with the city. West Side Natatorium held the swimming events. First time swimming's been held in 10 years, by far the best a venue they've ever hosted swimming there. Patrick Chavez helped with our program, did a fantastic job through big media. William Ensminger with bowling. William, right here. Officer Ensminger was our local coordinator for bowling. Absolutely fantastic job, and actually held a raffle over there for the Borderland 100 Club at bowling. Went absolutely fantastic there. Adrian Morales with Southwest Flag Football. He's a president of Flag Football, also served as our local coordinator of Flag Football, and that was absolutely fantastic. Then also we have Sergeant Javier Reyes, who could not be here, but Lieutenant Maggie Franco, Gilbert Sarabay, Jorge Pedroza, and Alejandro Martinez served to help with the police bike. And absolutely fantastic. Thank you for all your help. Held at the Wyndham Hotel, one of our 5 cycling events all over the city. Let's see here real quick. Maria Martinez, is Maria here? Flicks Billiards held our billiards event. It's usually supposed to take 2 days. Went so well, they finished it in 1 day and had a great time. Ray Sanchez for softball is right here. Ray Sanchez did a great job with the police department serving as our local coordinator for the softball event at the county sports park. Tony Diaz of powerlifting. I don't think Tony is here as well. Tony, we did a Goliath gym, held our powerlifting event. Once again, we got 40 events here. Rodney Dubois, cycling event, did mountain biking over at the Roundhouse Trailhead in northeast El Paso. Did a fantastic job, and those went off without a hitch. Victor Villalobos, with disc golf, president of the El Paso Disc Golf Association, used Nations Tobin's Rec Center, did an absolutely fantastic job, went off without a hitch, the first time they've had disc golf in the Texas Police Games. And last but not least, Sergeant David Chapman was here, also helped and assisted with Texas Hold'em at the Wyndham Hotel. Also, I saw Chris Driscoll with the El Paso Skeet and Trap Club. They did a fantastic job for skeet, trap, 5 stands. Did such a great job down at the El Paso Skeet and Trap Club near Socorro. So once again, our local coordinators, a hand for all of them. The Texas Police Games would not have gone as well as it did without their help, so thank you so much, everybody. And with that, I say thank you. Oh, and soccer, and Omar Gonzalez. I'm sorry, I apologize. Omar Gonzalez with the Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, he's from our family.
Handled soccer as our local coordinator, also defending national champion and now defending Texas Police Games champion. So great job.
Thank you, Omar. Yes, this sort of exemplifies, we're given an opportunity, and maybe most communities might think about, man, we'll host them. But El Paso, the way you come together, the police department, the sheriff's department, Destination El Paso, I mean, everybody just came together. And Bo, I know that one of the reasons that people come together is because of your work and Tony and everybody else, that they really, they know that you're going to put as much work as they are, because I see it, and I see what you do at the Coliseum with your team. And I think that respect is what gathers people to rally around you. But this is so significant. I think all of you understood how important it was for El Paso. We're trying to get to the next level, and these opportunities come, few and in between, and we have to take advantage of them. And the way Parks and Recreation, Veronica, your team, everything that happened at Escarate and all the different parks. But this is truly El Paso coming together. El Paso coming together and showing what we do when we're given an opportunity. And like I said, we need these opportunities for economic development, for improving our community, for the things that we need to do to increase revenue. Getting people to come to El Paso is very important. So we thank you tremendously. And I know I'll ask Commissioner Leon, who was very excited about this opportunity, to say a few words as well.
I got to tell you, Judge and Commissioners, when I was out there, matter of fact, when I was out there that evening at the convention center, everybody to a fault said how organized the games were. And they said one more thing that's very important, how nice the people are, and they're anxious to come back. So congratulations. I had never seen a human football game until that night. So everything was just perfect. So thank you for putting on such a great open house in our living room to the rest of the country and state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, thank you once again. You deserve another round of applause. Thank
Absolutely. Local coordinators, thank you so much. And to all coordinators, too, we have bags and T-shirts out in the hall for everybody as well. So thank you very much.
Thank Bo. Bo. I just really, really want to thank Bo, because Bo brought everyone together. So I really, really want to he's really the champion of this event. I just really want to thank him for bringing us all together.
Thank you.
Give that man a raise.
Hey, no. Wait, don't stop. Keep it. Anybody else? All right, here. Come on up, everybody. We're going to say
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have one speaker signed up for public comment, Miss Elizabeth Crawford. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
So much for the opportunity again. Thank you. I want to speak briefly about Independence Day. Independence Day is coming up, as we know, very soon. I want to go back to Independence Day 2020. I recall listening to the famous presidential Mount Rushmore speech, and feeling within myself a sense of pride that really went into a sense of arrogance and almost a euphoria. There's a love of country, but there's also a pride and an arrogance that I felt within myself. I'm an American. I'm better than other people. It's me, me, me. I felt that sense of pride welling within myself after listening to that speech. Later on in the day, I was going for a walk, had time just in prayer with the Lord, and I was convicted. The Lord put my heart in check. No, that's wrong. That's sin, arrogance, it's pride. When we think that it's something in us that makes us great or good, instead of realizing that any good thing is from the Creator. And so I was just really humbled that day that God hates human pride and arrogance in any form. And there's a verse in the scriptures that says that God resists the proud but gives grace to the humble. The middle letter in the word pride is the letter I, same letter that starts the word independence. And this month, much of the world is celebrating Pride Month. And as I've been on the streets downtown and just watching what's going on back home in the New York area, I can't help but feel the same atmosphere as Carnival in Brazil when I spent 2 years there. The atmosphere is you are free. Do whatever you want, with whomever you want, no restraints. You're your own person. You're free. This is freedom. Jesus Christ said, if the Son, therefore, shall make you free, you will be free indeed. And true freedom is being able to live how God created us in His image for His glory. And going back to the whole carnival, again, I can't help but liken it to Carnival in Brazil. I just have so many personal horror stories of that. I will never, ever forget. Before I went to Brazil, I spent about 5 years in a Brazilian church in New Jersey trying to learn the language and the culture. There's a beautiful young couple who had just come from Brazil, Marcio and Fabiana. Newlyweds, beautiful couple. They just immigrated to the U.S. They spent a lot of time at my house with my mom and me. We just had so many sweet memories. They were trying to teach me Portuguese. And I was in Brazil for 2 years. I came back. Saw Marcia and Fabiana one time, and then I just heard all kinds of things being said that something was not right with them. That was the last time I saw Marcio. The next thing I heard, he was dead. I later found out the entire story. He went to Brazil during Carnival. Something had happened in their marriage. They separated. He went to Brazil. He bragged. He bragged to his friends, I'm going to Brazil. See you in 6 weeks. I'm going to have the time of my life. He ended up, I believe he was drunk. He died. He was dismembered. It was a horrific story. It put the fear of God into all of us. There's a verse in Scripture that says it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. I plead with you all, read the book of Revelation. The rainbow is God's holy symbol. The Bible talks about around the throne of God. It says a rainbow round about the throne in sight like unto an emerald. The rainbow is a symbol of God's faithfulness, his covenant faithfulness. In Revelation around the throne, the words of worship are holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was, who is to come. And in heaven, the saints worship, thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory, honor, and power. For you have created all things, and for your pleasure they are and were created. I plead with every one of you, why choose the sinful pleasure of human independence, which, according to God's word, leads to eternal destruction in hell, when God created us for his pleasure, his glory, to share in his glory, to enjoy him in this life, and to have eternal pleasure in his presence forever. At the throne, the creator of the rainbow, I plead with you. We all have an eternal destiny. I plead with you. The Spirit and the bride say, come, and let him that is thirsty come drink of the water of life freely of Christ. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Item number 7, presentation. 7A, receive a presentation regarding the El Paso County Epic Shining Stars Award, naming the 4 shining stars for the fourth quarter of FY23.
Judge, I apologize, but before we proceed, I have a comment from a constituent in Precinct 4 regarding item 13. Should I do it now in public comment or at the time of the?
At the time would be better, but is that the one, Commissioner, you want? Yeah, we'll try to move it up.
Yes, sir.
After this one, because there's individuals here in the audience.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Betsy.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me 7 or 8 minutes for this presentation on our Epic Shining Stars. This program supports your strategic goal of valuing the El Paso County family, and we continually deeply appreciate Commissioners Court's support and commitment to that goal. It's an honor and a pleasure to present our county Epic Shining Stars for this quarter. And as you know, Epic means extending beyond the ordinary or usual, and is also, in this case, an acronym that we use to memorialize our values of excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity. This award is designed to honor our employees who exhibit those county values in an exemplary way to make the lives of our community, our residents, our fellow county employees, and ultimately the County of El Paso better. And so today, if you'll go to the next slide, please, Miguel. In addition to today's presentation, the honorees will receive a framed commemorative certificate, a professional-grade digital self-portrait, a flag that was flown over the county courthouse, and some other county goodies. They'll have their picture displayed out here on the 3rd floor of the courthouse lobby as part of an exhibit that displays our mission that these individuals illuminate in the work that they do for our community and our organization. And on the screen right now, you see our honorees from this past quarter, which include Sandra Andrade, Antoinette Tony Hunt, Alejandra Garcia, and Graciana Llanas Valencia. Next slide, please. And this quarter, we're proud to recognize 4 employees that represent a wide array of services the county provides throughout our community. To start with, we have Yvette Luna. Miss Yvette Luna joined the tax office in September 2006. And when a position in the licensing division was suddenly left vacant, Miss Luna stepped up to learn and cover the duties of that position. Her positive, energetic attitude, confidence, and commitment to excellence made it possible for the department to continue serving the community without any disruption in its services. In addition to ensuring the license department collections are timely and accurate, she is also primarily responsible for the task assigned to her as an accounting specialist senior. She is committed to her work, she's self-motivated, and has excellent organizational skills. She continuously seeks to accomplish more than her assigned task, and she's always offering to assist or volunteer when the office is short-staffed. Mr. Ruben Gonzalez, our tax assessor collector, shared that Ms. Luna is highly respected and is a true asset to the county tax office. Her work ethic and dedication to the success of the tax office truly personify the county's values of excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity. We're fortunate to recognize her as an epic shining star for these values. Next slide, please. Edgar Mesa. You all met Edgar this morning. Mr. Mesa uses phenomenal leadership skills with our staff to ensure the sports park exceeds expectations. Veronica Meyer shared that she has never seen so much attention to detail at the sports park since Edgar's promotion to that location. This is something I think is extremely remarkable. Mr. Mesa attended the 2022 National Recreation and Parks Association Conference in Arizona to take the Certified Playground Safety Inspector exam. He got out of his comfort zone. He traveled out of the town for the first time in his life to make a difference in county parks. And to go out of town for the first time and to go to a conference like of this magnitude, I know when I go to a new conference, I'm always a little bit nervous, but Edgar took that step and did it so that he could bring back these skills to our community. He embodies the value of our value of creativity. For years, the sports park has dealt with the challenges of pigeons and their things that they leave behind in the area near our restaurant. And Mr. Mesa used his innovative and creative skills to repurpose some old netting from the Escarity Golf Course to cover up the rafters to prevent the pigeons from gathering in the lower level concession area. It is this type of excellence and creativity that earned Mr. Mesa this recognition as an epic shining star. Next slide, please. Mr. Isaac Hernandez. He has been serving Judge Carita for over 16 years as her bailiff in County Court at Law 6, also known as Team 6. As the first person from the court that jurors meet, his professionalism makes sure they feel welcomed and appreciated. He displays our value of excellence in the way he manages security of the court, and Isaac's dedication to the safety of the judge, team members, and those attending the court. His creativity has devised several tools to improve the efficiency of the court, and he willingly mentors and trains new court personnel, other bailiffs, and county employees. Judge, you mentioned something earlier about a real leader. I believe that beyond being a shining star, supporting and growing others is to be just as successful is one of the most admirable characteristics a person can achieve. And that's something that Isaac is known for. It is these values that we selected him, and Judge Carita proudly nominated him to be an epic county shining star. Next slide, please. It's a pleasure to recognize Todd Morton as an epic shining star for his integrity and dedication to excellence. He is the appellate division of our public defender's office, and this is a crucial part of defense work. Again, you'll see on the slide, he's another person that shares his exceptional knowledge with others to improve outcomes in trial courts. And his conduct illustrates our value of integrity. During the pandemic, while trials weren't happening, the number of appeals also went down. So Todd, rather than taking a breath and just catching up, he dove into multiple projects with trial attorneys, researching, writing briefs, and making arguments in the trial courts on major issues facing our clients. Our public defender, Kelly Childress, shared that he has become such an asset in this role of litigation assistance that it's hard to let that go now that his appeals work has picked back up. You see on the slide her quote that Todd also brings a really positive and motivational energy to the department that is irreplaceable. This, along with his excellence and integrity, make him an epic shining star. Next slide, please. I want to thank our department heads for nominating these employees for this recognition. They know that the work that our employees do as public servants is very important and impactful, and often under-recognized or without a lot of recognition and appreciation. So we also want to emphasize to the court how much we appreciate the significant support and leadership you all have provided in helping us to recognize our employees and value the county family. And we appreciate that you're always pushing us and encouraging us to take care of our employees. It makes us an employer of choice, and I'd ask that you please join me in a round of applause for this quarter's epic shining star. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, Betsy, earlier we talked about how important this is. We talk a lot about our county family, and recognizing these amazing individuals is a big part of it. And I want to thank you for that support, HR as well, for always trying to recognize and figure out what we could do better for our county employees. So this is a very special part of our family, and we thank each and every one for what you do and with the great role models you are for the rest of our county employees. So thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 8 from the regular agenda, approve and authorize the El Paso County ESD number 2 to proceed with a loan in the amount of $3,460,000 for 2 aerial fire trucks.
Hi, Jessica. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Fiscal Policy. ASD 2 is here today to request your approval to proceed with the financing in the amount of $3,460,000 to purchase 2 new aerial trucks. In here to present the request and provide additional information is Chief Esparza, Ms. Mariana Navarrete of ESD number 2, and Mr. Adrian Galvan of Tijarina, Galvan, and Lawrence.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Judge, distinguished
Welcome.
commissioners, my name is Mike Barnes, one of the commissioners down at ESD number 2. Today, first, before we start this, I'd like to introduce to you our newest commissioner, but not new to the business, Commissioner Roland Glidden.
Welcome.
With your distinct wisdom, Roland has served the fire community for over 48 years. He served El Paso, and in his career in El Paso as a fire chief for Montana Vista with 30 years of service. His distinct leadership and yeoman's work has been amazing in our community. His response rate is one of the stations that have 0 no response rate, which is 100% responses. And his leadership's to the point where my own granddaughter serves for him, and he was a fire chief. So at your latest commissioner's court, you did approve his being a commissioner, and I want to thank you for that. And I'd like to, if you know, give Commissioner Glidden a hand for that.
Thank you.
All right, today we're here to request approval and authorization to proceed with a loan for $3.4 million. Again, with us, I'm humbled to be here today with our district chiefs, Roger Bazarza and Chief Joe Salcedo, along with our HR Chief Mariana Navarrete. And also online we have Adrian Galvan, and I think is he up? Is he available?
He should be, yeah.
All right. All right, at this time I'd like to turn
He will be giving our presentation for the finance.
All right, there he is. This time I'd like to turn over to Mariana, please.
Who will be giving the presentation, I'm sorry?
Mr. Adrian Galvan, our finance consultant. He's
Hi,
on-
can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is Adrian Galvan with TGL Financial. We're honored to serve as financial advisors to ESD number 2. I'm sharing my screen here with a summary of the proposed 2023 loan that we're presenting to you this morning. And I've flipped to a slide it has a lot of information on it, but it lays out ESD number 2's existing debt on column D. At column E, it shows the proposed loan for the 2 fire trucks. So the loan would be to fund a project fund of $3.4 million. And if you look at that payment drops in column E. Column J toward the right is existing debt plus the proposed debt. And if you look at for the impact for the upcoming fiscal year, we have structured the financing where there would not be an additional tax rate required to do this loan. We would be at the same tax rate that we are the current year for next year. So that is, so it's we can borrow 3.4 for a project, no tax rate impact. I'll stop there for any questions.
Not at this time, thank you.
Awesome. So the next slide shows the proposed timetable.
Sorry,
Jessica,
just
just
a
second,
minute,
Adrian.
Mr. Galvan.
Yes.
So Judge and Commissioners, I believe Mr. Galvan is, well, so what you received in your backup was the presentation that was sent to us last week, and I believe what he is talking to is an updated version of the financing option. So I think last week, the presentation had a .0005 INS impact, and I think he's reworked the numbers and restructured it so there would be no impact.
You are now seeing the correct one, that what he's sharing. We had one that was sent to us because of the size of the text, but you are now seeing the correct one.
So, Mr. Galvan, the one on the screen, can you see it?
The one that has a payment of $409,280 for the first year?
Yes, sir, and it does show a required tax rate?
Yes, so the tax rate column K for 24, so K13, the calculated tax rate would be 0.0364, which is the same tax rate that you're paying this current year. So the tax rate would stay at the same level as what you're paying in 23. You'd be at the same level in 24.
And that's
So there's no
because-
increase.
And that's because some of the things that were being paid for have been paid off.
It's a combination
yes.
of, if you look at column D, your debt service is dropping about 300,000. So that function plus your property values coming in stronger at 5.6 billion is the number we're using now. Those two factors it's what's allowing us to structure this loan for no additional tax rate impact.
So, thank you, that's very helpful. Just so the court knows, it basically is keeping the tax rate flat. Had they not done this, it would have lowered, it could have lowered based on the values going up, but this keeps it flat and allows them to make this purchase.
Correct.
Thank you, Betsy.
Questions, commissioners? As Mr. Galvan mentioned, we are paying off loans. Our debt is getting smaller. This fiscal year current, we've already paid off 6 total loans, and next year we're set to pay an additional 3 loans off completely.
Thank you. Chief, any further comments from you?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. As you all know, we are requesting 2 fire trucks. One of them will be replacing one that's 20 years old in the west side of El Paso, Canutillo area, and the other one will be serving the Socorro area. With your favorable consideration, we can order these trucks and hopefully have them here by beginning of next year.
Thank you, Chief. Any further comments?
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Judge,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 9, board appointments. Discuss and take appropriate action for the appointment of Commissioner David Stout's nominee, Isidro Torres, to the El Paso County Hospital District Board for the unexpired term ending March 31st, 2025.
Betsy?
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Isidro Torres is here with us this morning, and he has completed all the requirements. We have had the pleasure of working with Isidro on, I've had the pleasure of working with him on things for NAMI, and we're recommending that the court approve Commissioner Stout's nominee to the County Hospital District Board for the unexpired term through March 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, just want to thank Isidro for being willing to take on this appointment. It's of course, as you all know, UMC's board is one of the most important appointments that we make in this community, and Isidro, I think, has great experience running NAMI. Is a wonderful community member, and I think is going to do a great job representing Precinct 2 and the county on the board. So I'll make the motion to approve his appointment, please.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Isidro, welcome. You've done a great job in everything else in our community, so I know you'll do a great job on this board. Thank you. Appreciate your service.
Can we take a picture real quick? Can we take a picture? Yeah, you can just come and stand here, and we can stand behind.
Yes, sir. Item number 13 from County Administration, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the Bridge of the Americas Modernization Project, opinion number 520. And for this item, we do have several speakers signed up for public comment.
Judge, Commissioner, I know Jose is coming over here as well to go over this item and provide some information. Also, as you may be aware, last Monday, Commissioners Court, my dates are a little bit skewed. The prior Monday, Commissioners Court provided direction to send a letter to the GSA regarding the Bridge of the America. After that meeting, we received some additional information, and I reviewed additional information that after we had sent out a draft, Jose did a really good job quickly getting a draft together, got it over to legal for review, and then we had a final version, and then we received additional information. So based on that additional information, I made a final change to the draft of the letter. I know that you have some individuals who want to speak to this item, and I do know that you may want to take this into executive session to receive some legal advice, but I also want to make sure to give you a copy of the draft of the letter, the most recent draft that you all received Friday afternoon. And with that, I will also turn over to Jose and see if the court wants to hear any of the public comment first.
Welcome, Jose.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Londeros of the County Administration. As Mrs. Keller hands the copy of the letter from last week with the ultimate revisions, the item that we wanted to highlight to the court was the fact that the viable alternatives that were presented at the community meeting are here. These are on the backup that was on the item that we previously presented. Thank you. And then you can also see here the new alternative that was carried forward by GSA was 1A, which again emphasized use of existing public right-of-way. You can see that the county's property is not affected by alternative 1A. The type of inspection activity that is outlined here in alternative 1A is commercial activity, which the court had previously discussed. The third PDF page that was on that presentation does call this a future option, which demonstrates how alternative 1A's footprint, which would be, again, minimize acquisition of any property, utilize existing public right-of-way, not require any additional right-of-way, could eventually in the future be repurposed to accommodate non-commercial traffic. That's a big consideration as the court continues to have discussions about advocacy for a reduction of commercial traffic at this particular port of entry and instead having that traffic dispersed to the other regional land ports of entry. So you do want to make sure that the court understood that as it relates to 1A, what the future option is. The future option right now, to our understanding, is not being identified as an alternative because of planning constraints. GSA has to assume that for planning purposes, that commercial traffic will be at BOTA because of federal law and the treaty and the Chamizal Treaty at this moment. So with that said, wanted to ensure that the court understood that 1A potentially could be the footprint, could accommodate non-commercial traffic in the future as this moves forward. And again, as Mrs. Keller mentioned, we do believe after conferring with the county attorney's office that the court could retire into executive session to discuss this any further, not only just legal rights and responsibilities, but also the county's rights as a property owner in the area as it relates back to the county coliseum. Judge, I do believe we have members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item, so the court was going to retire an executive session. You could consider hearing that public comment before going into executive.
Thank you. Jessica?
Yes, we have Mr. Tony Rodriguez here.
County Judge.
Welcome,
County Commissioner. I'm here this time. I was trying to catch a light last time to get here, but thank you for Commissioner Stout for reading my statement. I just want to reiterate, I mean, I stand with the community. We had a meeting this past weekend with the community there at the County Coliseum. Great turnout with the neighborhood, and we had panelists from the El Paso Hockey Association, some of the residents from the Neighborhood Association, and then myself moderating the event. And I know Corey was trying to be here, but he was on his way. But as a sports commission and as El Paso Hockey Association, we stand with the residents. We believe that there should be no commercial traffic. While we are hopeful for 1A, I would hope that eventually in time they just take the commercial traffic, because those are the people that live there. If you go down there and you hear those stories, they're the ones who deal with this every day, and that's not fair to them. They've been dealing with this with far too long. And so I'm glad to see that you all have a finalized letter. Hopefully that's something that you can get, that you guys will approve and send that, because that sends a step too. It's just one to sit up here and just talk and say you support this neighborhood, but you got to take actions too. I stand up and I speak, but I also take the action. We hosted their event there at the Coliseum, and I was grateful to do that. I tried to do that as much as we could, because we even had a concert that afternoon. So from 10 to 12, we had a community meeting, and then from 2 to 8, we were able to do a concert. So there's definitely plenty of things we can do there at the County Coliseum in that area. So I thank you for this, and I hope you do stand with the community there in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Next, we have Ms. Alicia Villa.
Judge and
Welcome.
Commissioner. My name is Alicia Villa, and I am a member of the Washington Delta Neighborhood Association, and I am here today on behalf of a South Central Neighborhood Association, which includes Washington Delta, San Juan, and Corbin Zambrano. Our neighbors are located east of the Bridge of the Americas. I also attended the NPO meeting on Friday and the community meeting on Saturday at the Coliseum. We are not against the modernization of the port of entry. However, we are extremely concerned about the impact of the proposed alternatives will have on our quality of life and on the health living on our community. And I just live 5 blocks from the Bridge of the Americas. From the beginning of the project, our associations, along with our neighbors that live north and west of the border, have asked the GSA to consider staying within the existing footprints, remove commercial traffic, and respect historical structures such as the County Coliseum. As we learn more about the project, we are asking for a community health impact study to better understand the impact not only of the project, but the current traffic on the environmental and on our health. We are opposed to all 4 alternative proposals. Alternative 1A is closer to what we've been asking for, but it does not provide a clear path. Not an empty promise to relocate the commercial traffic. We are separately reaching out to our Congresswoman to ask her to facilitate a conversation with the State Department. Earlier in the year, CPB diverted commercial traffic away from the border to other ports of entry during the migrant surge. So it shows us that it is possible to find alternative routing for commercial traffic. We are once again asking you to help us to be our advocates with the federal agencies. As our local elected officials, you know us best. Judge, you are from our neighborhood, and we appreciate all the support you do for Jefferson High School. But today, we need your support for the neighborhoods that you know and love, and for the people that know and support you. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
this
Alicia.
opinion of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
Next, we have Ms. Maria del Carmen Rosas Amparan.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Carmen Rosas Amparan, and I am a member of the Washington Delta Neighborhood Association. I'm here today because many of our neighbors could not attend due to work or doctor's appointments. We have concerns about this project, the Bridge of the Americas, and how it will affect the quality of life and our health. I have asthma. I go to the senior center, which is only a block away from the county building, and we already have trash under Modesto Park, and we already have the water treatment plant. We don't need any more truck traffic in our neighborhood. We are not against the modernization of the Bridge of the Americas, the port of entry, and it should be welcoming. But this once-in-a-generation product should not negatively affect the residents of the area for generations to come. Please stand with us and ask the General Service Administrators to stay within their footprint and to connect with other agencies to develop a clear plan to move the truck traffic. One more note regarding the Modesto Park. It is a major eyesore to the community and to El Paso, as being next to a freeway. And so it's been some time that this was supposed to be renovated, this park. And all you see are mounds of dirt and dust and ugliness in that neighborhood. And it does affect the quality of our life also. And I thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Carmen. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Mr. Quirino Villa.
Morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name's Quirino Villa. I am the president of Delta Washington Park Neighborhood Association. I'm here today asking for your help in taking out the commercial trucks, the commercial traffic from the Bridge of the Americas. The only thing that the commercial traffic has done to our neighborhood is to destroy the quality of air that we breathe and destroy the foundations of our homes. The maquila industry has been here in El Paso since the early 70s. And all the ports of entries, all the commercial ports of entries, if you've noticed, are a disaster. What I've heard in the news and what I've read in the newspapers is that all of Europe and Asia are moving into Mexico so that their products can be imported a lot easier into the United States. The maquila industry, all they have to show in the past 50 years at the Bridge of the Americas is two commercial lanes coming in from Mexico. That's unreasonable. If the maquilas are going to be out there bringing products into United States, they need to do something better than 2 lanes and not in residential areas also. the workload on the Bridge of the Americas, they're not going to be able to handle it. 2 lanes, and they're talking about all of Europe and Asia. In fact, last night I was seeing Channel 44. France is coming in. France is building some kind of plant out there in Chihuahua. So, and 2 lanes. We're talking about 2 lanes. So it's a bottleneck right now. Imagine, it's going to get even worse. The maquilas should have their own port of entries. Now, when we were at the meeting last Friday, the lady from the maquila industry said that the Bridge of the Americas was their bloodline. But again, I go back to what I just said a minute ago. How can a bridge be your bloodline and if it only has 2 lanes? These people have been here for 50 years. They should figure it out, have their own port of entry somewhere out there in Tornillo. And in fact, she mentioned something to the effect that Tornillo was obsolete already. Well, I can't figure that one out. So, I'm asking you guys, I'm asking the Commissioner's Court to help us on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Mr. Eduardo Calvo on Teams.
Go ahead, Mr. Calvo.
Welcome, Eduardo.
Good morning. Well, yeah, still morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
out
we
there?
can, Eduardo. Thank you.
Okay, great. Again, my name is Eduardo Calvo. I'm the Executive Director of the El Paso MPO. And Judge, Commissioners, good morning. As you heard, and some of the speakers, we had an item on the agenda for last Friday's policy board meeting to talk about the improvements on the Bridge of the Americas. We had Charlie Hart from GSA make the presentation, and as part of the item, I also invited a couple of other people to make some remarks. The point that what we wanted to show at the meeting on Friday, Judge, was to bring different points of view. I mean, of course, a lot of people that have expressed their concern about or their desire to take commercial traffic out of the bridge, spoke. So, that message was heard loud and clear. But I think what we wanted to also present is the fact that moving commercial traffic out of the Bridge of the Americas at this point, it's not as easy as it sounds, right? I mean, I don't think we fully understand the impact of an action like that. It's one of the things that as an MPO, and you've heard me say this many, many times, well, we need to get a better understanding of the travel patterns of the cross-border, community, both for people and cars and for trucks as well, so that we can understand and help GSA plan better for these improvements. Some ideas like, for example, just make the Bridge of the Americas, for trucks that operate under the FAST program and empties on the way back. That expedites the movement well, that could, because we still do not fully understand the benefits of that. Move the rest of the traffic out to Zaragoza or to Santa Teresa, but I think we need to have a better understanding as well of how the maquila industry really operates, so that we can balance and make sure that all of us as a community make the best decision and the best recommendations on what these improvements can be. So again, the intent of the meeting on Friday was just to bring these issues to the policy board of the MPO so that we could have a discussion. It wasn't an action. It was not an action item. It was just a discussion item. And I think we succeeded in having a solid, pretty good discussion on the items. So again, I think what I'm asking is for all of us to not rush into making some decisions. I think we need a lot of information. As you know, with any infrastructure project, there is so many different perspectives and different issues and items that we have to balance. There's of course the environmental side, air quality, the human environment against economic development and congestion relief and so on. So I know I'm preaching to the choir. These decisions are not easy to make. So at this point, I just wanted to let you all know that we were very interested in analyzing this and providing more information of what the impacts of a decision of, overnight, well, not overnight, but in the very short term, eliminate truck traffic just like that without understanding the impacts. So thank you for the time, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Eduardo. Appreciate your time and comments. Thank you.
Judge, I'll be reading in a public comment that was submitted by Ms. Kathleen Stout. Good day, County Commissioners and Judge. My name is Kathleen Stout, residing in Precinct 4, a retired political science professor. I am co-moderator of the Community First Coalition, a coalition of 25 organizations and individuals. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on agenda item number 13. Today I speak with you about the June 24th event, Community Health First, Building a Better Bridge of the Americas. The Washington Delta Neighborhood Association and CFC co-sponsored the event to a full house at the County Coliseum Community Room. I summarize the content and sentiment of the panelists and vigorous engagement of the audience in my testimony. You can watch the live stream event at the CFC Facebook page. The major point is this: people's health should not be sacrificed to add more trucks and pollution through the center of El Paso. South Central El Paso has long been burdened from a near century of what has been called environmental racism. Here, such racism locates polluting industries and heavy truck traffic in Mexican-American residential neighborhoods, affecting people's air quality, health, and susceptibility to respiratory and other life-threatening illnesses. Boda expansion is a top-down federally funded project which will continue to serve maquiladora production in Mexico and the transportation of goods through the center of El Paso to the rest of the U.S. The General Services Administration has not engaged in good faith. The process scheduled for later this week was postponed without keeping the community in the loop. While we appreciate that Congresswoman Escobar is doing her best to mitigate the pollution and push for alternatives that do not allow the feds to take county buildings and land, we also understand that she is not the main decision maker. Rather, federal agencies call the shots in an alliance with big business, particularly the maquiladora industry, which trucks its goods back and forth across the border. Please add the voice of the county commissioners and judge to strengthen the community's hand. Send your letter about concerns to various authorities. El Pasoans care about their neighborhoods. We deserve cleaner air, less noise, and fewer health problems that result from heavy trucking in the center of our city and county. Let me put the recommendations of the panelists and June 24th audience in the form of bullet points. 1, we should insist that heavy trucks be routed around the city rather than through residential and school neighborhoods. 2, our representatives should incentivize heavy trucks through the underutilized county-run Tornillo Port of Entry. Mexico has recently completed a highway to the area. 3, we must have many more air quality monitors positioned all around the city and county with the aim of reducing pollution. Ultimately, we need to put people's health before truck traffic expansion through the city and I-10. We cannot tolerate El Pasoans being treated as collateral damage for maquiladora truck traffic across Boda. And that is the end of the public. I believe we also have a clip that was submitted to be viewed.
I have two also. And so the first one is from Familias Unidas del Chamizal. Before you play the video, Miguel and Alexis, I want to just read their comment. It says, please submit the following video and question for public comment regarding Boda. The project should not move forward unless it gets trucks out, Given the fast-track status of this massive project, why hasn't the county sent their concerns to Congresswoman Escobar and the GSA? It is evident that the Chamizal community public health concerns are not being considered. Health experts state that these trucks are killing us, and El Paso is already a non-attainment for ozone. This won't benefit the community if the GSA is adding capacity instead of reducing. The BOTA plan and the project is very one-sided, influenced by the maquiladora industry. These federal funds are intended to address pollution, not to add to it. And then they asked to play the video.
Now we're asking the government to do those critical assessments before they do an expansion, because the expansion is not about efficiency. It's just about adding more traffic. Everybody that knows about what the TxDOT did, that they did the expansion, we all know what's happening there. We have lines and lines and lines of trucks idling in front of an elementary school. Particulate matter doesn't go away. It stays in the air for days. So if you don't see those trucks and you put those kids out there when they're playing, they're breathing in all that lead, right? And it travels miles, especially the ultrafine particles that are being pushed out from these trucks, they travel into our community.
And then, Judge, I have one more to read. This one is from Veronica Carvajal. It says, my name is Veronica Carvajal. I'm an attorney at Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, Inc. I represent the communities closest to the Bridge of the Americas, BOTA, on the U.S. side. These are the environmental justice communities of San Xavier and Barrio Chamizal. I have also met with residents from the Washington Delta Neighborhood Association. Attached, please find the comments we submitted to the GSA on April 12, 2023 on behalf of these communities and in regards to the $600 million project to modernize the Bridge of the Americas. My clients are requesting the following. Number one, the GSA must choose an alternative that does not expand the existing footprint of the Bridge of the Americas. Number two, commercial traffic must be removed from BOTA in both directions. The surrounding communities should no longer bear the brunt of air pollution, noise pollution, traffic congestion, and heat island effect that the commercial vehicles contribute to. The Chamizal Treaty did not contemplate the impact that NAFTA would have on the proliferation of commercial traffic, which will only continue to grow. The maquila industry should not continue to profit from using the only toll-free bridge in our community without regard to the costs that nearby residents pay every day with their health and well-being. Number three, measures that will result in reducing air pollution, including but not limited to an investment in public transportation on the Bridge of the Americas and on both sides of the port of entry, similar to what is being used in the Tijuana and San Diego border and other international ports throughout the world. In order to be effective, such an investment must be tailored to the needs of the current users of the Bridge of the Americas, which necessitates surveying that particular population. Number four, a comprehensive environmental health assessment of the residents in the communities of San Xavier, Barrio Chamizal, and Washington Delta, which have been most impacted by the air pollution, noise pollution, the heat island effect, and traffic caused by BOTA, and failed transportation projects, including TxDOT's I-110 Connect. Number five, a pre-assessment of the conditions of the homes around the BOTA prior to any demolition and construction activities surrounding the port, and a prohibition of the use of heavy machinery and activities that are known to cause damage to residential structures. TxDOT failed to do this prior to the I-110 Connect project, and the homes in and around the project were damaged. And number six, the closure of Zavala Elementary School to prevent further exposing young children to air pollution, which is even closer to the Bridge of the Americas southbound traffic than before. Thank you, Veronica Carvajal.
And I believe those are all our public comments we have.
Did you, Mr. Storch, did you sign up to?
I did. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, Mr. Bob Storch, correct?
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Bob Storch. I live in Sunset Heights. Right now, we are in a position where a lot of entities, the feds and the state, want to spend a lot of money on transportation in El Paso. We have an opportunity for you all to lead on this. They want us, trade is important to El Paso. It always has been. The Camino Real, the Transcontinental Railroad, all came through El Paso. It doesn't have to go through downtown. All of that trade does not have to come through the heart of our city. The Bridge of the Americas, we need to get the trucks off that bridge. It's making these neighborhoods, the kids, the people who live there sick now. You need to take a stand to get the trucks off of that bridge. We need to get the trucks out of downtown. Interstate 10 needs to be rerouted around the city through the Anthony Gap. Trucks don't have to come through our city. It's environmentally and economically and public health-wise unsustainable. We have bad air here. Everybody knows that. You don't need an Einstein to figure that out. We need to get the trucks out. You can take a stand now and tell the GSA to get the trucks off of that bridge. As the owner of one of the bridges for trade, let's convene a summit. Let's get all the bridge owners, New Mexico, the feds, the city, New Mexico, TxDOT. Let's get a plan to coordinate the commercial traffic through these ports of entries. We've got 4 of them. We need to put the trucks out that way. We need to stop I-10 downtown and get the trucks around the city. And that's not all. Now New Mexico's planning to build a road from Santa Teresa to bring it all back through downtown. We can't do this. It's unsustainable health-wise and economically. Take a stand now. Get the trucks off that bridge. Thank you.
Okay, that completes the public comment for this item.
Judge, if I may, commissioners. You know, I'm with everybody about your position about trying to get the commercial traffic out of the BOTA. The reality of it is we can't do it right now, and we can't do it by holding hostage this particular project because it's going to hurt us. It's going to hurt the rest of our ports. When this happened, the migrant crisis, the commercial traffic was redirected to Isleta. It caused double the waiting time for these trucks at the bridge, 3 times for our regular motor vehicles. Okay? So it's not as easy as let's just redirect them. We need a regional plan to do this, and I agree, we do that. But this is not going to happen overnight. Can we take a stand to make sure that the federal government tries to have a consistent plan and just not tell them, just don't do it here? Yeah, but it's not going to happen overnight. And it's not the GSA, Mr. Storch, that's going to do this. It's going to be the entire federal administration along with the treaty partners. So this is an area that we can certainly lobby down the future, but right now, the status quo at this Bridge of the Americas is a problem for everybody. And knowing that the realities, like Mr. Calvo explained to us about, the commercial traffic, it's not going to happen overnight. We just need to face that reality. And we need to try and work with the federal government to see what's the position that they're going to take and the alternative that's the best right now, because the status quo right now is not helping. So if we lobbied against every single alternative that the federal government wants to do to modernize this bridge and make it more efficient for commercial traffic right now to cross into the United States, that's an improvement. So I'm not against you on that, but we have to face the reality that we have to have a consistent strategic plan to make sure that in the future we try and eliminate that and coordinate the entire commercial traffic in our region, not just at the Bridge of the Americas. And frankly, letting them modernize this right now and allowing this commercial traffic is going to be an improvement, number one. In the future, we can lobby to redirect that traffic or redirect those crossings where the commercial traffic is going to be into regular vehicular traffic. So I don't think we ought to turn down. I'm afraid that we're going to tell the federal government, we don't want you to do anything, because not doing anything is the worst possible solution right now, including for the health of our constituents, because that's just not an option. And by us telling them that we don't want any option at all, that's exactly what we're telling them. We don't want your money. We don't want them modernizing the bridge. We don't want you to make it more efficient. We don't want you to improve the environmental situation right now. To me, that's not an option. And that's what we're doing by telling the federal government this. And it's not as easy as telling them by taking a so-called stand that they're going to change this overnight. I agree. We need to do something about it, but it's got to be a concerted, unified, strategic plan to be able to do this. We can't not let this project go by the wayside. And if we take a stand on that, that's exactly what's going to happen, and we're arguing for the worst possible solution, and that's the status quo at the Bridge of the Americas, Judge.
Judge, can I? Thanks for the comments, Commissioner. I think, though, I don't think anybody here, or even, I who have been kind of leading this charge, and nor in the letter does it state that we don't want the project to happen, that we don't want the bridge to be modernized. Nobody is lobbying or asking that the county, I think, lobby against the modernization project. It's taking the truck traffic off the bridge, I think, and the project can go forth and be modernized. The bridge can be modernized. Both can happen at the same time, and I don't think. I think everybody here is, their eyes are wide open to the fact that it's not going to happen overnight, that it takes a lot of time. There's changes that would be, I think, need to be made with the treaty, both on the U.S. side and Mexican side. But I think that this is a first step in us advocating for, the powers that be to start looking at that. So I don't think the letter that we're requesting be sent. Or the position that we're trying to take is advocating for not doing the project. It's just the truck traffic, at least for me. So I think we've voted on this letter twice already. It's been approved 2 times already. There are some changes that were proposed. To talk about alternative 1A and the future option, which I don't know if that's actually an option, but it's something that they presented recently. But I don't think that we can also go forward and not listen to the constituency. I mean, we have representatives from 6 different neighborhood associations in my district, folks that live around the port of entry. I think that spending $600 million to induce more traffic is not an improvement. I think we need to be lobbying now, and would love to have your support to be able to send this letter finally, and even with the changes that are being proposed. I'm fine with the changes that are being proposed. I want to again make it very clear that we're thankful that the federal government is looking at spending this money here. We're thankful for the Congresswoman and her work to try to get the port of entry modernized. We're not against the project itself. We're not trying to go against the Congresswoman or the federal government. But this is also part of the process, and we need to be on the record. I feel as the government that's closest to the people, as a government that should be representing the people. We need to be on the record and let the federal government understand that we're not happy with the alternatives that they have proposed at this point. It's part of the process. And to be honest, I know that there were comments made a couple of months ago saying that we're never going to get them to not look at the county coliseum. Guess what? Because of the advocacy that was done on behalf of the neighborhood associations, because of the conversations that we've had with the GSA, they actually came and presented an option. So I feel like our feedback, I feel like our advocacy is only going to make this project better. And that's what this is all about, making this project better for everybody, not just the business aspect or the economic aspect, but also the health concerns and the environmental concerns. So I don't know if we need to go into executive session to talk about it or not. I don't know if everybody's seen the letter and the changes that were made. If folks are okay with that, we can talk about that. But I really would like to finally move forward with this. It's been a long time.
Just one thing without adding and prolonging this. One of the questions that I had is, had the community been involved as we move forward, or as the government moves forward with this project? And as I understand it from Congresswoman Escobar's office, that they in fact have been involved throughout the whole process, and that was my main concern. Has the community been involved? And I'm being advised that they, in fact, have. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Coronado that we continue to lobby for commercial traffic to be moved out someplace else. But for the time being, I think this is one of the better alternatives there is, to move that traffic out of the bridge as quickly as possible, as compared to the movement that we have now.
Judge. Commissioner Coronado.
You know, these two positions are not contra to each other. It's doing both. Why can't we do both? We have to understand the reality of these things. And if, when the migrant situation happened, we diverted traffic to Zaragoza. We lost $10 million a day, apart from making it more, apart from the trucks idling on the bridge at Zaragoza. As one of the ladies in the video pointed out, this pollution doesn't just stay there, it travels around everywhere. So that's not a complete solution. I beg to differ, Commissioner, but I think we can do both at the same time. Why, when we argue for that we can't have any of the alternatives that the federal government has been put to us, even after we asked them to give us a different alternative, they gave us one, and we still told them no. I just find that to be that if we take a stand and say none of your alternatives are good with us, we're telling them we don't want this. That's what I fear we're telling them as an organization, as a community. And to me, the status quo is not the solution. We're risking that this project go by the wayside, and we can't let that happen.
Can you please qualify that statement? Where have you heard that if we advocate for a better alternative, that the project would not go through?
Well, when we as an organization tell the federal government, we don't want any of your alternatives, what are we telling them, Commissioner?
That we want a better alternative? That we'd like something better for our community? It doesn't mean we don't want something, it means we want something better.
Okay, and
That's what I said.
they've given us 4 options after we gave them our position. Does that mean that they're saying we're not going to do this at all?
No, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I'm not the one that's saying that if we don't send the letter, or if we send the letter, it's not going to happen. It just seems to me the more that we advocate for the things that are going to be better for our community, the better the outcome is going to be. And I think we need to be on the record and letting them know that, you know what, we would like to see the truck traffic moved. You know, this project itself is probably not going to, I mean, come to fruition for 6, 8, 10 years, right? And so we have to start the advocacy. And I hear you're saying we need to do that, but that's what this letter does as well. It's part of that advocacy to start the conversation about taking the truck traffic off of the bridge. And, you know, I think we changed the language in the letter to represent that alternative 1A is at least the future option is a type of option that we would be amenable to, because it does both things that I think we voted on in the past that we're looking for, which is start the conversation with removing the truck traffic, and also not encroaching upon county property. And so, I think with the changes in the letter, we should be able to represent both of those
Commissioner
positions.
Stout and Commissioner Coronado, if I may. So one of the sentences we specifically took out of our draft was basically opposing all the alternatives, like directly. But what we're suggesting what we would support, and explaining in the section that we added, based on your conversations, what we've learned is that during the meeting, another future option to alternative 1A was presented. So 1A, of course, as you know, is the option that does not take county property. And the option that was presented during the public meetings showed that option with a future that does not include commercial traffic at that location. And so in the letter, what we added is, this is the type of option that captures an alternative the county would support if accompanied by a commitment by relevant local and federal authorities to vigorously pursue removing commercial traffic from this area that's been impacted for decades. The county cannot support any alternative that is not pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate, that's a correction we need to make in the final draft, and eliminate commercial traffic at this port. And so it's not saying, it's saying that we continue working on the elimination of commercial traffic, a commitment to continue working on the elimination, acknowledging that it will not happen overnight, and we need this project to continue to help mitigate the concerns that already exist for that port.
Yeah, one of the things I'm much more pleased is that we're really looking at realistically, when GSA decided to modernize it, I can guarantee you that it wasn't not to have commercial traffic. So I think the reality is that the basis of what they're trying to accomplish is that it's modernized, but in such a way that's better than it is now. The way it is now, it's creating pollution, and we know there's a lot of difficulties in that. So I'm being optimistic, but I believe that what Commissioner Coronado and Commissioner Leon have expressed is that how do we improve, because this is a community that, just like we faced migration, this is going to be a lifelong thing for us. Also commercial and using our ports of entry for the majority of commercial is going to be a reality. And I guess one of the realistic things is no matter where you move it, it's going to impact our community. So our focus really is, and my optimism is that if they're going to modernize it, that we're involved in every step of the way to ensure that the impact on our community is minimized at every single point. But for us to start from the basis that we don't want commercial traffic, we know the government's intent is that we actually become more efficient and hopefully less of an impact in how we manage and how we look at ourselves as one region. And so, I look at it as, the possibility that we eliminate commercial traffic or that we sort of move in that direction, it's going to be not aligned, and we know it's discretionary funding, and that money can go to some other community, and then we're stuck, as Commissioner Coronado has said, with a status quo that having a bridge that really, it embellishes more and more of this pollution. So I think if we accept the fact that it is going to be important to modernize it and then figure out the best way that we can to minimize any impact it has on our community, I think that's sort of more of a partnership and an expectation from the government versus that they could allocate the money elsewhere or allocate less money to the project. I mean, we don't know that for a fact, but I have heard a lot of comments on the discretionary funding, meaning that they could, decide to move that, and that's a concern to me. I think we're a community that deserves a port of entry that is equivalent to the movement that we have here in El Paso. It's a tremendous amount of movement for us to have the bridges that we have at this point in time. I think not modernizing could eventually cause even much more of an impact on our traffic and pollution and our air quality. So we're going to do everything possible. The way I see it is we're going to do everything possible to minimize the situation, but I just can't believe in my heart of heart that getting rid of commercial traffic is going to be a reality. That there's no way that project would have initiated with that basis. And that's why we have that project. That's what they're trying to accomplish. So anyway, like I said, I'm very supportive of the community not getting impacted. And we'll do everything possible every step of the way to make sure that we minimize anything that can go or impact our community, along with the modernization at the same time. Jose, any further comments?
No, Judge Commissioners, I would just add that I think as the court recalls, you took very specific action last time, and that really directed the draft that we took. And so if the court is still in agreement with the motion and the actions that were taken previously, we can just take direction to revise the letter. Has been revised by Mrs. Keller. If the court wanted to take any further action, we'd have to go back. Would recommend the court consider going back and revisiting that motion in the direction that was given to staff, just so that the county's position is clear as it moves forward.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Coronado.
I'm requesting that the court take a different position, I think, and if we need to go into executive session, so be it. I think that we as an organization, I think we need to do both. We need to take a stand on the alternatives they represented. We asked them to give us an alternative, they gave us, and then we tell them no. How many times are we going to tell them to go back and keep giving us 10 alternatives? I think we as an organization need to address the concerns, take a stand, work with the federal government so that they can work with us in what our long-term position is to try and redirect and really have a strategic plan on how are they going to redirect commercial traffic our entire region to include our Tornillo port of entry. And so I think that's what we should do.
And at the same time, I've said it before, is we have to get some skin in the game. If we want them to be redirected, then we have to look at our county bridge and what are we doing to give that as an alternative. Because we cannot just say we need to redirect, but we already heard a comment that we're obsolete even before we get started at Tornillo. So I agree, we have to provide some skin in the game and say, hey, government, we have this bridge in Tornillo that could be, used to minimize any traffic, any commercial traffic, but we have to show and put that on the table as one of the options. And I'm not sure that we've had enough time to say, what can we do to make sure that the traffic is redirected? Because look at what we could offer in Tornillo. I know the Juarez side is pretty excited. They've gone all the way to where we're at, and they're ready to move traffic in that direction. But are we ready as a county to create the infrastructure that is needed to make the Tornillo Bridge another great alternative? So I'm concerned that we haven't put that on the table, so when we negotiate with the government, we're offering them some alternatives in the Tornillo Bridge.
It's in the letter. That's mentioned in the letter, Judge.
No, I'm sure of that, but I'm not speaking generally speaking. I'm talking about these are the things that we would be willing for, as far as budget, as far as the money that would go in, because that's the only way I feel that they're going to listen to redirecting is if we offer them a concrete, budget-wise, looking at every element to make it attractive. And then it behooves us as a county that it is redirected because, there's very few residential areas in that part. But we don't have warehousing, we don't have a lot of the things that are required for us to offer it as an option. So we are saying that, but I'm saying to us as Commissioners Court, we need to be more specific as to what we would offer and make that an alternative. And that's really sort of, putting our money where our mouth is.
I agree. I think that's something we should also do, for sure, is continue that conversation and do what we need to do to make sure that truck traffic can be removed and there is that viable alternative.
Judge, but I think that's what this letter does. I mean, I think the letter is very clear that the newest alternative, the 1A, is something that the county would support, but we're just asking that they also commit to pursuing this possibility of removing the commercial traffic from that area so that it wouldn't be impacted. I don't read this letter as demanding the ceasing of commercial traffic at the port of entry right now, or their commitment to do that right now. I read the letter as saying that we're appreciative of the new alternative that they've presented, but we'd also like to have some kind of commitment that there will be this vigorous pursuit of potentially removing the commercial traffic in the future. So I feel like the letter encompasses what everyone has been talking about here today and what we've talked about at prior meetings. But I think Commissioner Stout makes a good point that we want to get the county on the record. We want them to know, starting now, that this is a concern, not 5 years from now or closer to when the actual construction is going to be happening. But these are things that we have to identify as challenges now and start looking for solutions now, even if those solutions aren't actually going to be able to be put into place until many years down the road. So I think that's the purpose of the letter, just to make sure that they understand what our concerns are. But I think we're very clear that we appreciate this newest alternative that has been brought forth, because it does it does respond to many of the concerns that we've brought forward. But we also ask that they do commit to continue looking at the possibility of moving commercial traffic. And I think that's where everything that you just talked about comes into play, where we can point to the efforts that the county is making to set up some of that infrastructure that we know will be needed in Tornillo.
Judge?
Commissioner Leon?
No, Christina, as far as going into executive, I feel I'm ready to vote on this now without going into executive. I don't see more issues that we need to discuss away from the public than we've already discussed.
Yes.
So, Christina, do we need to go back to the initial vote, or can we make a motion to approve this latest draft?
Yes, so you all, just as a reminder, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, back on June the 12th, you all had made a motion in open session to move forward with very specific criteria in terms of what that letter would contain, and directed staff to draft that, which they did. This is a revised version of what that letter was. So in order to keep the record clean, and if the action of this court would like to move forward with this letter, the proposed motion would be motion to rescind the court's action on June the 12th regarding the letter to various stakeholders regarding the Boda modernization project, and to approve and authorize the county judge to sign new letter as presented at your June 26th meeting, which is today. So that would be the motion if that's what you want to do.
Judge?
Make that motion.
I may.
Commissioner
Apologize,
Coronel?
Commissioner. I think the draft of this letter is better. However, I think that paragraph kind of basically tells the federal government, we're basically holding a gun to their head and saying, don't do anything unless you commit to changing this. And to me, I don't think that is acceptable. I think what we need to tell them is, look, we prefer your alternative 1A, like we mentioned in the letter, and we want you to be able to work with us to try and have a concerted plan for commercial traffic in our region. Not to say we just don't want it all right now, because we know that they can't commit to that. What we're asking them, they can't commit to this right now, because this is something the GSA nor CBP nor any of them can control, not even at the cabinet level. It's got to be the administration along with the treaty partners. So I think what we're asking is too much for them to commit right now. I think we should ask them that we want them to work with us to do that, but not to make it a conditional that we're not approving. This is what it says, we're not approving any plan unless you right now commit to rediverting this traffic. And I don't think that's what we should be promoting.
Judge, if I may, I think this the sentence that the Commissioner Coronado is referring to is that last one. It says that the county cannot support any alternative that is not pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port of entry.
So if we changed it, Jose, to say the county could support an alternative such as 1A if pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port.
I would be more amenable to that.
Yeah, I would too.
Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a motion on the floor. Commissioner Stout made the motion, so I'll go ahead and make the second to approve the sending of this letter.
There'd be a motion and a second to approve and send this letter as is, and then rescind the previous action on June the 16th.
Or actually, maybe with that minor change that we just discussed, would that be
Would you
acceptable?
all,
What is the change again?
the change would be on the sentence where it says the county cannot support any alternative. It would be the county could support alternative 1 if pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port.
Okay, I think that's fine.
If there is another section of the letter that does say,
It's on paragraph 3 of the first page where it says, and it's the second sentence that reads, "The largest issue that remains is the sustained presence of commercial crossing activity at the LPOE. The county opposes continuing to allow commercial activity to pass through an LPOE that is in the middle of an urban area with limited access to logistics and commercial storage infrastructure." Okay, I just wanted to let you know that the word opposes is still in there, so.
Yeah.
But if you want to leave as is, that's fine.
Yeah, so I amend my motion to reflect that change.
Commissioner Leon?
You know, that one sentence, the county continues to oppose, to allow, it is a little bit bothersome. We know that we want it moved as quickly as the government can do it. We know it's not going to happen overnight, but that one sentence there, that we continue to oppose all commercial activity through that one area, is saying, we like your idea of 1A, but at the same time, we don't like it. It just needs to be, I think, a little more straightforward.
I agree.
well, I do think you all are saying you oppose commercial traffic
Yeah.
in this area. You'd prefer it not be there. So
Right.
what if it said the county prefers not continuing to allow commercial activity to cross through a LPOE?
I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay, so that sentence is not about picking one of the alternatives. That one is specifically about, the issue is the commercial crossing. And then the next paragraph is where we are talking about the choices. And in that paragraph where we say that, we are acknowledging that the commercial activity is governed by Article 10 of the Chamizal Convention. And we acknowledge that that would require an agreed upon act by the governments of both the United States and Mexico.
Well, could we change it to say that the county continues to have grave concerns regarding allowing the commercial activity at the port of entry in the middle of an urban area?
Would that meet your concerns, commissioners? The county continues to have great concerns about continuing to allow.
Or about the presence of ongoing commercial activity.
In an urban area.
You know, I kind of apologize, Judge, may I? I just kind of continue on this issue that we're taking a stand here where it's going to be economically devastating to our community by saying we don't want any commercial traffic. I just think we're I think we need to work with them to have a consistent plan for the entire region for our commercial traffic. But us telling them we don't want it here, we don't want it there, we don't want it over here, we only want certain here, we only want there. I mean, this is international port of entry with a treaty. We should make our concerns known and work with them to improve the situation. I don't think we ought to tell them, period, we just don't want any here. We know what happened when we diverted traffic during the migrant issue to Isleta. So we don't want any commercial traffic there, but we're going to then cause these problems at Isleta Port of Entry. I just think we're missing the boat because we're focusing on one issue instead of saying we want a regional plan for our area.
Yeah, I guess I'm not following how utilizing the Tornillo Port of Entry, which is completely underutilized, is going to be economically devastating. I think the point of all of this is to plan for something better in the future. Boda, I think, has the least amount of commercial traffic that's coming across. It's been declining as it is. And yes, I think the county should be opposed to having truck traffic driving right by an elementary school, Zavala Elementary School, or through the neighborhoods of the folks that live, next to it. And I think the Tornillo Port of Entry is a great alternative. There's not residential, concerns out there, and this. I think we should say yes. We are opposed to, and I feel like that's something that we already voted on the last two times to say that we are opposed to the truck traffic coming across the Bridge of the Americas. I don't understand the change in what new information we've received that brings about the want to change that part of our advocacy. I think that we need to also represent the people, the most vulnerable people that don't have voices. That's what we're trying to do here. I disagree completely that it would be economically devastating to remove the truck traffic off of the Bridge of the Americas. I think there's lots of options, and you're, I think, comparing apples to oranges when you talk about what could happen here and the situation with the migrants and what that brought about. So I, for one, would like to see this, this letter sent. I mean, we can make the change that was suggested with the amended language, but I really think that we need to say we are opposed to it at this point, and we need to be on the record and let the public understand that we're, we've got their back, my constituents mostly, and there, I think, are alternatives and solutions that can bring lots of prosperity and good health for the folks that live around that area.
Judge, I agree with you 100%, Commissioner Stout. It's our constituents, but I know that, or I think that the traffic there is just going to get worse. It's just going to get worse. And with this modernization, it'll move smoother, but at the same time, we want that traffic ultimately to move someplace else.
Right.
I guess the wording that I'm looking for is that we support 1A, but in a way that we phrase it that we want you, the government, to look at more alternatives, and by that time we can have a plan that if you move it to Tornillo, this is what we will have ready, as you mentioned, Judge. But I think the flavor of the letter, Jose, in my opinion, should be we support 1A, but we do ultimately want you to move that traffic elsewhere, and we'll plan it with you as we move into the future. But we definitely want that improvement. Without that improvement, it's just going to get worse.
I agree with Commissioner Leon.
Right now, the language and the motion and the language that's in the letter and the motion that is before the Commissioner's Court that Mrs. Sanchez from the County Attorney's Office will help us clarify, does state that the county's support of that alternative is tied to the commitment to move commercial traffic, which is, I think, different from what you're stating, Commissioner Leon and Commissioner Coronado, that you'd want a full outright support of alternative 1A. So just wanted to clarify that, but we'll defer to Mrs. Sanchez to be able to provide that context of what exactly the motion that the court is before the court right now, so that the court is clear what the vote would mean.
So I believe, though, what I read in was the county can support an alternative, and I don't remember if I said 1A or not, but the county can support an alternative such as 1A if pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port.
You know, Betsy, the only word that has a rub with me on that is can. If we eliminate that word, the county does support, then.
Okay, so the county, so Commissioner Stout, the question would be whether you'll accept this amendment to your motion, and Commissioner Holguin, if you'll second it. The county supports alternative 1A if pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port.
May I, Judge? I don't think we should have it a conditional, just say, but we would also like the federal government to, in the future, or start the process to see about eliminating it at that. I don't want to say that it's, we don't want, what we're saying is basically we don't want any option unless you commit right now to doing this. And
So
I think we should ask them, we would like you as at the same time, we would like for you to continue to pursue the process or steps necessary to redirect this traffic in a concerted effort across our region for commercial traffic.
But we are clear on 1A.
1A, yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to
You
be able to
do-
support that.
You do say that in the bottom of paragraph 3, in a way, the county is committed to work with GSA and stakeholders toward a modernization that expedites vehicle processing in tandem with plans to divert commercial vehicle crossings through BOTA to other land ports of entry, to other alternate land ports of entry.
I think the condition is important. That's the whole purpose of this letter, I think, is to push the GSA and push the federal government to look for alternatives that would take the truck traffic off of the Bridge of the Americas. And so, Betsy just quoted part of the letter, but I think the condition is important. I think that we need to tell them that this is what we want. We're trying to take a leadership role in the community and shaping the future of what's going on in this area. And I think it is incumbent upon us to state that we are opposed to, as we have, in past meetings, that we're opposed to commercial traffic, that we should work towards getting it off of the port of entry, that, I think the letter also states that we are very supportive of the modernization project in itself. However, we think there could be better alternatives. I don't know. I don't think we should outright say that we support 1A without any conditions, because, in my opinion, it basically guts the intent of this letter. And I want the GSA and our federal partners to understand that this is what we're working for. This is what we're on the record as wanting as a commissioner's court. And I thought we had that taken care of the last two votes. Again, I just don't understand, why the sudden change. What information was provided that's now causing us to change course completely.
Commissioner, is this the first time Because what caused me my anxiety about this is this is the first time I actually see the letter. And in looking at it, I said, well, you know, there's some issues that need to be clarified in my mind. So I guess we butchered this letter up a lot, and I just want to make sure that this vote is very clear. And in my mind, it seems like we're going to have a split vote, but nevertheless, my mind is that we do approve 1A, and in the future, we wish to be in partnership with you as we plan for other commercial movement, something like that.
So right now, just so that we're standing, I know we've had a lot of discussion, which is fine, but right now we do have a motion on the table and then a second from Commissioner Holguin. So we should probably go through taking the vote on that. And so just so that everyone's clear, the motion would be to rescind the letter that was proposed to be sent on June 12th, and instead motion to approve the draft letter of June the 24th, 2023. As I understood it, the only change from the motion from Commissioner Stout and then the second from Commissioner Holguin was going to be that proposed language in the paragraph that says the four alternatives, and the change was going to be in that sentence that says the county cannot support any alternative that is not pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and elimination of commercial traffic at this point. At this port, the change would say that the county would support alternative 1A if pursued in conjunction with the steps necessary to redirect commercial traffic at this point. So that would be the motion and the second, as was stated several minutes ago.
Does that cover?
No, it's still,
Okay.
to me, it's not.
I want to clarify. Commissioner Stout, would you support amending it to the county supports alternative 1A instead of the county can support 1A with all that additional language? So what Commissioner Leon, I heard, would support would be the county supports alternative 1A if pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic.
Betsy, but we're still saying if, by that word, if
Would not
you
support
also
that.
do this. I think it's two separate thoughts.
Okay.
That we support this, but
Okay.
in the future, we'd like for you to consider working with us as we move forward to,
The if is an ultimatum.
yeah.
So Commissioner Stout, would you entertain that amendment to say the county supports 1A, but wants to continue to work with you to pursue a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at the port?
I just think it needs to be, you know, conditional. I don't want to sever the tie that, you know, we're making this statement that we want the truck traffic to be gone. You know, I want.
You want the motion to stand. The county supports, or the county, the motion at that time was the county can support alternative 1A if pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port.
Yeah, I think we need to take into account the testimony that was given today, the members of the community that took their time to come in and talk to us and that were supportive of the letter as it was, I think, written, as we approved last time, and the time before. You know, I feel like we're going to be disregarding the community to, I don't know if you call it, I don't know. I just think that the community the community's voice needs to be reflected in this letter, and I believe making this, you know, our support conditional. I don't think it's too much to ask them to do what they can to have our support.
So we have a motion and a second with the proposed amendment that would make it conditional. So we should take the vote on this one.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
No.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
No?
Judge Samaniego?
When we consider the, our residents and everything else, there's a huge balance. The minute that the maquiladoras heard that we were opposing them, the ones that in this middle area, it was a shock to them because they rely, even if it's minimized, so I don't think I don't think this letter is looking at the full balance, so my vote is no.
Christina, I'd like to make a motion, if you can help me with
Yes,
the
sir.
motion. My direction is more clear and more straightforward. We approve 1A, and in the future, we want to continue working with you to ultimately move that commercial traffic to a more suitable location, such as, we don't have Tornillo,
Okay.
but to another location that is suitable.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Holguín?
Hold on, hold on,
Let
hold on.
us clarify this language, please.
Real quick, just a minute. We want to make sure we got it. So,
Not just with you.
all right, thank you. Okay. So the action would be to rescind the motion that the court took at your June 12th meeting on the proposed letter, and to move forward and to approve and authorize the county judge to submit a new letter dated June the 24th, 2023. And with the following change to the letter as drafted, it would be on the fourth full paragraph, and there would be a line that would say, the county supports alternative 1A and would like to work with you, federal delegates, and other stakeholders on a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this point, at this port, excuse me.
All the other, it just changes that last sentence. It changes that last sentence to be clear.
Right, the sentence that would be edited would be, the county cannot support any alternative that is not pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port, and it would be changed to what we just read in. Do you want me to read it back again? Okay.
One more time.
So we're removing, just so that you all know, we would remove, the county cannot support any alternative that is not pursued in conjunction with a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this point. At this port, the sentence would be changed to read, the county supports alternative 1A and would like to work with you, federal delegates, and other stakeholders on a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port.
Just to be clear, I want to be really clear about this draft, and we could probably pull it up on the screen, but there's other language that still says that we're not supportive to commercial traffic throughout the letter. But in here, you're saying we would support alternative 1A along with working with you and would like to
No,
work with you.
the word would, I think I heard you say, we would support, we will support it.
Okay, let me just take this
We are in
to say the
support.
county, no, it says the county supports alternative 1A and would like to work with you, federal delegates, and other stakeholders on a commitment for the steps necessary to eventually redirect and eliminate commercial traffic at this port. There's other places in the letter, as you've seen, nothing else is changing in the letter. There's other things in the letter that says, that references that future option that was shown, which is to us kind of like that ideal, perfect outcome. But it says, at this time, you would support alternative 1A and would like to work with them for the steps necessary to eventually redirect.
And I think there's two main drives that we want to make clear to the government. Number one, we approve this. Number two, that in the, I don't want the government to look at it. They're telling us one thing on one hand, then they're saying no on the other. And I just want to avoid that. And going back again, because that traffic is just going to get worse if it's not streamlined. So I think the letter should be even more clear. Avoid that. We said it once. We don't have to continue saying it over and over again to give them an out as far as being able to come in and streamline that bridge.
Judge, Commissioners, okay, we're hearing what you're wanting to make as a motion, Commissioner. What we'd like to do is, while you all recess for lunch, take a few minutes to go through the letter, see what impacts to the overall letter, to make that point clear, and then bring back, after you all recess, a version that would look like what your motion would look like, to see if there's interest to support that.
Can I also add, see if it's possible that we, instead of saying we would like to work with you, can we say we call upon all relevant local and federal authorities to begin taking the steps necessary to remove trucks? Is that?
No, to me, to remove trucks, they're not going to be removed. We want them streamlined, move out of there quicker. But in the future, we want to think of a location that's more suitable for that truck movement.
Right. That's what I'm saying is we call upon the local and federal authorities to begin taking the steps necessary to do that, to divert the traffic, basically, to remove the trucks from the bridge. That's instead of saying it's being a little more decisive, instead of just saying we would like to work with you, we're being decisive and saying, look, we want you to start taking those steps because this is what we think.
And I like it, but I get a tint of snake oil in there someplace. I just want to be very, very clear. My own opinion. We want this, okay, let's put that in the background. Now let's work. After as we build this, that we start thinking in the far future or the near future that truck traffic is diverted to a more suitable location, both for the local population here and the needs of the government.
And just, this letter is to the GSA, who is working on the construction project. It is copied to our federal delegation and to others. If you can give us the time, we might be able to bring something back that will meet the directness that you're asking for, Commissioner Leon, and then also maybe a transmittal or something that will make it clear to the federal delegation and others. Maybe a cover letter and that as we carbon copy it to the others, asking that we're calling on them to help us with this eventual elimination of the commercial traffic, redirection and elimination of commercial traffic, or the volume of commercial traffic.
And I like what you're saying, because I'm concerned that she's saying that there's other parts that's contradictory.
Yeah.
And so we want to make sure that the entire letter is consistent, not where we say one thing and say something opposite inside the letter. So.
And I agree with Commissioner Leon. We need to be very clear about our stand, and it is not that in the letter we're not double speaking to them.
Exactly.
So
I think it needs to be consistent with what Commissioner Leon has stated about our position on the alternative, and that that we're not going to make it a condition to the project, but that we want to work with the federal government to provide a consistent plan for, in the future, providing an alternative to commercial traffic for our entire region and not at this port.
Okay, so during, I know you all need to hear another item before you recess, but during the recess, we'll work on the draft and bring back something after the recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
No action
Now?
at this time, we'll come back to
Okay.
this.
Commissioner Leon will withdraw his motion for now. Okay,
Judge- No, I was going to ask what the next item was going to be before we recessed. I have a couple of representatives from the Mexican consulate who have been here waiting to speak on item 11, so I didn't know if we were moving, I think.
We could do, if it's okay with you all, we could do 11. We also have 4G is sensitive. I believe it was pulled from,
And I don't think item 11, we can try to move through that one quickly, if that's okay, Judge.
Yes. So, Jessica?
Okay, could we take item 4G first? That one is time sensitive
Yes.
for the auditors. Item 4G, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts.
Good afternoon, Judge. Commissioner Enrique, County Auditor. On item 4G, I basically made a modification of the manual paid claims. We had 2 payments on there for University Medical Center for the inmate medical payments. My staff were just being overly efficient. I had one person out of the office, and the other person wanted to make sure it got through, so they ended up inadvertently putting it on twice. So I removed one payment to the El Paso Hospital District for $1,315,671. That brings the payments to 1,314 payments for $7.3 million, 28,584 and 06. So with your favorable approval, I would ask for your concurrence and approval of paid claims.
I'll move
I
to
just want to
approve.
make sure the record was correct as far as the paid claims that were actually listed for payment.
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Edward.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action with regards to entering into an interlocal agreement with the Consulate General Mexico to build a community Dia de los Muertos altar on the first floor of the Enrique Moreno, El Paso County Courthouse. Funding is available in General Fund, G-Admin, Contract Services General.
And thank you again, Judge, for hearing this item. We have Sandra Morales and Lorena Martinez from the Mexican Consulate, and I'll try to move the item quickly because I know we're the only thing standing between us and lunch. But before I talk about the details of this altar that the Consulate and the county will hopefully agree to collaborate on, I do want to thank Commissioner Stout for his altar that was built in the Commissioner's Court lobby area because, of course, as we all know, Dia de los Muertos is a very significant and historical holiday and tradition within the Mexican and Mexican-American communities. And it's something that I feel that this collaboration would allow us to celebrate. So thank you, Commissioner Stout, for your altar that was built last year. And I'm hoping that this year we can build upon that by having a community interactive altar on the first floor. The location's not 100% certain yet, but we've been discussing it with the representatives from the consulate who are here with us today. And what would make this altar more interactive is that there will be a way for the public to be able to text a photo of their loved ones that will appear on a TV monitor next to the altar, so that way our community has an opportunity to participate and actually be interactive with our altar. So I'm going to hand the floor over to our representatives from the consulate to tell us a little bit about what the altar might look like. The photos that you're going to see aren't the version that we're going to have, because ours will have this element, the television that will allow photos to be displayed of loved ones. But these are prior altars that the Mexican consulate has used in the past or has worked on in the past. And the agreement would be that the county would provide the funding for the supplies, which comes out to about $3,500. And the staff of the consulate would actually build the altar. And then there's also a really neat piece of it having to do with a worldwide competition that we're going to hear about as well, that I think would be really important as far as promoting El Paso and El Paso's altar.
Welcome, Sandra.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners. So I am Sandra Morales. I am the cultural attaché for the Mexican Consulate. And here with me today is Adriana. She is the Consul of Community Affairs. And every year, she and her team install these gorgeous altars. And as you know, Commissioner Ileana is interested in having it this year, here at this building. And yes, the cost will be around $3,500. And well, this will enter this concurso, which is going to be international. So if we win, it will be representing the El Paso community. And well, I'm going to give Adriana the word so she can elaborate a little more about what she's planning to create for you guys.
Thank you, Sandra.
Josh, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity of us showing what we have at the Mexican Consulate for the whole El Paso area and the whole region. I don't know if I can change all this. Can you just go all the way to the photos, please? Just keep going, please. I'm sorry, all the way to the others. I wanted to show you a little bit more about what we have done in the past. There we go. This is a 2017. This is showing a terremoto in Mexico. So we are showing how an altar is up and suddenly is all the way down. This was done by an artist, a local artist called, I'm sorry, I forgot. Colomo. He's one of the artists here in El Paso, and he's also from Juarez. So we asked him to collaborate with us. So we have been working also with the Paso Museum of Art, but because of the pandemic, can we just go on, please? Because of the pandemic, we had to change all the way we are working with the altar. And this was 2018, and we collaborated with the El Paso Museum also in the desfile. And we were actually dressed up as Catrinas, which is a very traditional event in Mexico. We wanted to do something similar to what has been done in Mexico City. The next, please. And this one is 2019. These are altars made by us, and sometimes we have the help of some artists, local artists, just to help us out for the motive or the theme of each year changes. And right here is a round altar, but we have done it also at the Mexican Consulate because of the pandemic. We moved it to our old gallery. Can you just go to the next one, please? This was in 2020. That's when the pandemic just started. So we wanted to do at the Mexican Consulate so we can have something that's smaller. And we couldn't show this altar to the whole public because of the pandemic. We had to shout our offices. But this is what we did. And the people that had the opportunity to go to the consulate for their documentation, they could see the altar. And so the 2021, which is the next one, we did this one. And it was done for all the families that have been died during the year in Mexico or the community. And then on the 2022, we did it regarding school. So we are changing each year, we change the theme of the altar. And the next one, please, 2022. This one is very representative because it was done for all the kids that died in Juarez, I'm sorry, in Texas. What is the name of this? School shooting that we have had. And then the 2021 actually was done also for the 19 and 20, it was done also for the people that died at the shooting in Walmart. So every time we do an altar, it has to do something with the community. And so this year we would like to have, the next one please, it would be, this is a project that we would like to have. And we would like to bring some calaveras done in Mexico, done by, it's called papel mache. They're going to be original from Mexico. We would like actually to go to Mexico City and buy them and actually bring all these elements from Mexico and show the community what it's all about, what the Day of the Dead is all about. We actually wanted to do a map of all the other altars around the city so they can go and see each one of the altars, not just the county, but also other places. And because we want to go out again, like we used to do it with the museum, we would like to have it at the court so we can show the community that the court is open to all these traditions because Mexico is part of Texas. I mean, it's all together. We are just one region, one community. So that's what we wanted to have it here at the court. If you let us and you allow us to do it, that would be a great opportunity for us to show that Texas has a lot to offer, and El Paso is part of that. And also, this contest is a contest that all the community can be involved. If a person has an altar done at their own houses or schools, they can just put it in the page of the Mexican Consulate page, and we show it to the world because we entered to a contest around the embassies and consulates of Mexico around the world, which each one consulate, each embassy has their own altar, and we just show it. So if a lot of people just go and do like to our altar, we can be the winners, okay? And it can be shown all over the place. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And because we would be using public funds, we do have to show that use would promote El Paso and the tourism and convention and hotel industry under Chapter 351. And I believe that the contest would exactly do that. So we would find a way to incorporate, just like in the 2022 altar, where you see El Paso in large letters, something like that, that will tell everyone around the world who's voting that this is El Paso's altar. And I think that'll go a huge way, especially if we win, if
That's
we end
right.
up winning
We
the
could
contest.
put El Paso on one side, and the other side could be Texas, so they know that we are here, and we can show how beautiful we can do things here. Everything you see, the letters you see on the floor, everything is done by wood. It's a painted wood that we actually painted. We don't buy it already painted. We paint it. So we actually have those like a small pantheon. It's like a pantheon that we are showing in this altar right here, and we want to show like a big fiesta with all the calaveras we want to bring. So it's a big fiesta in El Paso, Texas, but it's honoring the dead people that we have, like our family, that they're supposed to be happy to be here with us, still in our hearts.
Well, it's a great initiative. One of the things we never have to worry about is when the consul is involved and their staff. They're amazing, as we saw for the sculptures and the organization. I'm very proud that we have that partnership and that we're doing it here. I think it's a great initiative to.
And if you allow it, we can have the altar for one whole month, which is November, the month that we actually do this altar, and we can have many activities around the whole month. Like
excellent.
we can bring kids from schools to show them and explain them what the altar means, because sometimes a lot of teachers might think that this is very, very intrigued, and the kids, they don't know what it's about, and we can show them, what this is part of your family, this is part of your culture and your ancestors.
That's excellent. And just want to remind you that the state of the county is on Dia de los Muertos,
Okay.
so it'll be our way to get to that.
Yeah, we can dress up too. No Halloween, okay? It's Altar de los Muertos.
And we would, of course, work closely with facilities and with Lorena from Betsy's team regarding finalizing the location and everything that needs to be done.
I hope you like it.
Well, I had made a commitment to our Consul Ibarra about the use of this facility being so close. There's so many things that we could do together. We're aligned tremendously in a lot of the cultural activities. So I thank you for continuing this partnership.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
to you.
So, Christina, I think the motion would be, and I'm going to make the motion, to approve entering into an agreement with the Consulate General of Mexico to build a community Dia de los Muertos altar on the first floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, and to provide funding for that altar.
Yes.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Hey, Judge, would you like to go ahead and recess now?
Yes.
Okay.
consideration for that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Or- Do you want to
Commissioner-
recess till 2, or do you want to go an hour?
It's up to 3?
Till 2?
Oh, no, we're, see, to 2, okay.
Okay, Commissioners, Court will recess. It is 1:12. We will reconvene at 2 p.m.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, I mean everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon, be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escalante Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escalante Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable. It's a one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port, It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escalante Park.
And so we brought our family, we brought our coworkers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escalante Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's the one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something, no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
Yay! So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon, be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escarte Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our coworkers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escarte Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got over here, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's a one day where I think we bring awareness to, we share something no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks. And when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 300.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to begin with item 14 and 15. Item 14, discuss and consider adoption of an order of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, authorizing the issuance and sale of El Paso County, Texas tax notes Series 2023C, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said notes, and enacting other provisions relating to the subject upon final legal review and approval by the El Paso County Attorney's Office. Contract number 2023-0511. And item number 15, discuss and consider adoption of an order of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, authorizing the issuance and sale of El Paso County, Texas tax notes, Series 2023D, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said notes, and enacting other provisions relating to the subject upon final legal review and approval by the El Paso County Attorney's Office. Contract number 2023-0511.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Los Nelson County Administration. We turn it over to Mr. Brad Angst with Stiefel, our financial advisor, to go over some of the details concerning this. But as we presented previously, the items before you are in two separate items, two separate tax note series, one of them being a taxable series totaling $2.5 million, the other one being a tax exempt series totaling $6.5 million, combined $9 million issuance. This again, is brought forth to the court as a result of increasing valuation of the county's tax base and ensuring that the court locks in its 5-cent INS tax rate. In order to do that, a small issuance like this would provide for that tax rate to remain stable and preserve your future funding options as the court continues to evaluate other finance tools and other major capital needs. I'll turn over to Mr. Angst to just go over some of the details that have been received and the offer, including the offer from Amegy Bank. Before I do that, though, I did want to ensure that I had an opportunity to just go over the revised project list. We did coordinate very closely with Mr. Rudy Segura, our bond counsel, as well as our team over at Stiefel about the projects that had previously been proposed. If the court recalls, there was land for a transit facility as well as additional funding for a senior nutrition kitchen to complement the funding that had been received by the congressional project, the community project funding through Congresswoman Escobar. Because of the timing of that project and because of ineligibility on the tax of the transit right-of-way project, the project list has been updated. It was included on the backup for the item when the item was posted, and at this point includes funding set aside about $4 million for stormwater infrastructure, specifically improvements to First Avenue in Canotillo, as well as the construction of a channel at De Alva in the Westway subdivision. And then also highway safety improvements, county roadway safety improvements along county rights-of-way, including the East Lake Corridor. There's a number of requests that have come to the Sheriff's Office to help signalize and improve safety along that corridor. And so you have $1.5 million set aside for that. And then the remaining funds are designated for engineering feasibility studies for the major capital planning items that will go forward in the future for future debt issuances. We do want to get started on evaluating what those project timelines, construction estimates, and construction start dates might look like. And so we are working to develop a scope of work with a firm to begin that work. But again, all of these have been now vetted through bond counsel. They're all eligible and permissible uses of the funding. And I'll turn over to Mr. Angst to go over some of the details of the finance structure.
Yeah, thank you, Jose. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is Brad Angst with Stiefel Public Finance, serve as the county's financial advisor in regards to your debt portfolio and capital financing. As we've visited with you in the past couple months with the increase in your assessed valuation and also with the payment of some of your prior debts, there was the need to go out and look at a small financing for some smaller projects here this year in order to manage your 5-cent capital project tax rate, the INS rate, and also to maintain that for the future as you continue to go down these, to go after some of these capital improvement projects. As Jose mentioned, he described the tax note. We did look at work with staff to identify the projects and the amounts that could be done without an increase to that 5-cent rate. This does meet that and fall underneath. We do have about $2.5 million of taxable tax notes and $6.5 million or approximately of tax exempt tax notes. And the recommended purchaser that we are providing today is the Amagi Bank. They are an existing banking partner of the county. They've provided lending options in the past, and really at this point in time in Texas public finance and what's gone on with the markets here over the last several months, they are kind of the dominant investor for short-term tax note type financings. So the tax note, as a reminder, it has a 7-year final maturity. What we've done is we've done a 2-year maturity for the taxable piece that has the higher interest rate so that you all can pay that off faster and get rid of that higher interest rate that comes with the taxable piece, whereas the tax exempt piece matures from years 3 to 7. Interest rates, the winning interest rate for the tax exempt piece came in at 4.62, whereas the taxable interest rate is a 6.77. Together, when you blend them and you weight it based on the par amount for each year's, the blended interest rate is a 4.81%. So in addition to the interest rate, this bank does provide call optionality. The county could prepay these bonds any day after closing, after 30 days after closing. So that is eligible and available should you all need to. And then it also preserves the future larger capacity for the county and the projects that you may look to do further out in 24, 25, 26. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Coronado? Brad, just to be sure, this will not in any way reduce our capacity for next year, what we want to do.
For next year, this does remove some of the capacity for next year. Further out in 25, if you were to go to an election next year is when that debt service would hit. It does not impact that amount.
Yeah, and I guess my question wasn't clear. It was if we have an election next year for the 25, this would not affect it.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Judge, may I?
Yes, Commissioner Holguin.
Brad, can you tell us what the total amount that we're going to end up paying, including the interest, for this $9 million at the end of the 7-year maturity?
Yes, ma'am. It's $10.6 million, principal and interest.
10.6 on top of the 9?
No, ma'am. 10.6 all in, so approximately 1.6
1.6 of interest.
of interest cost.
Okay. Okay, and thank you, Brad. And then Jose, I had a couple of questions. So I was a little bit surprised when I saw these proposed projects because I don't think we've ever seen these specific projects anywhere, right? Previously, we had looked at $4 million for the community kitchen, and what were the other projects?
It was $4 million for the community kitchen, about $2.5 million for the right-of-way of the county transit facility, and then the remaining balance was to begin the preliminary engineering work on the upcoming major capital issuances that the court would consider. Where these projects are derived from are actually the public works submissions into the FY24 budget. As you will hear during your budget presentation, because the county's general fund and fund balance remain critical, and we're trying to identify ways to maximize savings into the general fund, we're looking at capitalizing some of the general fund requests that were made by Public Works by moving them out of the general fund and moving them into this tax note to help improve the fund balance position. And so these were projects that were submitted by Public Works, Infrastructure, and Planning into the general fund that we're proposing to take out. And then we would work with budget to ensure that the right-of-way for the transit facility is still funded. So it's not going to be we're not going to yield as much savings as we could to the general fund because we are offsetting some of the costs to ensure that we can still capture the right-of-way that we need for that transit facility. But it is something to help budget identify a higher fund balance position. So that was the thought process and the logic behind selecting these projects.
Also, there are some other projects that we originally proposed that would not qualify.
Right. So and it was mainly the transit right-of-way that the statute, in speaking with bond counsel on transportation, is a little unclear. There's some gray area with regard to transit and whether that would be eligible. And so given that the Attorney General's office, who has to approve the sale, is really looking through these with a fine-tooth comb, thought it was best to ensure that it was a very explicit example of an eligible project type. And then the senior nutrition kitchen, because of the timing of when that funding will be received, we felt that project could be added to the quality of life bond and ensure that that goes out, and so that those funds are still available if approved by voters, and it allows that project to still move forward and it doesn't interrupt their timeline on the receipt of those funds or getting started on the project. My understanding is the department would pursue the full design, and then we would just be looking for that funding that would come in at a later date, and a future debt issuance could help accommodate that.
Okay. I guess my concern is, I definitely believe that under the tax exempt category, the 3.5 for stormwater, the 500,000 for that street construction, and the 1.5 for the traffic signal project, I think those are good uses of these funds. But I'm concerned that we're taking on debt to fund professional services. So it's about $3.5 million for on-call civil engineering services that we're going to be issuing debt for a period of up to 7 years for professional services. So to me, I understand that we have to issue debt sometimes for construction projects, and clearly we've done that, and we're going to continue to do that when necessary. But I'm not comfortable issuing debt to fund professional services. That's a line item in our budget. I feel like we need to find a way to, those are ongoing expenses. I just don't see why we would finance 7 years worth of professional services.
Jose, if I may, you may already be thinking of responding to this, but this is information that we'd be doing towards our major capital planning. This would be getting us ready for the projects that would go out for a GO bond. So these, and you actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but we could actually, if the GO bond, some of these costs you could possibly recoup and pay back with the GO bond. And because they would be related to the projects under a GO bond. So if they passed, this would be all the preliminary work to tell us what does the design look like, how much would this estimate, like what would the estimates be, and to also give us some visuals that we could use to present publicly of what the GO bond would be funding. And so that's what some of this preliminary work funding is for. The problem we've had, and this has been a historical problem for us, is we don't do this kind of work in advance. We don't have shelf-ready projects. So when funding does come available, or when it's time to try to get support for projects, we don't have good preliminary work already done. And then the other, on the back end of that too, is it does take us longer once we do get the funding, because we have to do these steps. And so if we can get some advance funding, and I will tell you the 3.5 million is a drop of what we need. We actually need more than that to get some of this advanced work on those types of projects ready. We wish we had more capacity to do more of that work, to have more projects at a further along in a design and an estimate, and to be able to be presented publicly.
So I guess my question is, I mean, I find it hard to believe that we don't have more shovel-ready projects. I mean, I think our Public Works team does a really good job of trying to have shovel-ready projects whenever funding opportunities come up. I mean, we've seen that with the appropriations process, the different grant opportunities. We don't have other shovel-ready projects from this list of Public Works capital projects?
So the court has actually financed the design, so this is part of that. So the Public Works has been engaged, and the court has in the past few months approved major design contracts out of the 22 tax notes that were authorized last summer around this time, where Public Works has begun the design of a number of stormwater projects. And so the intent of these shorter term notes is to get some of that design up and going, and then in subsequent years, allow that design to finish, and then come in and find construction dollars or potentially grant opportunities. And so the Alva and First Avenue are good examples of projects whose design has been funded previously by the general fund, and then now they're construction ready. And so we're in a transition phase where we're trying to get that to be the norm, where we really do have a very extensive list of projects that can at any given point then transition to construction. We're early on in that process, but we understand that that is going to be, we need to be more ready for that. And so that this is allowing us to do that, especially with the major capital projects that we have coming up, and potentially asking voters to approve some quality of life initiatives in neighborhood parks and other amenities. We want to make sure that we have very accurate estimates and details so that we can share that with the public, so that voters feel confident in making a decision about whether they want to support that moving forward or not.
So our current budget, what's the amount that we usually have in our light item for the on-call civil engineering?
There's not necessarily, there's not a budget that's necessarily appropriated for that, and so the planning department makes a budget request every year. Infrastructure makes a budget request every year. This year, I believe their totals were close to 20 million, anywhere from 15 to 20 million dollars in capital need. And so some of those projects are being shifted out to fit in. And so that is where we grab these projects from. But we also recognize that we have a need to get started on the 24 capital plan and those projects. And so that's the reason why we're designating some of the funding to be set aside for that as well. But the First Avenue Channel is a project that coincides with funding that planning and infrastructure have been managing jointly, working with TxDOT through some Border Colonia money that was unspent, and that will also help address some of the concerns of flooding along Doniphan and Talbot, Canutillo. And so that's the reason why that one is a high priority, and $3.5 million is the amount that the county is responsible to identify in that area. So it is a bit of a balance of ensuring that we are making construction investment and then ensuring that we also have the preliminary engineering coming up. The street improvement, the street safety improvements are another example of requests that have come into the planning department that end up in the general fund through the sheriff's office because of a number of crashes and crash data along East Lake and Rojas with more housing, more development going on. They're seeing more of those concerns. And so those are actually the costs to just potentially signalize some intersections, add traffic signals, stoplights. So that those needs hit the general fund, and so those do need a design. It's a very quick design, but really a majority of those funds are going to construction and installation of those. So that's a little bit of, we're sending about 2/3 of this aside for actual construction, and then a third for future planning, for future debt issuances that will come before the court.
And I understand the need for future planning. I mean, that's a necessary part of the process. I just don't know if I feel comfortable issuing debt for 7 years worth of debt for professional services as opposed to construction projects. But those are my thoughts.
Yes, Commissioner Leon?
Just if I may follow up on Commissioner Holguin's question. If that money is appropriated and we see that there is no longer a need for that project or that professional consultation and there's money left over, does that automatically go back into the general fund?
No, it's a tax note, and so you either, Brad, correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but you either can turn around and pay it back to the debt, but there's, I think, some interest that's accumulated on that, or it can be dedicated to other projects, I believe, that were identified in the order.
That's correct, Ms. Keller. If there, excuse me, if there are leftover funds that is not used towards projects and not eligible towards other projects, it goes to pay down the debt early.
Or, as you said, we can redirect some of those funds?
With bond council approval and with that the project type fitting the description within the tax note order.
So a good example of that, if I may, Commissioner, is recently the Council of Judges, the Judiciary, have been working with Public Works and Facilities on identifying funding for security and technology enhancements to the parking areas located in the bottom of both garages. So Facilities have been working on identifying a funding source. There was some preliminary savings identified in one of the issuances that the court authorized back in January of this year of tax note funding, where there was a budget amendment made to allow for that project to move forward. And so that's an example of a project that fit the criteria of the tax note, but that wasn't necessarily identified when we came before the court to ask for that funding. But just based on some of the costs that we were seeing with projects moving forward, that funding was available and it was moved in and it was funded. And so in the event that a project runs over, perhaps the signalization is a good example of a project that may not qualify for a signal light because you do have to do a traffic study. In the event that funding is left, there are other permissible uses, including renovating the courthouse, any judicial facility, any existing county annex facility, parks, that could come in and spend that. So this tax note has particularly broad language in there. That's by design because we are going to be evaluating a number of capital projects for that preliminary engineering work. And so that is going to be, that's the reason why the language was that way, to ensure that that design money could be on really any county project, whether it's renovating or expanding the courthouse, or whether it's making improvements to Reisinger Park, Westway Park, Gallegos Park. The intent is to have a lot of flexibility in this particular issuance, even though it's just $9 million, but that's just because of the design element that we want to pursue.
Thank you.
I believe that Rudy also had his hand up at one point.
Yes, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is Rudy Segura, Bond Counsel to the county. The crux of the tax notes is, flood improvements, some roadway improvements, but because of the design component, we did go ahead and basically put in all the categories of projects the county has been financing in the last 10 years, which are, possible improvements to the airport, roads, bridges, parks, streets, jail, judicial facilities, just because they would have to be included if we were going to do the design costs. And, in terms of the design, I'll just offer a very small anecdotal kind of evidence. What we see a lot of times, especially ever since COVID, is, we see a project, we fund it, the design is often, 10% plus of the cost, especially with water and sewer. If we do a water project that's $10 million, I would expect $1 million to go to engineering and design fees. And so we borrow the $10 million, we start on the design, that takes a year, we bid it out, and it comes in at $20 million because a year's passed or longer. And so what we have been pushing, a lot of clients that are saying, hey, we want to go down and we want to borrow money for this project. It hasn't been designed yet. And so what I'm advising them is we'll start the CO process. That's a 90-day plus process. But I want you to, I'm recommending the council adopt a reimbursement resolution now get the engineers contracted now and start the design now with cash on hand. And that way, by the time we get to the bond sale, we've already gone towards meeting our spending requirement. We've spent 5% within 6 months, and we're not so far away from the time that we'll have to actually bid out the project. And so, from my perspective, it's illegal. This is not a legal issue, but from my perspective, funding the design up front is prudent, not only from like a budgeting standpoint, because project costs are skyrocketing, but also from a federal tax perspective. We start meeting those spending deadlines. In the typical financing, all those costs would be included in the project along with the construction, and they will ultimately be capitalized, just like all the consulting fees are capitalized that are spent in connection with the project. Just like when you buy a home, and there's a bunch of professional services, and they all get rolled into the mortgage because they're part and parcel of building this capital project.
Yes, Commissioner Coronado? Yeah, Judge, that was one of the points I was going to make. If we're ready to do this when the time that it happens, it is going to actually save us money in the long run because the project's defined. What I've found in the past, being on the school district, is you don't define those projects up front all of a sudden you end up passing the bonds, and then at the end, and all of a sudden that other project is higher and it's more expensive because you can't act on it immediately. And so I find out that what we're trying to do here is actually cost saving to the organization because we're going to be way ahead of the game and be able to immediately start out if these, for the planning that we're doing on our projects, is get them going quicker. It's only going to save us money down the road. Additionally, aren't we facing a potential deficit this year still, Betsy?
On our budget?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's really not another option for us to say, okay, we're going to have more revenue this year, or we're going to add to our fund balance and maybe get it from there. But I don't see that happening this year. So I really think this is the way to go, and the interest rate is not horribly high yet, and so I think we ought to do this.
And I'm not arguing that we don't want to get ahead and have the engineering and the planning and the design. I just don't feel comfortable financing that for a period of 7 years. For me, when you take on debt, and we've done a lot of that lately, it should be for construction projects where they do require these large sums of money. I just don't feel comfortable financing for 7 years professional services. Like, to me, debt should be for construction, for the three projects that we see here.
Betsy?
Judge, and I completely hear what Commissioner Olguin is saying. It is not uncommon for us to issue debt for this type of work, but normally it's even longer than what we're doing in the tax note, because normally it's rolled into the bond, which is sometimes 20 to 30 years. So these professional services are normally paid by the bonds, either COs or GOs. So we're trying to get ahead with these tax notes to do that. If you would like for us to go back and reconsider, we could look at, I don't know timeline-wise, Brad, how much time we'd have to look to see if there's anything else we could swap out, where there's like a project that's funded in another way that could become INS, and move the preliminary work to general fund. We could go look to see if we could identify projects that are funded that way.
Brad?
Yeah, we're getting pretty short on time for this cycle. In fact, this was the final date that we had mapped out because of the upcoming holiday for July 4th. There's not going to be meetings next week. And then the county needing to provide their debt service schedules to the CAD for the calculation of tax rates as you move into the next budget season. So not much flexibility as far as timing.
Judge, if I may, one option might be to split the series. We have 1 million in tax exempt. We have 2.5 million in taxable, and that's just because of the design of some of the facilities that would potentially be privatized or have that 10% private use exceeded. We need to make sure that the funding stream is taxable from the onset. So I do know that one of the capital needs that we've been discussing has been funding for renovation to the courthouse. It's a building that,
Bless you.
with movement from the courthouse and the MDR building, with the movement of different offices, accommodating the new individuals and new departments that will be moving in, Public Works does have a need that exceeds $8 million to just accommodate those departments. We could add that project in to the tax note for the tax exempt series. Work with Brad and Rudy to get those details squared away. It doesn't change the financing structure, doesn't change the project, it doesn't change the permissible uses based on the tax note language, so nothing would change, but in terms of what you see in front of you, what you approve, we would just have to work on getting that updated over to Brad and Rudy, and then the taxable series would remain for the preliminary engineering, and just because it's the most flexible funding source, because it is taxable. I mean, and so we don't have a shortage of needs. I think what we've been challenged with trying to do is identify the most strategic way to use those funds, so that we can be successful in, as we get ready to go out for new future debt issuances and kind of falling into a more predictable pattern of debt issuance and capital management.
I move that we approve the. Sure. I think, you had a question? I just made a motion that we approve this. Judge. Okay, just Commissioner Stout first.
When it comes to the nutrition kitchen, so we're going to put that on a geo list? Is that what you said earlier?
Based on the timing. It won't be, part of the other issue that we have here is that the tax exempt proceeds have to be spent down in that 36-month period. And so because the department's still waiting on submitting the application, and then the funding is actually received, the design is actually underway, that funding would be sitting idle for a long time. And so the timeline for those funds becoming available for that project are more aligned with the GEO election.
But Jose, if I can clarify, Commissioner, we haven't determined yet which of all the remaining projects will be GEO, what will be CO.
Right.
So it could still be a CO item, that's still to be determined, depending on when the timing of the funding is needed and how the court wants to structure those types of debt.
Okay, because if I remember, part of the funding from that came from the congressional earmark, right? And if we put it on the GEO and it's not approved by the voters, then we won't be able to.
So it may
put
not
that
be suitable for
project.
a GEO.
Yeah. Part of the conversation that Community Services had with budget on this has been that the funding received is enough for them to do the minimal footprint to meet the spirit of what was submitted to the Congresswoman's office for the CPF, to do the full build out, which would include the enhancements, the amenities, that would require additional funding. And so that additional funding is what would potentially be considered by the court at a future debt issuance. Depending on the timing and the options and the structure, we would come back with a recommendation what the most prudent funding source of that would be.
I'll second that motion.
And just one more question. So that type of expenditure, if the CO bill that was going to the legislature would not have been vetoed or would have passed, is that an allowable expenditure with a CO?
Based on
the nutrition kitchen?
I think, and Rudy, you can probably speak a little bit to this, and I see Brad has his hand raised, but I believe getting the project started, having it tie into an existing facility might actually strengthen the project's eligibility, because a lot of the restriction on the COs that we've seen has been to limit COs to existing county facilities so that you're not necessarily building new things without going out to voters for approval. And so this project getting underway might, and then connecting to the existing county annex on Socorro Road, make them, those are all good elements associated with that and wouldn't necessarily be as much of a concern. But I'll defer to Brad and Rudy, who might have a little bit more to offer on that.
This is Rudy. If you're talking, Commissioner Stout, about the one bill that actually passed, all it did was increase the 3-year CO moratorium to a 5-year moratorium. But the bigger bill that did not pass, did not get voted into, that never went to the governor, was going to, right now, basically there's, a carve out for designated infrastructure and or existing facilities that says, it doesn't say that you can or can't issue tax notes or COs for them. It says you can only put the infrastructure on your debt side, on your INS, the INS portion of your tax rate, if it's for that infrastructure or existing facilities. The proposal was to make it so that you can't even issue COs or tax notes unless it's designated infrastructure or existing facilities. And so that is the reason, yes, everything that we have in there right now, everything that's contemplated would qualify under Senate Bill 1869 as either existing improvements to existing facilities or designated infrastructure, and thus would have been still eligible for tax notes or COs if that bill had passed.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jessica.
So just really quickly, we had a motion and a second, and is this to approve both items 14 for the tax notes series 2023 C, as well as item 16, which is the tax notes series 2023 D?
That's correct.
Okay, we had a motion from Commissioner Coronado and second by Commissioner Leon. Commissioner Olguin?
No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
We'd like to go ahead and move to the budget items. We'd like to go to item 28 or 29, Betsy?
Just a moment. Items, if possible. Judge, I know you're going to need to step away for a few minutes. We were going to move to items 28 through 30. These do not require action, just to receive information about where we're at on our financials. So if the court is prepared, we'd like to move to those items now. Is that okay?
Item 28, Budget and Finance. Receive a revenue projection update as of fiscal month 8, May 2023, and a fund balance forecast as of September 30th, 2023.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Edward County Auditor. I think that we bring it up earlier. Okay, this is going to be a presentation of the 23-24 projections of the auditor as of data through May 31st, 2023. Next slide, please. The overview is going to provide information for FY23 budget versus actual, the projection through the end of the year. And then we'll be doing comparative actuals 22 versus 23, where the numbers are going to end up compared to the prior year. Projections, 2023 projected actuals as of September 30, 23 versus the 24 projection. And then the auditor's general fund overview of fund balance. Next slide, please. This first one here is the 2023 budget versus actual projection by fund type. We don't have any updates currently for the enterprise fund and debt service. Once the tax numbers come through the calculation at the end of July, then we'll make those updates. But at this point, we're showing a budget actual for the general fund, showing a shortfall of about $541,000. That's budget versus actual. Special revenue of about 1.6, and then overall grant a total of positive 1.3. Next slide, please. This is focusing on the general fund. You can see that the overall favorable variances are about 11 million, versus 11.5 million unfavorable variance, which gives you the net unfavorable variance of about $500,000. But just going through some of the variances, favorable variances, this 11.6 million, the majority of that is interest earnings about 9.1 million on investments, basically because of the interest rate changes by the U.S. Treasury. Sales tax, about up almost $1 million, about 761,000 for auto sales tax. Sales tax up about 236,000 over the estimate. Mixed beverage up about 472,000. Fines and forfeits up about 163,000, of which 94 is fines and forfeits and 35,000 for juror fines. The unfavorable charges for services about 9.6 million. Federal prisoners is the bulk of it, 10 million. Federal prisoners were estimated at 700 per day, and it's been significantly lower around the mid 300s. County clerk down about $1 million. And this is budget versus actual, and also the county tax office collections 594,000. Intergovernmental down about 929,000. The majority of that, about 635, discontinuation of the county attorney's legal reimbursement for legal services to UMC, which was discontinued in April, and then engine defense about 65,000. Miscellaneous revenues down about 840,000, mainly due to reclassification of sports park revenues to charges for services based on information we received last year from the sports park staff. Other financing sources down about 147,000, and the bulk of that is excess grant match transfers showing a decline. Next page, please. This is special revenue showing favorable variance of 3.1 million with an unfavorable variance of about 1.4 for a net positive favorable variance of about 1.6 million. Those variances are favorable variances of 3.2, intergovernmental revenues about 2.5 million up. Basically, the majority of it is the non-election payrolls for about 2.3 million. Interest revenues up about 377,000, mainly due to investment earnings, and then hotel motel looking to be up about 225,000. Unfavorable is the net number of 1.5. Charge for services up about 1.2 million. 202,000 is relating to records archives fees being down. Also 280,000 for transportation fees being down. 188,000 for records management preservation, and then court reporter fees down about 250,000. Other financing sources down about 171,000 for transfers in, and then miscellaneous 161,000 down, mainly related to donations and anti-competitive revenues. Next slide, please. This is the projection of actuals for the 22 versus the 23 projection as of September 30th of 2023. Actual projections of 22 versus 23. We're basically showing revenues of the general fund are anticipated to grow about $13.3 million compared to the prior year. Special revenue, we're expecting an increase of about $7.1 million for a grand total increase from these two fund types of $20.4 million. Next slide, please. This is specifically the general fund. Overall favorable variances based on the projections right now of $18.9 million versus unfavorable of $5.5 million for a net of $13.3 million favorable. The favorable variances, $18.9 million. The majority of that is $10.2 for interest due to, as I said, the Federal Reserve raising the interest rates, and significantly, the real reason we're getting a lot of these revenues and interest is because the ARPA funds are accruing interest from the investments we have, and the Treasury allows that interest to come to the general fund. We expect those funds, as they decline, the interest will also decline, so we'll be seeing declining interest in the FY24 projection. Sales and use tax, for the sales and use and the auto sales tax, $4.9 million. That's net sales and use, about $4.4 million up, and then $496,000 for the auto sales tax. Ad valorem property taxes are expected to grow $3.1 million over FY22, based on the current tax rate and new values that were added to the existing tax rolls, and new revenue from property added to the rolls that was not previously on the rolls. Mixed beverage tax, expecting an increase of 434, almost 435,000. Fines and forfeitures to be up about 84,000. The unfavorable, about 5.6 million. Charges for services, net number of 4.5 million. Significantly, the projected changes included Federal prisoners, 4.8 million being down. County clerk revenues being down 865,000. And tax assessor collector revenues being down 167,000. Under intergovernmental, 914,000. The significant change is 574,000 for the county attorney legal reimbursement for UMC services. Effective April, as I said earlier, 218,000 as for a reduction in the funds we received for federal criminal alien assistance, and 153 regarding FEMA versus the prior year. Miscellaneous decline of about 132,000, and that's mainly related to guardianship reimbursement of 97,000, and reclass of sports park revenue to charges for services I've mentioned earlier. Other financing sources, 71.5 thousand down. Various transfers, including the county attorney's supplemental funding and court reporter fees. Next slide, please. This is special revenue, FY22 versus 23. Favorable variances of 7.9 million and unfavorable variances of about 750,000 for a net positive of 7.1 million. Favorable variances were about 7.9 million overall due to the transfers in of 5.3 million and the Reading Bridge transfer going up by about 1.7 million. Other financing sources, 5.3 million. Transfers in, 3,045,000. 4.4 million was transferred to the county tourist promotion fund from the Coliseum tourist promotion. As you recall, during COVID, we didn't make any transfers because hotel motel was way down. But once things started coming around, we did make a catch-up transfer last fiscal year, and that's why there's a big difference from this year. 1.8 million transferred to the Road and Bridge Fund from the general fund for road paving. Intergovernmental, 1.8 million. The opioid settlement of about 813,000. Elections non-county was 675,000. And then interest, 466,000, and hotel motel, about 415,000. Unfavorable variances, 768,000. Charges for services represented 376,000, of which 322,000 related to records archive fees being down, and then records management preservation fees being down about 206,000, and court reporter fees down 135,000. This is mainly due to statutory changes in the last legislative session. Fines and forfeits down about 273,000, mainly related to fines and forfeitures tied to case volume, which are impacted due to reduced case filing of about 273,000. Miscellaneous was 118,000 down as far as the projection goes, mainly due to donations and unclassified revenue. Next slide, please. This is the FY 2023 projection versus the FY 24 revenue estimates. At the present time, the general fund shows a projection of an increase over the current fiscal year of about 5.6 million. As far as revenues, the special revenue shows a decline of about 3.1 million for a net of about 2.4 million. Next slide, please. Under the general fund, I'm showing very favorable variances of about 7.7 million, netting with a little over 2 million unfavorable variance for a net of 5.6 million. On the auditor's projection as far as the taxes, we still have not had the tax calculation for truth and taxation, which will happen the end of July. But I know you all need some numbers to have an accurate fund balance projection. So I did make an adjustment to my property tax estimate for ad valorem property taxes. There was $1.3 billion in new value estimated with the preliminary numbers from the central appraisal. I showed that would probably bring in about 5 million additional revenues. But since the tax rate will change as new values reduce the property tax rate, I don't know what that tax rate is. So the amount that I'm actually putting into the ad valorem property tax is approximately 4.3 million. So just going over the variances, unfavorable variances of 2.1 million. Interest revenues, we're showing them going down about 1.4 million. It's mainly the interest for investments going down by 1.5 because of the expected ARPA funds being drawn down, that those contracts are paid. And also intergovernmental 633,000, mainly to the discontinuance of the county attorney UMC reimbursement arrangement. And favorable variances, as I said, the calculation of the tax rate, 7.7 million, little over 4.2, almost 4.3, is the auditor's projection of ad valorem property taxes increasing. Once the numbers come in for the truth in taxation calculation, I will definitely make an adjustment to the tax revenues accordingly. Sales and use tax showing a $3 million dollar amount compared. It's comprised of 2.8, which is the sales and use tax, and about 159,000 for the auto sales tax. Charges for services down 387,000. Numerous declines which offset the anticipated growth in this area include county clerk about 195,000, and the county tax assessor collectors collections of about 215,000. So we're going to see a little bit of a rebound next year, hopefully. Sales and use taxes, although sales taxes remain positive, we're down to single-digit growth, and I think I advised Betsy, and she advised the court that we had our first decline in monthly sales and use tax since June of 2020, and it went down to just a little bit less than 0.5%. Next slide, please. Special revenue showing a net overall $3.1 million unfavorable variance. 1.2 was favorable versus the 4.4, which was unfavorable. Within the favorable variances of 1.2, charges for services down 664,000 from various small increases, 280,000 for transportation fees, and court reporter fees up about 150,000. The unfavorable other financing sources, 2.5 million, of which transfers in make up about 2.49 million. Intergovernmental down by 1.6. The opioid settlement, we're showing 813,000 down because on that one, until the auditor can certify additional revenue, it's my understanding that we may be getting opioid funds subsequently in future years, but until we get those funds, the auditor can't certify them. And we can certify them just like a grant once we get the information, and the auditor can make that certification. Interest down about 291,000 because of investment income of about 303, and net growth in the now account interest down about 12,000. Next slide, please. This is the auditor's fund balance overview. We ended the fiscal year 22 with almost 116 million. Projected revenues based on the auditor's projection through data from May, 352.9 million. Projected expenditures, 372.6 million. And I qualify this that we work with budget and fiscal policy. And based on the projection from budget, we're showing 372.6 million in expenditures, which will result in basically an operating deficit of 19.7 million. So therefore, we'll be drawing into fund balance, eating fund balance by 19, almost 20 million, with a preliminary projected 9/30/2023 ending general fund balance of 96.1 million. Next slide, please. This is just the historical fund balance graph that I always show, where we ended from 116 in 22 and projecting 96 in 2023. This is going to change on a monthly basis. As I get additional information, I will be making updates as I get additional feedback from budget and fiscal policy. The last year, I know my fund balance was less than the 116 that we ended with, but the majority of the reason that happened was the expenditures that we had anticipated occurring did not occur. So I just cautioned the board that even though the expenses may decline from what's being currently projected, if they still carry forward as encumbrances, then it's still going to be drawing down fund balance. It's just going to be a delayed drawdown. Next slide, please. And with that, if anybody has any questions?
No questions.
Oh, I do. I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Dion, so I guess the expenses, yes, this one. Oh, yes, that one. The projected expenses for fiscal year 23, the 372 million, that's what leads us to the 19.7 expected deficit. I mean, the monthly reports that we receive from you, it seems that a lot of times the departments, the various categories of expenditures are actually underspent with regards to what was budgeted. So do we know where these additional expenses are coming from? Is there, what is causing that increase in expenditures?
I would have to defer to budget on those. I have had some dialogue with budget and fiscal policy with regards to the unspent year-end appropriations, and they have been significant over the years. So there are project expenditures. There's some capital outlays, I think, that are still in the general fund budget, which Mr. Lundell spoke to, that we really should not have those in the general fund. But my understanding that those are some of the major areas where we have some additional expenses that are planned. The other places are where we actually have salary and fringe benefits budgeted, which go unexpended. So my comment with regards to your question about expenses and where that projection is that when we budget positions, we usually project that we're going to spend that amount through the end of a fiscal year. Because if you fund a department, an elected official or department head, typically you're required to fund all those positions. But there are some funds within the general administrative account for contingencies for personnel and other areas where you have some programs of accepting positions for which they may not have. Those programs may be on hold at the moment. But I would have to defer to budget and fiscal policy to maybe address some of the major expenses that they have been giving us in their analysis to project this amount. This amount is based on the budget and fiscal policy going through our projections. And we basically just gave them the budget that was available. We projected it through the end of the year. We give it to them, and then they provide us input. And usually it increases our projection even more. And I think the disparity between what budget and fiscal policy is projecting can be anywhere from $12 to $18 million.
Commissioner, I think that that's a major difference between what Mr. Dion is showing in our projected expenses. So that the accounts that he's talking about over there in G-Admin, we put the money for increases over there, and then for other personnel changes during the year. But what happens is in their operating account, they're under budget because they've had vacancies and someone comes in at a lower salary than the long-term person who left. And it ends up that we don't need as much of that funding that we put aside in the G-Admin account. That is where I think it'll make a major, as he's mentioning, that between $12 to $18 million difference. That'll make a huge difference this year in our year-end expenses. So I don't think we will end up with as big of a impact to fund balance from what that slide shows once we actually get to the final salary reconciliations. What I do think we need to be continuing to work on and watch is the revenue projections for '24, because right now those are based on the information the auditor has to date, but generally there's possibility if something changes with federal inmates that can make a huge impact, and we're working diligently on what all is going on with local inmates. We're meeting regularly now with the group on what all is impacting that. But that could produce a lot more revenue than we're projecting in the midst of the fiscal year, and would have given us more funding to do other things. So we are looking at how we can consider that into what we propose for your final budget. And you're going to see a lot of that when you hear from both budget and HR, where everything is contingent upon what happens with this future revenue forecasting.
No, and I think the more information that we have, obviously, the better. And I understand that every month things are changing. But I guess I was really surprised to see that projected deficit, the 19.6. So I would like more information on, from the budget department, those expenses that are leading us to have that deficit. Because every month we hear Mr. Dion's presentation, and we're pretty good about staying under budget. So that was really, really surprising when I saw that. So I'd personally like, I'm not sure about the other commissioners, but I'd personally like more information on what led to that significant increase in expenses or where we think that's coming from.
Yes, ma'am. We can get a breakdown on that $372 million projection versus what also we think will, anything we think will be a factor in it before year end.
And Commissioner, I can just to clarify a little bit more. This fiscal month and the prior fiscal month, my philosophy on the expenses was a little bit different. I took the historical trend, which is usually about 83.5% of the adopted budget reduced by the reserve for emergencies, and I would come up with that expenditure trend amount. And once we got the input from budget, we made a decision in the last month or two that we need to use budget and fiscal policy, more information and more knowledge. And so I'm doing the revenue side, and we're basically using their guidance on the expenditure side. So that's the big increase in the expense from the prior projection that I think I provided. It would probably, this is May, April, so for March versus what you're going to see in May right now, which is the same as this projection.
Thank you.
Christina, do we need any action on this one?
Next three are just presentations, Commissioner.
Okay, no more questions. Item number 29, budget hearing. Receive a presentation and update on staffing requests, consumer price index, EO salary, minimum wage, and budget updates for fiscal year 2024.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It said good morning on here originally, but good afternoon. Thank you for your time. We're going to be discussing a few HR items that impact budget. We're going to start things off with a presentation from Amy Campbell, who I believe is online, and she's with TCDRS, so she'll be providing you with an overview as well as some county data.
Great. Can everyone hear me and see me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Amy Campbell. I'm with the Texas County and District Retirement System. I do have a brief presentation, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, if that's okay.
Amy, we have your presentation in our backup already.
Okay. All right, would you rather?
And then our team can drive it?
Yes.
As you just say, next slide?
It'll appear more full screen on our system.
Okay, perfect then. You can go ahead and do that. All right, excellent. So again, I'm Amy Campbell. I'm with the Texas County District Retirement System, and I'm just going to spend a few minutes of your time talking about TCDRS as a whole and then your plan specifically. Okay, next slide. So TCDRS by the numbers. We currently partner with over 850,000 employers, and these include counties and districts. In addition, we serve more than 360,000 members and retirees. We are 89% funded. We have a 9-year 9.0 40-year return, and currently we have over $42 billion in assets. And this puts us as one of the largest 50 retirement systems in the nation. Okay, next slide. From the very, very beginning, TCDRS was set up for success. We were created in 1967 by the Texas legislature. We received no state funding. We are managed by a 9-member board of trustees, and our average operating costs are about 0.21% of assets. And if you compare that to 401k, 401ks would be 1 to 2%. Next slide. For 50 years, TCDRS has been doing retirement right, and it's really because of three unique features. Number one, we're a savings-based plan. Well, what does that mean? That means that employees and employers are saving for retirement over the course of your employee's career. We also have responsible funding. We have one of the most conservative funding policies in the state of Texas and the nation, and there are no funding or funding holidays, where if we tell you you have to pay X percent of payroll, you can't come back to us and say, oh, we're not going to pay that. What you do have is flexibility and local control. And each year we ask you to review your plan and decide if your benefits and the costs fit into your workforce and your budget needs. Go ahead, next slide. So let's take a closer look at the savings-based benefit. Next slide. Currently, your employees are depositing 7% of their pay into their account every single month. Well, the county is doing that for them. And as that money goes into their account, they are saving for their retirement over the course of their career, and they're going to get 7% compounded interest annually on their own account. All right, next slide. Their retirement is based on their final account balance, which is matched with that is currently matched at 250% by El Paso County. You can choose a matching anywhere from 100% up to 250%, and the county currently has the 250%. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at a snapshot of your employees and your retirees. Number one, your employees on average are about 43 years old with 11 years of service. Your retirees on average are 58 years old with 20 years of service at the retirement, with an average annual benefit of $36,600. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that when we look at the replacement ratios for your plan. All right, next slide.
Amy, can you unshare your screen for now, please?
Sure. Didn't realize it was still shared. Let me see. Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
That work? Okay. Excellent. $36,600. Next slide, please. So, the benefit that you provide your employees isn't just good for your employees. It really is a good benefit for Texas. And TC Deros does economic studies and at the end of each year. And in 2022, we paid out over $2.1 billion in benefits to TCDRS beneficiaries, retirees and beneficiaries. Of that money, El Paso County TCDRS employers, their retirees received over $72 million. So that really works as an economic, benefit to Texas. It supports the economy. It added, over $3 billion of economic activity, created almost 20,000 jobs, and added almost $2 billion to the Texas GDP. And it's really interesting that when we do these economic studies, we find out that about 96% of the people who live and work in a community stay in that community at retirement. So those benefit dollars that are being paid to them are going right back into that local economy. Okay, next slide, please. So this is your current plan of benefits. You have an employee deposit rate. That's the percent that is deducted from payroll for each employee at 7%. You're matching at 250%. And your employees have to have 8 years of service to become vested. Well, what does that mean? That means that they've earned the right to retire someday when they're eligible. So how did they become eligible? Well, they become eligible one of three different ways. First, if they have 8 years of service and they attain the age of 60, they could be eligible to retire. If their years of service plus their age equals 75, then they're eligible to retire, but they must be vested first. The key is they have to have those 8 years. And then if you have employees with simply 20 years of service at any age, they're eligible to retire. All right, next slide. So this is the replacement ratio chart, and it kind of goes back to the average profile of your retiree. If you look at the center bar in this chart, it shows a person who was hired at 45, retired at 65, and so they've worked 20 years. The average percent of income that they're replacing is about 57%. Now, TCDRS is different than other traditional defined benefit plans, right? We're savings-based, so that means that your employees are saving over the course of the career, they're earning that interest, and at the same time, you, the employer, is saving for that match at the end. So the longer your employees work, the more money they contribute, the more interest they'll earn, and then the more they'll get matched. So you could see at 20 years, they're replacing about 57% of income, but if an employee works 30 plus years, they're getting more closer to 99% of replacement, income replacement. Okay, next slide, please. Now I want to talk a little bit about responsible plan funding. TCDRS, like I said at the beginning of the presentation, we do not receive any funding from the state of Texas. We're funded by investment earnings, employer contributions, and employees' own deposits. And because you're funding over the course of a person's career, you really get the maximum bang for your buck with investments. Next slide. So at TCDRS, we have a diversified portfolio, and this diversification helps us to reduce risk. You can see here that we're diversified across asset classes, but also within asset classes. And if you're interested in more information about our investments, our website is a great resource. You can click onto any one of these asset classes and it'll drill in to returns, who we're invested in, compare us against our benchmarks, and all that kind of interesting stuff. All right, next slide, please. This is a snapshot of our returns in chunks of time over the last 40 years. 2022, we did have a minus 5.8, which was just off the great 22% return we had in 2021. But what's more important with TCDRS is to realize that we're really investing for the long term. Your employees and the average TCDRS members are employed 18 to 22 years. Once they retire, they're retired for another 20 plus years. So when we're looking at investing, we're looking 30, 40 years down the road. And so when we look at our 40-year return at 9%, that's really what we're looking at. Another thing is that we have consistently outperformed our benchmarks. So that means that our investments team and our managers are diligently managing our investments, and our board of trustees is sharing in that oversight as well. All right, next slide, please. This chart is really interesting. You know, people laugh if they say, oh, it's like an EKG chart. It kind of is, but it shows our returns from 2002 to 2022, so for the last 20 years. And the gray band in the middle is our risk tolerance. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to achieve the greatest returns with the least amount of risk. So how we construct our portfolio is to have returns within that gray band. And you can see that in the last 20 years, it really has done exactly what we expected it to do, with the exception of the Great Recession in 2008 and then the subsequent recovery of 2009. And you can kind of see that happened in 21 and 22, but a little bit in the reverse. We had a really great year in 21 and a little bit of a down year in 2022. Well, we don't know what's going to happen in 2023, but we are in a positive position right now. All right, next slide. So how do our actuaries determine your cost, that second piece to the puzzle, you know, in funding your plan? We have investments, and then we have employer deposits. How do our actuaries determine what that cost is going to be? Where they study your workforce every year, and this happens every single year, and they estimate the benefits that you're going to pay your employees. And once they estimate those benefits, they then value them, those future dollars, back to today's dollars. And then we compare the assets and the benefits, and they determine a rate. And what is a rate? A rate is that percent of payroll that you all are sending us to appropriately fund those benefits while keeping those rates relatively stable. All right, next slide. So your employer rate for 2024, which we're on a calendar year, so this rate will begin in January of 2024, is 19.12, and that's a percent of payroll. Your rate's doing two things. It's investing in your current employees' future benefits, and it's paying down any liabilities within 20 years. And what are liabilities? You know, those are really just the benefits that you're going to pay in the future. All right, next slide. So here are the reasons for the rate change. Currently in 2023, you're paying 19.11, so your rate next year just bumps up just a teeny tiny bit. But these are the two things there are two things that really impacted the rate. Number one, our investment returns. We had a down year. So when we have down years, we smooth those losses over 5 years. So the recognition of that actually was a negative experience to your plan, and it added 0.33% to your rate. But if you go down to more places, you see demographic and other changes. And you all had a positive plan experience here of minus 0.32 because that reduced the rate back down for a net of 19.12. Well, what does that demographic and other changes mean? Well, when our actuaries were valuing the plans this year, it was interesting because really as a whole, all of 850 TCDRS employers had the same result. And we believe it's a result of inflation. So payroll went up more than we expected for almost every single one of our employers because people got bigger raises because inflation was happening. Another thing that happened was increased deaths. This is probably due to the pandemic, and more terminations probably as a result of the pandemic. So normally in demographics and other changes, we don't see that big of a change in the rate. So this probably is kind of a one-time thing that we're going to see. This is not something that you should see every single year in your plan. All right, next slide. So how do you keep your rate stable? You maintain or adjust your benefit levels. You contribute at a higher elected rate, or you make additional contributions. And those are things that you all have talked about in the past. Okay, next slide. This slide, and if you're interested in having an economic modeling study, we can do it for you. It just shows what could happen with your county's required rate if we had multiple years in a down market or multiple years in an up market. But we're looking at kind of the 50th percentile, and that's kind of us just marching along, you know, with our meeting our 7.5% assumption for investments. All right, next slide. So finally, the best part about our plan is the flexibility and local control. You have the ability to look at your workforce and look at your budget and make decisions based on your county and your county alone. The contributions that your employees are making go into their own personal accounts. The contributions that you're making for their future match go into the county account, and it doesn't fund any other employers in your area. So it's just yours. So what we ask you to do is we ask to look at your employee needs, and we ask you to look at your budget, and if things are A-okay, then no changes. But if you have to make adjustments anywhere, you can decrease the employee deposit rate down to 6.5 or 4%. Those are the options within the plan, and that can save you some money in your required rate. Or the other option, or combination of the two, is to reduce that employer matching rate down, and you can go as low as 100, as high as 250, and you can decrease it in increments of 5%. But this just shows you that flexibility that you have, if you come into a situation where you need some cost savings for the next year, for 2024. Okay, next slide. This chart shows all of your assets in the green and your liabilities or those future benefits that you're going to pay in the red, and shows you that just by paying that required rate, you are funding those future benefits and you're moving that plan to have fund all of those liabilities and become 100% funded. All right, next slide. So what's next? Right now, you all you have your rates, you're reviewing your plan. I'm hoping some of you are coming to our July conference in Austin. It's only a day and a half now as opposed to the 2.5 days, so it's going to be fast and furious and a lot of fun with a lot of really great information. If you make changes to your plan, you have till December 15th to let us know, and we're here to help you do that. If you need studies from us or more information, just let us know. We're happy to do it. If you make changes, it's due by December 15th, and those go into effect on January 1st, 2024. Next slide. The Plan Customizer is a tool that is available to you all to run different scenarios within your plan, messing with different types of benefits. All right, next. Your employer services team is here for you. Roxanne Aldridge is your rep. Actually, she's just out of the office, so I'm pitching in for her today. Again, we can do studies. We can, come to your future meetings. We have our conference. We do webinars, and we're always available to you. We're a dedicated employer services rep just for this reason. Okay, next slide. Again, our annual conference is in July. Early bird rates still apply, so if you'd like to register and you haven't, you can go to our website. Commissioners actually do get CE for our conference, if that makes any difference. So that's my shameful pitch about our conference. Next slide. And then just finally, and I'll wrap up in just a couple of minutes, TCDRS is moving to 100% digital. And we've been saying that for years, but it's really true this time. Paper is going to be no more as October 1st. Forms are off of our website. They are no longer available. Everything is going to be digital. So I just want to thank you all for partnering with us, because El Paso County, you all are doing a great job. The people that are enrolling, terminating, processing benefits have really helped to embrace this paperless environment. So next slide. So what we're doing is we're encouraging you to register all of your employees online. It helps to keep their account secure. It makes sure that nobody else can steal that account. We know fraud is out there, especially, coming out of these COVID years. Identity theft is really real. So we are going to push not only for paperless, but to register all employees online. Next slide. And employees can do all kinds of neat things online for themselves. They can estimate their benefits, update beneficiaries, change all of their contact information, report their other service time now, and view account balances, all of that. And they can apply for withdrawals and retirements. All right, next slide. They can also call us. We know that some people are not going to log in and claim their account. We understand that. So we have new features in our call center, and these are brand new. Number one, if employees are having a hard time getting logged in, we can co-browse with them so that we can see what they're doing and help them navigate. In addition, if they don't want to log in at all, they can call us. We can do name changes over the phone. We can update beneficiaries over the phone. We can change service time over the phone. They can apply for retirement over the phone. And a new bullet that's not even here is they can apply for a withdrawal over the phone. Now, it does require a signature, so if they have an email, they're going to get a DocuSign. And if they don't have an email, we're going to mail them the form to sign to return to us. So this is a really great feature for those employees that just are not going to log on ever. Okay, next. And then we've also given you as an employer the ability to update some of this stuff. You all can update names, beneficiaries, dates of birth, and their contact information. So we've really tried to give employees a way to do it, employers a way to make the changes, and our call center to do it. So this is making the whole process a little bit easier to be completely paperless by October 1st. All right, next slide. And I'm done. The next slide says questions. So I just want to thank you for partnering with us, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't think we have any, Amy. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you so much for your time.
A lot of information. All right, Commissioners, as Amy discussed, this year we're seeing a 0.01% increase, which would be a county impact of $19,502. For retirees, a 1% flat rate increase would equate to a budget impact of $585,060, which is, I'm sorry, can we put my presentation back up? I just realized it's not up. There we go. For a total county impact of $604,562. Next slide. Now we're going to move on to health benefits that impact the budget. Next slide. In FY24, we're continuing with offering 3 network plans. The traditional ACO and narrow network. Also continuing with the current tier system of employee only, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, and employee plus family. Also continuing with the HRA or health screenings with the 4% and tobacco-free with 2%, the medical premium discount incentives. And lastly, continuing with the wellness budget of $100,000 and a wellness coordinator. Next slide. To lower the increase to the county contribution and employee premium contribution to 2%. To continue, we are happy to say that we requested the first reimbursement, so now we can say to continue reimbursements to the general fund for past infusions. To decrease the premiums for ACO and narrow network plans. No changes in the premium for the dental plans. Increase of county HSA contributions from $600 to $1,200, and decrease the dependent tier premiums, including the family tier.
Minnie, before you get off,
Yes, sir.
it's a 2% increase across the board insofar as insurance premiums
Yes, sir.
on every plan.
Yes, sir.
Except for they are working to balance how much the dependent tier premiums cost employees. So like family plan, like you were just talking, they're trying to decrease how much family plans and employee plus one plans cost.
So we're trying to lower it as we speak.
Yes, sir, for this coming year.
We do right.
I want to mention really quick, Commissioners Court has worked really hard to try to help us maintain our premium cost for our employees. If your health plan is performing perfectly, you can expect between an 8 to 12% premium increase just because medical costs are rising so rapidly. With this projected and what our team has done to help control and get our risk pool managed, this 2% is significantly lower than what the average book of business is seeing.
Good.
Right.
Next slide. The last item I'll be covering with you is the accountability policy, which was created as a mechanism to hold elected officials and department heads accountable. The Human Resources and County Attorney Departments provide guidance and consult on a daily basis. There are times when disregarding that guidance results in employment liability and high risk. The HR department tracks accountability policy violations. If a violation occurs, our department briefs the court in executive session and a course of action is determined. Additionally, we remind the court of any violations during these budget hearings to determine whether budget action or salary adjustments would be needed. Today, we do not have any updates to discuss during executive session. With that, I'll end my portion and turn it over to our classification and compensation team for salary information.
Thank you. Elsie.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elsie West with the Human Resources. So Judge and Commissioners, as the county continues to grow, the department's personnel needs also continue to change and grow. In the next slides, we will be providing information on minimum wage, consumer price index, steps and COLAs, and a brief summary of the elected official salaries. We are calculating impacts for budget preparation, and any items requiring funds are all dependent on revenue projections certified by auditors. We will continue to work closely with Betsy to bring back a budget that supports the court's goal to value the county family. Next slide, please. Each year, our office monitors the consumer price index for all urban consumers to better track economic conditions. Historically, the court has used this index score at the end of June as a gauge for employee cost of living adjustments when finances allow. As you can see, as of April, the CPIU is 4.9%. We will continue to monitor this index and our revenue projections to determine what to recommend and include in the FY24 budget for employee wage changes. Next slide, please. One of the most important objectives you have focused on over the past several years is increasing our minimum wage to reach a target of $15 an hour. The projections on this screen to reach the goal of 15 are dependent on revenue projections certified by auditors and should be phased in over the next 2 years. Next slide, please. In the next slide, we will be providing a brief summary of the elected officials' salaries. This slide summarizes elected officials' current salaries in comparison to the base salaries of the 9 most populous Texas counties minus Harris County. In addition, it shows the internal wage compression within the offices of our county's elected officials. This is the percentage between the elected and the next highest paid employee in the department. In the prior years, approved pay increases have been given to keep elected officials' salary at a minimum of 80% of other counties' averages and have also kept the internal compression to a minimum. Salary increases to elected officials, similar to the amounts given to employees, are recommended to help avoid compression and provide cost of living stability. Again, this would be dependent on revenue projections from the county auditors. Just as a note, the raw average is just an average and doesn't take into account seniority or number of years in that office. In the compression column, the negative is next closest employee is below them. A percentage in red means the next closest employee is above them. A minimum of 80% is what we've maintained, but we believe 90% or better with ultimate goal of 100% is ideal. As we're looking at other counties, they're also looking at pay increases, so it doesn't necessarily get us ahead. Next slide, please. The elected officials listed on this slide have pay guided by a statute or a tiered supplement. Also, we're working on the DA analysis since a new DA was appointed midterm, but it's statutorily dictated. Next slide, please. This next slide will cover the FY 2024 staffing request under review, knowing that much of this is contingent upon the funding of the county and dependent on revenue projections certified by auditors. Next slide, please. To begin with, I'd like to thank the departments for working with HR as requests are being considered for fiscal year 24. The requests are still being analyzed, and while the needs are valid, unfortunately the funds to support all the staffing requests would require significant revenues. In this bar graph, we have categorized the types of initial staffing request. The blue bars represent the FY23 request. The blue bars represent I think I already said that, sorry. The blue bars represent the FY23 request, and the gray represents the FY24 request. While this is less than last year, it is still a significant increase from prior years. We have over 22 million in requests for new positions. We know that they are all needed, and right now we are waiting to see what our revenue and expenses are projected at, what they are projected at, so that to see if we will be able to recommend any of these requests. On a normal year, we are only able to meet about 10% of the cost of these requests, which is about $2 million. Next slide, please. Are there any questions?
Can you go back a couple of slides, Elsie? One more. Okay, that one right there. If you look at the comparison from the base salary to the threshold, that's 75 and 76%. That's what separates the elected official from their employees?
No, so that 75 and 76% is the comparison with the 9 top counties.
With other counties?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. That's where we're trying to get that one to 80 to 90% is what we'd like to look
Okay, I
at,
see.
see that number.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You don't have the elected county court at law judges on this graph.
No, sir, it's because they're guided by statute, so they're paid a certain amount, and that's why we didn't put them on here, because it's guided by a statute.
And their payment is considered with other counties in the state?
They're different, right?
No, they were set by statute. Can you go to the next slide? You had it there, Ms. West. Right, and so I think, wasn't this probably about 2 or 3 sessions ago?
2 sessions ago, I think.
Yeah, they tiered it. So they tiered it in terms of the number of years
Okay.
that a district court judge serves, the number of years a county court of laws judge serves.
But these salaries aren't the same for other Texas counties, or they are? They're not, right?
All by tier. And so the Commissioners Court made a decision a couple of years ago then to create this, this scale, if you will, because the county also puts in a specific amount in terms of a supplement as well. So the court took that action to make a decision how much you all would put in for the supplement.
But that doesn't answer my question. Are they paid the same as the rest of the state?
Well, it would vary. No, it would vary because we have, you all have to make the decision in terms of the supplement. So it varies.
And what is that percentage? Can you tell us?
I don't know the percentage. I'm going to defer to HR on that question.
And we would have to go back and research that, sir. I'm not sure. I believe each of the counties has a different number on there, but we could research that and bring it back to you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 30, budget hearing. Receive a presentation regarding various financial and budget information for consideration in the fiscal year 2024 budget.
Ooh, sorry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. No pressure, right?
You got us in the afternoon.
Miguel, are you gonna do slides?
We can, but there's a clicker on the podium if you'd like to use
Okay,
it.
great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jessica Garza, Budget and Fiscal Policy. Over the past few months and earlier today, you've heard presentations on various factors that influence our presentation and preparation of our FY24 budget. Today, I'm going to go over some of those again, just in case it didn't rock you enough. I'll do it again. So this is an overview of our current budget. Our all funds, revenues, and expenses were budgeted at $554.5 million. Our general fund budget, which manages most of our day-to-day activities, is $443.7 million. On this slide, you can see the actual 5-year variance between our actual revenues and what the revenues are expected to be each fiscal year. Based on this variance, the 2.15% average would normally expect to see us grow $7.4 million over the projection to actuals. As you heard earlier from Mr. Dion, he is projecting our actual revenue this year to come in 1% less than what we budgeted. So that that percentage variance doesn't hold true this fiscal year because of where we're at with revenue receipts. This slide illustrates the changes in property values. Mr. Dion did mention a little bit about property values. We are expected to see that valuation to grow again this year. And so even though we do expect that percentage to continue to increase year over year and prior, from the certified to the actual amounts that go out in October, that doesn't necessarily equate to more revenue. Under truth in taxation, and statute, that amount that we can grow our tax rate is controlled at that level. And so even though we may see a higher valuation come in, our actual M&O tax rate will more than likely drop. In the last 5 years, the change in values from certified to actual has grown an average of 2.23%, and the average change in taxable value from the prior year is 6.14%. I believe our last estimate from our Central Appraisal District director was we would see somewhere between 10 to 12% growth again this year, similar to what we saw last year. This is a look at the, oops, I am on the wrong side. This is a look at the CPI, which was mentioned earlier when we look at our salary and our COLA wages, our COLA influence on our wages. The Consumer Price Index also allows us to project what our cost of goods will be during the fiscal year and going forward. Mr. Dion did touch a little bit on what our projected expenses were. Some of the areas that we've seen a lot of increase in cost has been in vehicles and material for our larger projects, and the equipment, most especially for our Public Works Department. We saw a substantial increase in the price over prior years on those types of purchases. Each month, we provide Mr. Dion with a list of the expenditure line items where we expect to see a material balance at the end of the fiscal year. Mr. Dion did mention that we continue to work with him on a monthly basis to discuss and review those unspent balances to assist in his projection of the fund balance. This is a look at his revenue projections. At the end of May, the auditor was projecting fiscal year 24 revenue for the general fund to be $358.5 million. The auditor did include a slight increase in there for the property tax revenue based on the new growth in the valuations. Over the past 5 years, our average revenue growth has been 5.36%. This chart provides a historical look at our tax rate. The no new revenue rate adopted for fiscal year 23 was a 9% decrease from 22, while the 22 rate was just under a 4% decrease from 2021. We know, once again, that as our values increase, our tax rate will decrease as part of the truth in taxation process, meaning any estimates of revenue at this time will still fluctuate over the next month or so up until the certified values are released. As we presented before, when we compare our tax rate to the 10 most populous counties in the state, our M&O is the second highest, yet our property values are second to the lowest. The total tax rate in the last column includes all tax amounts assessed, including INS, road and bridge, stormwater, etc. While we only assess M&O and INS here in El Paso County, other counties may assess additional taxes like that road and bridge and stormwater to fund other infrastructure needs. Since 2016, our general fund average actual growth or actual expenses is 5.14%, The average of our actual expenses are in line with our average revenue from the earlier slide of 5.36%. As of May month end, the auditor is projecting the expenses will result in a 2.67% growth over FY22. But yet, most of our larger expenses we expect to see in this last quarter coming up. As we begin the preparation of the final budget hearings presentation, we expect that our budgeted expenses will continue to grow. This graph provides a look back on our general fund budgets and percentages of growth. Our average growth over the last 8 years is 7.38%, or 2% higher than our revenue growth, which includes the reserve amount that we budget each year. Our preliminary FY24 budget requests currently reflect a less than 1% growth. In our current budget projections, we include placeholders for other impacts that have not yet been presented to the court, which include our CLEAT increase, personnel costs for new positions, COLA, transitioning some of our grant-funded positions into the general fund, and other HR set-asides. Our health and retirement increase is included in our preliminary budget. Contractual increases that are CPI-based are also included, and our current preliminary budget also includes some strategic plan initiatives. Although we don't have actual dollar amounts, we have set aside calculated a total of $22 million or 4 cents of the M&O rate for these future budget impacts. This slide is a portion of the revenue projection report that you saw in an earlier slide. As of the end of May, the auditor was projecting the FY24 revenue for the general fund, once again, to be $358.5 million. Based on this financial data from the auditor and historical variances, from the budget perspective, our estimate is that our FY24 general fund will be approximately $367 million. The difference is largely due to preliminary valuations sent by the CAD in May. As mentioned, we know this estimate for property tax revenue will change as it's based on the current tax rate. Once again, as a reminder, we cannot adopt a budget that exceeds the revenue estimates provided by and certified by the county auditor, which at present provide a 3% reserve amount. In order to reach our goal of a 10% reserve or fund balance, we need to increase our revenue or decrease expenses by approximately $20 million. We will continue to review the FY24 budget request to identify areas of savings and collaborate with the auditor for the final revenue and fund balance projections, which are due in July. To recap, currently projections from the auditor indicate the 1.63% increase in revenue, even though the current estimate is less than the budget, as pointed out in an earlier slide. The auditor is now projecting sales tax revenue to end the fiscal year above budget. However, other categories of revenue remain projected less than budgeted. We will continue to closely monitor property values, sales tax, and our fund balance, as well as charges for services as we continue to develop the FY24 budget. We are also working closely with Mr. Dion to identify expected unspent budget amounts for the fund balance calculation, as well as accounts that can be reduced based on historical usage over the last 3 years for FY24. Our annual CIP call for projects closed on June 9th, and we will provide an overview this coming month for the requests that were received. We historically are not able to fund 100% of the requests that we received during our CIP call for projects. HR continues to work on our personnel requests and wage increases, and our budget hearings are scheduled to begin on August 15th. There will be presentations before then from our external agencies like Central Appraisal District, ESDs 1 and 2, and UMC. I'm available for any questions. You have any questions?
Thank you, Jessica.
Are you sure?
Well, no, yeah, I'm not sure. Let's go back a couple.
I just want to go back to this slide right here.
Yeah, that one.
That one.
On the revenues.
Yes.
The difference between the auditor projection and budget projection. What is that?
So Mr. Dion provides his projections of the revenue. We take into consideration all of those historical variances that we've talked about. The 2% difference in valuations that come in, the 5% difference between what he estimates and what actually comes in, and we come up with kind of a blended projection, which is slightly higher than what Mr. Dion's projection is at.
So the blended would be 367?
Yes, that is the blended. So using the budget number, we would have the 5% reserve amount, which is still substantially less than our 10% goal. But we can only budget based off of what he certifies. So currently, what we've received and what we have in our budget would only provide us a 3% reserve amount.
And that's
this-
only at a 5.05% reserve.
No, that's the budget estimated reserve. Using his revenue number, we would have a 3% reserve. So that's where the $20 million difference comes in order for us to hit our fund balance goal of 10%.
Okay, thank you. Guess I'm the only one.
The only one. I know Commissioner Holguin had some questions about expenses. Do you want me to kind of get into that?
Sure, I mean, if you have that information now, that would be great.
I don't have exact numbers. I can tell you that we generally leave 5% of our salaries unspent at the end of the fiscal year.
And what does that number come out to? Do you know off the top of your head?
Between $8 to $10 million.
That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, so we also have, Betsy mentioned, we have our salary adjustment line item currently has a balance of $6 million. Some of it will be left unspent after we balance all the salary accounts at the end of the year, so we'll probably end up with maybe about $4 million in that account. We also know that there will be $10 million unspent from our Economic Impact Fund. So all these numbers will start to kind of add up, and it's just a matter of us kind of tying them together with the auditor. Expense-wise, there are still several capital projects that are sitting in our general fund budget, and there's still some larger equipment purchases that have not been processed yet. So when Mr. Dion comes in and he says, well, we still kind of expect some of these expenses to come out, he's referring to those capital projects as they get contracted out, and those purchases go through for those larger equipment items to come out of those accounts. When we look at the FY24 budget, part of us, the strategy in taking out short-term tax notes was to pull those capital projects out of our general fund. We did have a substantial amount of requests for capital project funding this year, and I think we've narrowed it down to about $12 million. With the tax note that was approved today, we'll be able to take out probably another $6 million from that. And so we'll continue to work with these numbers and work with the departments to identify their priority needs, and then to work with HR on the salaries to see if there's how we can reconcile the savings that we see on an annual basis.
Okay.
I think Mr. Dion had something he wanted to add.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, before Mr. Dion makes his comment, I mean, I just wanted to make sure to point that out, that it looks like today we might have a close to $20 million deficit.
Right.
That's not actually what's going to probably end up happening by the end of the year.
And every year when we come to you, we use our fund balance just to balance the budget. We try to keep that reserve amount as close to the 8 to 10% as possible, but we always use some fund balance to make sure that we meet all the priority needs and expectations. And then once we close out the year and we close out POs and we balance everything, that's where Mr. Dion comes in with the final fund balance, which this year was $116 million almost.
That's a good number.
Mr. Dion?
I'd have a question, Commissioner. Bottom line, are you telling us that there's going to be an increase or decrease in the revenue for years from your blended projection?
It is a slight increase from the blended amount. We can't, and again, we can't by statute budget more than what Mr. Dion certifies. So if he's certifying
1%?
the 352, I think that's what it was. Yeah, if he's certifying the 358, That's what we have to base the budget off of. And so that's where we come up with a 3% reserve from what is being requested in the budget at the current time and what he's projecting as a revenue.
Okay. But the overall revenue from the tax that we're projecting, he's projecting a 1% decrease. Is that correct, Mr. Dion?
Commissioner, no, I actually in my latest update, I added up about $4.3 million in additional revenue for the new values that are going to be added to the rolls. So we are going to see an increase. I'm saying as of this fiscal year, we're going to show about a $3.1 million increase over FY22. And then until we do the tax calculation, the tax assessor does a calculation from the certified values, we will not know what the tax revenues from ad valorem taxes will be. The ad valorem property taxes is around 60% of all your revenue. The other 15%, or what brings it up to about 85% is sales tax. Sales tax is still pretty much up there, but I'm monitoring it because of this first decline since 2020. But I have not changed my estimate materially on sales tax. I think it's going to level out. But I just wanted to make a comment with regards to the discussion with regards to revenues. Historically, the auditor provides the revenue projections monthly to budget and fiscal policy, and the expectation is that budget and fiscal policy, they're welcome to come up with their own projections and provide feedback to the auditor. And that's how it's happened in the past. And there's always been a give and take between the auditor and budget and fiscal policy. But I can tell you the majority of revenue is ad valorem property taxes and sales tax. And right now, the real big question is ad valorem property tax. And you cannot take the new value and and multiply it by the current tax rate, because nobody knows what that tax rate is going to be, because the new value on existing properties will reduce that tax rate like it did last year, possibly by 5 pennies. And so I've added the new values, when new values added to the rolls, based on the assumption that we may have a 5% reduction again this year. But that still gave us $4.3 million in revenue. So I would encourage budget and fiscal policy, if they have any accounts where they feel the auditor's revenue projection is way off, we'll definitely reconsider that and have discussion on that. But I can tell you, I think the most significant change or disparity we have right now is ad valorem property taxes. And I don't have a crystal ball to tell you exactly what that number will be, and I don't think budget does either. But I think I recall the last budget cycle where a number of $40 million was thrown out as being additional revenue from property taxes. So that's not a realistic number, because that's not the way property tax revenues are calculated.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the budget estimate, again, is based on the variance percentages that are blended. It's not really a specific line item. It's just the total revenue variance percentages.
And remind me, when is the cutoff date to do the certified values, Mr. Dion?
End of July.
End of July?
I think, what's the date
Well,
this
the
year?
auditor may certify revenues up until the adoption of your budget. If the auditor gets information for additional revenue, the auditor will provide it. So there's not a cutoff. I can recertify numbers if I find out that there was additional revenue coming in that was not already accounted for. And the one thing I'd like to clarify is that last fiscal year, there was a lot of pressure on the auditor with regards to federal prisoners. Well, the auditor estimated 700 prisoners per day based on written documentation that was received, and there's where 10 million of your shortfall is in FY23. Okay, but that was offset by interest rates going up, and we've gained interest earnings on investments of 10 million. So that's almost a wash. But I can tell you the big difference in 24 is that you're not having that federal prisoner revenue coming in unless there's a significant change, as Ms. Keller mentioned, that it's state prisoners in the jail and you're statutorily required to take them. So, but I'm ready and willing to work with budget and fiscal policy if there's any area of the revenues where they have a concern, because I know a lot of the discussion today was all contingent upon the auditor's revenue estimate, and including salaries for the employees and everything else. I think the auditor's revenue estimate is reasonable, and we're still waiting on that big number, which is ad valorem property tax.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Dion, when are the certified values due from Central Appraisal?
Well, they usually come in the last week of July, probably around the 26th, 27th of July.
All right.
And then we do the calculation, and normally by the beginning of the following week, and it's all subject to the tax assessor collector doing that calculation, but the auditor will work on them simultaneously.
And in talking with the tax office, they expect to be able to present the tax rates August 7th.
Okay.
About a week after we get the certified values. So we're still, I think trying to meet that reserve goal is a priority right now, and trying to find the decreases within the budget that we can in order to get as close to the 10% as possible.
Okay. So regardless of where we come in, it's obviously not going to be as an increase as the previous years.
No, we're not going to be as high as the 5% that we had previous years.
Right. So setting off some of that funding that we did with the tax notes is going to help our bottom line for this coming budget year.
It will.
Right.
Well, and I'm going to go back one more slide here. So just want to remind you that the preliminary numbers for our budget do include some of these impacts in here. So there are placeholders already in the budget. It's just going to depend on how we balance all of that to build up that reserve amount from the 3% as close to the 8 to 10% as we can.
But taking that off the budget, what we did by financing those is going to allow us to maybe put some of those into.
We'll pick up 1%.
Right.
We'll pick up 1%. So more, if we were at 3%, by pulling them out, we'll be at 4%.
Right.
On reserve. So there's still some areas that we need to look at.
Right. All I have. Judge.
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, Judge, we'd like to go back to the regular order, item number 10 from Commissioners Court.
Yes.
Receive a presentation from the Public Works Planning and Development Department, JVA Consulting Engineers, and Dig Deep on the alternatives analysis for the Hueco Tanks Colonia's water systems. Further, discuss and take appropriate action to direct staff to evaluate viable options to implement the study.
I think we have some folks from, there we go. Munzer,
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Hello. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Munzer Al-Sarraj with.
We're going to have a presentation first, then you all can have some input.
Again, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Munzer Al-Sarraj with the Planning Development Department of Public Work. I'm joined today with Michael from JV Consulting Engineering Firm and Laura with Dig Deep. Just give you a little background on this project. Back on October 24th of 2022, the county got an agreement with Dig Deep and JV Consulting Engineering to start working on alternative analysis for the Hueco Tanks first-time water area. This project is, JVA is the one doing the work. Michael's going to go ahead and take over the presentation here.
Thank you, Munzer. So as Munzer said, I'm with JVA Consulting Engineers. We're a 200-person firm based in Colorado, and we do a variety of municipal services, including water and wastewater infrastructure permitting and design. We recently started a small committee within the company that provides pro bono engineering work for projects that address water and wastewater access for underserved communities. And so we partnered with El Paso County and Dig Deep Right to Water to analyze different alternatives to bring water to the Hueco Tanks area. And I don't know if Laura is on, if she wants to introduce Dig Deep really quick.
Sure. Thank you, Michael, and thank you all for your time. My name is Laura Burns, and I'm here with Dig Deep, presenting on behalf of Catherine Lucero, who is based in El Paso but was unable to attend today. Dig Deep is a human rights nonprofit that works in the United States to increase access to water and sanitation by partnering with local governments, organizations, and institutions. I want to thank you all for your time today. I also want to thank Michael and JVA for their work on the alternatives analysis. I want to thank our partnership with El Paso County for your commitment to work in the Colonias, and especially Commissioner Leon for his work and commitment to increasing water and sanitation services in Colonias. Dig Deep started our work in the Chacon Colonia, and as of 2022, residents there have piped water access for the first time. So I'm going to kick it back to Michael to present on the Waco Takes analysis. Thank you all.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. You can go to the next slide, please. Really quick overview of the presentation. So as I mentioned, we're looking at getting potable water access to the residents of the Waco Tanks Colonias, which is right there near the Waco Tank State Park. Residents there currently rely on hauled water, and the water hauler has said that he's retiring. So they're in a situation where they need an alternative for potable water access there. Next slide, please. So a quick brief background on the Colonias. If for those of you that aren't familiar, that refers to neighborhoods that have sprung up along the Texas-Mexico border that often lack access to basic services like running water, sewer, electricity, or roads. There's more than 500,000 people probably living in these areas along the border, and as you can see, El Paso County has quite a few there. We already talked about Dig Deep, and then El Paso County has partnered with Dig Deep, as Laura mentioned, on the Courtroom Colonias. So next slide, please. So this is a kind of a close-up of the Waco Tanks Colonias and the different named areas, the different neighborhoods within the Waco Tanks Colonias. There's currently about 260 homes or 920 people living in these colonias, and they're about 13 miles from the nearest municipal water system, and there's no existing water infrastructure in the area. So as I mentioned, a lot of these people are relying on hauled water currently. Next slide, please. Before I get into the alternatives, I just wanted to discuss briefly the basis of design that we used for this project. So when it comes to population and water demand, we went through an analysis on that based on some numbers provided to us by El Paso Water Utilities on their planning documents. And we used a growth rate of 2.25%, which was consistent with historical trends in the area and consistent with previous engineering reports that have been done. However, discussions with Munzer and others with El Paso, we've kind of realized that, if water infrastructure is installed in the area, it's possible that we could see a much larger growth rate. There could be a much higher 20-year projected average daily demand and population. But I do want to note that the analysis we've done is very preliminary, and the system that we've kind of outlined is modular and can be increased if the demand ends up being a lot higher. So, but currently we're using an average daily demand of 165,000 gallons per day, which is about 115 gallons per minute as our average daily demand. And then the maximum day demand for the area would be about 200 gallons per minute. Next slide, please. And then when it comes to water quality, so one of the alternatives we looked at was wells. And so this is kind of a map showing some of the wells in the area. These were the only wells that we were able to get data on. If we were to proceed with the design on wells, we would need further information on test wells and actually test the water that is coming out of those wells. But just briefly here, the nearby wells, the average water depth was around 500 feet. And the pumping rates varied depending on the size of the well. And the only constituents of concern that we identified in the nearby wells were hardness, total dissolved solids, and sulfates. And I go into more detail about that later in the presentation. So next slide, please. So here's a summary of the three alternatives that we looked at. I'll briefly talk about 1 and 3 since we're not recommending either of those alternatives. 3 is to just continue hauling, not a viable option. I've already mentioned that the water hauler is going to retire, so this is not a viable option for the residents of Waco, Texas Colonias. Number one, consolidation. We looked closely at this alternative. This was also analyzed by previous engineering reports, the 2003 CH2M Hill report, as well as a 2017 PSC report, looked at consolidation with El Paso Water Utilities. We spoke with El Paso Water Utilities, and they told us point blank that there's no available capacity for additional connections for this area. And in addition, consolidation would require a 13-mile transmission line, booster stations, water storage, and a full distribution system, which we determined to be cost prohibitive due to the remoteness of the Waco Tanks Colonias. So just to put some quick numbers to that, CH2M Hill estimated $40 million in 2003. In 2017, they said 77. And we didn't actually look at the transmission main in terms of cost. We just looked at the distribution system alone. And just that, we were estimating around $90 million. So the full cost of this alternative would be over $100 million. So we determined it to be not feasible due to no available capacity, and it was also cost prohibitive. So that brings us to alternative two, which we spend the majority of the report discussing in detail. So this alternative is to drill new water wells and construct new water treatment plants to treat the water that comes out of the wells, and then that would feed a distribution system to the residents of the Waco Tanks Colonias. And we kind of looked at this through two different approaches. We're calling the first one the centralized approach. And so this is kind of your traditional, large water system, large water treatment plant with multiple wells feeding it that would actually treat the water and send it out to the entire distribution system. This approach we also determined was cost prohibitive due to the size of the distribution system. The Waco Tanks Colonias area is almost 8 miles across and has pretty dispersed living patterns. And a distribution system to span that entire region would be a huge capital cost investment. So we were looking at a creative way to kind of mitigate that high capital cost, and we came up with this second option, the decentralized approach. And so we discussed this in detail in the report, but essentially what we are proposing here is based on where people are actually living, you would have satellite wells and individual treatment sheds for each of those wells that could then service a local distribution system around that well. And those could be relatively cheap depending on the water quality and the capacity needed for those wells, but anywhere between $1 and $2 million per well and treatment shed. And I'll talk a little bit more about the phases later, but the long-term plan for that approach is to eventually combine each of those satellite wells and distribution systems into one larger distribution system that would have more resiliency and different sources feeding it. So you end up with a similar finished product as the centralized approach, but it's just done over time in different phases. Next slide, please. So on the right there is a process flow diagram showing that treatment plant that I've been mentioning for this alternative. This would be one of the satellite treatment sheds, kind of detailed and technical here, but essentially the design of each treatment shed would depend on the specific water quality of that well. But given the wells in the area, we would anticipate disinfection, which is required for any groundwater treatment system at a minimum. If the water did have a lot of sulfates and total dissolved solids, you could remove those with reverse osmosis membranes. And you could also use ion exchange filters to help with kind of a pre-treatment for the RO filters and to treat the hardness in the water. So a lot of technical stuff there, but essentially it depends on the water. But I think this process flow diagram shows kind of your worst case scenario based on what we've seen in the water quality in surrounding wells. Next slide, please. So talking briefly about the phases here. So as I mentioned, phase one, you would have individual wells located throughout the community based on where people are living. and then a small amount of finished water storage. So finished water meaning water that has been treated on site, and residents could continue to haul from those localized water treatment plants. So this is that $1 to $2 million capital cost per well and plant, and you could have those be, anywhere from 10 gallons per minute to 50 or 100, and they could service a local area of residents around that well. And then phase two, obviously, we want to get piped water to those people's homes. So you would have a smaller localized distribution system around each one of those satellite water treatment plants, and then also increase the amount of finished water storage at each well. And then phase three is that long-term, far down in the future, you could connect each one of these satellite distribution systems together, and with some extra booster stations and some extra finished water storage, you could have a full distribution system that services the entire area shown there on the graphic on the right. Next slide, please. In the report, we talk a lot about funding opportunities. I'm sure you are all familiar with all of these, so here's just some icons of the different opportunities available. Next slide, please. That is basically all I had. There's a lot more information needed. This is a very preliminary analysis. We would need more detailed population information about where people are living, what the demands are for those specific areas. Then we would need to go ahead and drill wells to actually see what the water quality is and how deep the well would need to be and what the production of that well would be in terms of quantity. And then finally, and this is out of our wheelhouse, but we always like to make sure that if we're designing an intervention, that the people that are going to be using that intervention are actually on board. I think that's a very important piece that I just want to mention. So that is all I have for my presentation. I'm sure there's going to be some questions. So any questions?
Yeah, Judge, Commissioners, thank you, Michael. A great presentation. And what we wanted just to show what the possibilities are as we move into the future. But I just wanted to make one additional comment that the hauling company right now has said that they may retire. I don't think it's too near into the future, but we do have a plan available within about 24, 48 hours to start hauling water in case an emergency arises. So Norma, you want to touch on that? And also, I think the pricing structure may change on the side of our residents to help them with the pricing.
Sure. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios. I'm covering for Betsy. We've had conversations with Lower Valley Water District, and they're also available to resume operations should Luján decide to retire. Additionally, we have water trucks that we would have to sanitize, but we would be prepared within 3 days to have them ready and available to deliver water should we need to. So yes, we continue to look at other options. And then there's this other option that recently came about. So we will continue to explore options before Luján decides to retire.
And we have members of the Waco Tanks Neighborhood Association, just newly formed. We have the president, Don Meyer, Vanessa Maineri, the secretary, and Richard Nunez, treasurer. And you're welcome to the podium if you'd like to say a few words. As a matter of fact, we just had a meeting in Mr. Meyer's house about 3 weeks ago, and you were kind enough to go ahead and spearhead this newly formed group.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got to give Ms. Holguin helped us get this thing started, and then Commissioner Leon come in, replace her when you guys split everything up. They've done a tremendous job for us. We're very appreciative of what they've done. They helped us get the neighborhood association going. We're just now getting members. I've got the secretary and the treasurer with me today, and our VP is online somewhere. He had to work, so I got a couple things to say because I've been out in the public every day for the last month or two. I was at one place yesterday. The people have lived there about 6 months, and I was telling them I was coming. We was going to talk about the water. This guy got real irate and said, I got $900 from Lujan's truck on Friday. Now, we've talked that before, the commissioner has, they've gone down there. Myself, I've got cheated a few times. I got people calling every week, every other week, that they didn't get all their water. So we're back to that again. This guy paid $90 for 900 gallons of water. I don't know if there's anything can be done about it, but.
Yeah, let me address that real quick. Norma, we're working on, or you are working on something that's going to entail the metering of those trucks. So when they have water delivered, it's more exact than it was before.
Door Valley Water District has that already in place. Us, our trucks are different, but there is that capability. Yes, sir.
The problem is that, and I've seen this, I'll get a load of water, and I got 1,200 gallons. I paid for 2,500. That truck is going to the neighbor and giving him 1,200 and charging him the same. Mine's $100 a load. So that makes the water 10 times more expensive than anybody in the whole county is paying. Commissioner Leon has been down there because I've reported this to him before. We thought we had it straightened out. I'm trying to get people to get joined into our organization. And then here, first thing, here's a new one that's been cheated. And he thinks he's been cheated all the time because they're older people, about 80. They don't use a lot of water. They're gone a lot of the time. And he says every load is lasting less and less. The load before this lasted 6.5 days. You're not going to use 2,500 in 6.5 days, and they were gone most of the time.
We understand your concerns, sir, and we will definitely look into that.
Oh, yeah, that's why I wanted to let you know, because it hit me. I was talking about coming down, talking to you guys about thanking you for what you was doing on the water thing, and the first thing out of his mouth, he says, I got 900 gallons on Friday, because he checked it before he come, and when he left, he had 1,200 in the tank. He had 300 before, and now he's got 1,200, but only 900, but he paid the full $90 for the whole truckload. And this is happening, was happening very often before. Commissioner Leon and his crew got working on it. We thought we had it solved because I didn't have no complaints for a while. Now, all of a sudden, we're back into it. So I want to let you guys know that today, that I think these people are going to go out of business before we realize they are. And I thank you and Deep Dig and Laura for getting this thing. I think the well thing is the best thing that we can get right now.
So far, it seems like that's the best option. And
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, you all live closer to Hudspeth County than you are to this courthouse.
Yeah.
So it's a long way off. And I've got to tell you that, Norma, we discussed the issue where they actually pump up the water into the trucks, Lujan does, that I don't think there's a metering system in place yet. But that's what we're trying to get. So you do, when you do get water, it's more exact.
Yeah.
So give us some time. And,
Oh, yeah. I thank you guys for doing what you did. We've come a long ways in the last 2 years. Because I started doing this about 19 years ago, and the commissioner that was here then, I took him all the signatures. We had almost 400. Went over and dumped them in the trash and said, that's all you're going to get. He no longer is with us. So these two have helped us out there a lot. And I thank you all.
Thank you for coming, and we're not going to turn our backs on you, even though I'm your commissioner.
Yeah.
This whole court is behind you, and
Oh, yeah, I
we're working in
understand.
that direction.
I've heard from several people that you're all behind us. That's why I thanked every one of you, because it's going to help, and I'll just keep informing our people out there that everything's coming along. It's going to take time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Monster, any further comments?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioner. I just want to acknowledge JVA Consulting Engineering for and of course Dig Deep for their work. I mean, they went ahead and voluntarily doing this on their own, having pro bono, and we would like to thank them for that. And also would like to thank Jackie and Carl from the Commissioner's Office. And like Mr. Meyer said, also Commissioner Holguin, you had a lot to do with it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monsieur. Thank you, Michael and Laura. Thank you.
I think on this one, are we asking for action?
Yes, Commissioner, you're posted for action. It says to discuss and take appropriate action to direct staff to evaluate viable options to implement the study.
So what we're asking is, do we continue in that direction to see what the options are? So I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Holguin?
I'll second the motion.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you all, Munzer, Laura, and Michael. Thank you very much because you've made this presentation to me. We had a slew of questions, so I appreciate your patience.
Great job.
Our
Thank
pleasure,
you.
Commissioner. Thank you.
Item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action with regards to entering into an agreement with Leo Marketing for the production of videos, commercials, and other marketing materials in order to market the Mission Trail both regionally and nationally. Funding is available in special revenue tourist promotion advertising.
Judge, actually, this is my item, but I'd like to request a short postponement. I had discussed this item with legal and purchasing and auditors and had thought that all of the questions had been answered, but it appears there's a few last-minute questions that we're going to still need to iron out. I would, however, like to have this item placed back on the agenda for our next regular full meeting, which would be July 17th. So I'm hoping that that's enough time for the county attorney's office and purchasing. I don't believe the auditors still have any questions. I think it's mostly purchasing and the county attorney's office. So hopefully by the 17th, we can have those issues ironed out.
Sure. I know we provided you with a legal opinion, so from our end, I'm not familiar with any other legal questions. So
I think it's mostly purchasing. I think purchasing still has some questions that,
Okay.
that they would like, I think, your office's opinion on.
Oh, okay. And I'm getting messages as we speak, so let me see if this is, okay, yeah, from our end, we had consulted with our lawyer also that provides that legal advice to the purchasing department.
Okay.
But we'll work with Betsy to see if there was anything else that was needed to be looked at. And so we'll postpone this then until the July 17th meeting.
Yes,
Thank you,
please.
Christina.
Do we need to make a motion to postpone it?
It would be just motion to postpone until July 17th.
And
Okay.
second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 152.015, select the members to the 2023 Salary Grievance Committee. Judge and Commissioners, this is the item we bring to the court each year, and it's reference to the selection of Salary Grievance Committee. In the backup, we have included the proposed 2023 Salary Grievance Committee candidate pool, which includes a total of 199 members who served on a grand jury this past year. In previous years, it was required for the county judge to read out each name individually. However, due to changes in the statute, we can now simply approve the list in the backup. So with that said, we request a motion to approve the entire list of the proposed 2023 Salary Grievance Committee candidate pool pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 152.015.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17, purchasing. Approve the purchase of fire alarm upgrade for the County of El Paso Detention Facility using Region 19 Contract 21-7419 awarded to Sound and Signal Systems of Texas, Inc. of El Paso, Texas for a project grand total in the amount of $1,795,792.71. Purchasing approved on June 13, 2023. Funding is available in CP TN 23B Jail Renovation Fire Alarm.
Welcome,
Good
Karen.
afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent. I am asking for the court's approval to purchase the fire alarm upgrade for our county detention facility. It is a cooperative methodology that we're using through Region 19, and we're asking for it to be awarded to Sound and Signal Systems of Texas and El Paso, Texas, for the total amount of $1,795,792.71. We have vetted this with facilities maintenance, and I am here to answer any questions you might have on this purchase.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Have a good evening.
Item number 18, auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended May 31st, 2023. The interim financial report is located on the internet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthly-reports.htm.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Edward Young, County Auditor. This is the unaudited interim financial report for the 8th fiscal month, May 31st, 2023. Next slide, please. The executive financial summary of the current year, including revenues, expenditures for the life-to-date funds, all funds, general fund. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report as of May 31st. It basically shows budgeted funds, fund balance, the revised budget, the year-to-date and life-to-date expenditures, encumbrances, and requisitions, and the year-to-date available funds budget. It shows budgeted funds and the multi-year funds. Next slide, please. Revenue summary by fund type. Shows revenues collected broken down by fund type during the current month. General fund collected approximately $20 million for the month, or $293.1 million year to date. Next slide, please. This is specifically on property taxes as of fiscal month 08. Total property taxes collected for May increased by $7.7 million compared to FY22. Property taxes decreased by $1.64 million in total in the general fund. Debt service has been fully funded, and only the delinquent amount of debt service continues to change. Property tax delinquent increased by $820,000. Property tax current decreased by $2.37 million. As I said earlier, we anticipate that revenues for property taxes by the end of the fiscal year should reflect an increase of about $3.1 million over the prior year. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the general fund revenues collected by revenue type compared to the same period last year. Favorable variances were about $9 million. Of those favorable variances, there were net variances, okay, I should say, of $9 million, but the favorable variances were about $11 million. Unfavorable was about $2 million. The top three areas increasing was interest went up by $7.48 million. Sales and use tax increased by $2.62 million. And then sales and use tax for motor vehicles increased by $496,000. The top three declining areas were property taxes, $1.6 million. Miscellaneous revenues decreased of about $180,000, and intergovernmental about $138,000. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overview of revenues collected compared to the estimated budget as of May 2023. 66.67% of the year is expired. General funds collected 82.63% of budgeted revenues. This analysis excludes $90 million designated fund balance reserves. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction as of month 8. Taxes comprise approximately 87.73% of revenues received, with ad valorem being 79.46%. 2%. Next slide, please. This is the 3-year comparison of the significant revenues of the county, which are budgeted property taxes and sales and use taxes. Overall, we can see that property taxes collected as a percentage of the budget are a little bit higher than the prior year, just slightly, 96.58%. And sales and use taxes, although it shows 57.94%, that's because the budget significantly grew from 60.3 million to 73.5 million. But we're still on track and the trend is still positive, and we're going to monitor very closely. Next slide, please. This is an overall depiction of growth of the major areas in sales tax currently. The areas that are showing more increase than others is manufacturing and wholesale trade. Retail trade showed an increase of 26.8 thousand or 0.03%. Wholesale trade showed an increase of 73.2 thousand or 18.29%. Manufacturing increased by 82,000 or 23.62%. Next slide, please. This is the expenditures within the county broken down by fund type. For the month of May, the general fund reported total expenses of 26 million and a year-to-date total of 224 million. Next slide, please. This basically shows the budget actual comparison as of May. 66.67% of the year expired, and note that it excludes 23 million designated for emergencies. And expenditures are higher when compared to last year. The percentage of the year expired is 66.67% of the budget expended, which is only 52.27%. But last year, this time, the actual amount expended was only 49.96%. So we're up a little bit from last year. Next slide, please. Expenditures by category: personnel, operating, and capital. Personnel expenditures, we saw an increase of about 158.2 million, an increase of 16.17 million, consisting of basically public safety went up about 72 million. That was about a 5.3 million increase. Administration of justice, 46.19 million, which increased by 6 million. Of that amount, general government was 32.5 million, an increase of 3.4 million. And other functions, 7.5 million, which was an increase of 1.26 million. Operating expenses were 41.9, of which they increased 4.8 million, consisting of public safety, which increased by 3.47 million. The majority of that was public, the professional services medical for the jail. There was an increase of about 2.1 million. The FY22 invoicing was behind and it does not include March or April. Within general government, there was an increase of about 457,000. The majority of that was general government non-department, which increased by about 194,000. Information technology went up about 590,000. And the county elections, there was a decrease of about 691,000 for election expense. Other functions, there was an increase of 547,000 related to the economic impact fund, increasing by 510,000. And under capital outlays, there was a decrease of about 1.2 million, consisting of general government, which increased by 1.6 million for land purchases. And then under other functions, there was a decrease of 2.6 million relating to roads and bridges. There was a decrease of 2.64. Capital outlay vehicles, which decreased by 1.82 million, with a purchase in the prior year didn't occur this year. And then capital out stormwater improvement decreased by 820,000. Transfers out expenditures increased by 3.4 million, consisting of general government of about 2 million. And we had other functions that increased by 946,000, which was health and welfare, 646,000, and community services of about 300,000. Next slide, please. This is a comparison year over year of expenditures. It shows the general fund changes by a government function in comparison to the same period. The top three areas that changed were public safety, increased by 8.6 million or 10.49%. General government increased by 7.65 million. or 12.44%. Administration of justice increased by 6.8 million, or 15.5%. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction. This chart breaks down expenditures by function of government. Public safety accounted for 40.8% of the year-to-date expenses. General government 30.83%. Administration of justice 22.69%, and the remaining 5.69% was all other functions. Next slide, please. This is the graphic depiction of the fund balance. It's the same one that I provided earlier in the auditor revenue projection, showing the end of the year 22 with 116. We're projecting 96 million as of the end of the fiscal year based on information we have so far. My projection for the future has been showing tax base growing by about 2% annually. After the tax calculation comes in for the truth in taxation, we'll definitely know where we're going in the future on that. With that, if anybody has any questions, the next slide is just the table of contents. It shows the various components of the reports that are available online regarding the monthly financial report. Does anybody have any questions?
Commissioner Leon has a question.
Just a quick question. In that graph, it shows our fund balance at 63 for 24. What percentage of our total budget is that at 63?
At 63, Commissioner, that's showing at the end of 24. I'm not projecting that at the moment because I can't tell you right now what the budget will be in 24. I think budget and fiscal policy would be able to answer that better than I do because I don't know what they're projecting for the budget for that fiscal year.
I just, is that, are we even close to 10%?
I'm sure it's probably a lot less. It's probably not even meeting the threshold that the court's looking at. And really, my projection only goes through September 30 of 23. And until we get additional information, I wouldn't really rely on fund balance subsequent to that. We've always talked about doing a 5-year projection, but until we have revenues and expenditures that can be projected out there that can be relied on, those numbers I think are to be. I mean, it's our best guess at this point based on where we think we're going to be at the end of this fiscal year.
So it's too early to even think about
But
that.
I wouldn't rely on that 63. I really would not.
Okay. Well, that's good news. Thank you.
But time will tell. Just need a motion to accept the report. There's no question. Thank
So
you.
moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a nice
you.
evening.
Thank you, Edward.
We'd like to go back to item number 13. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the Bridge of the Americas Modernization Project, opinion number 520. And just for information, we have 2 additional speakers who would like to make a public comment.
Jose. The name change on the skate park. Okay. Jessica, we'll move to 23.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move to item 23 for now from Public Works. Pursuant to Section 2.1.2 of the El Paso County Property Naming Policy, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed naming of the Lisbeth Avila Skate Park located at the Ruben Estrella Park in the Montana Vista community.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. And currently, we are working with a the El Paso Skateboarding Association as well. Commissioner Holguin was there to many of our community meetings that we had, where we're right now working on a project to renovate 3 of our skate parks in the county, one at Gallegos Park, one at Estrella Park, and one at Agua Dulce Park. All 3 will be new skate parks. And right now, they're out to bid as we speak. So we hope to be under construction soon. And with that, we had Ms. Angie Rodriguez, who's here with us, reach out to us to see if it was possible to name one of the skate parks, which is the skate park that is inside Estrella Park, to name it after her daughter, Lisbeth Avila, who had a skateboarding accident on August 27, 2021, and unfortunately, she lost her life. With that, I would like to have Ms. Angie Rodriguez speak on behalf of this item.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge
Good afternoon.
Samaniego and
Thank you.
Commissioners. I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here today, my husband and I. Of course, it's a very sensitive topic, but it would be an honor if you all would allow us to have a park named after my daughter. I was asked to write just a short summary of who Lisbeth was, so I would like to share that with you this afternoon, if that's okay. Lisbeth Avila was born in El Paso, Texas, June 26, 1999. Today's her birthday. It would have been her 24th birthday. To parents Edgar Avila and myself, Angelica Rodriguez. She was raised on the far east side of El Paso along her mother, stepfather, and her 3 young sisters. Lisbeth was very cheerful, adventurous for sure, and full of life young lady that would always light up a room and befriend anyone nearby. Her contagious laugh would bring joy and attract others to her. As a young child, Lisbeth attended St. Joseph Catholic School, where she enjoyed playing volleyball, basketball, and created a lifetime of friends. During her high school years at Loretto Academy, she was very passionate about theater. She represented with pride her high school track team and was part of the Art National Honor Society. She volunteered with me on Saturdays, the first Saturday of each month at the Women's Opportunity Center, and we would serve warm meals to about 50 women at the shelter. Lisbeth and her father, Edgar, traveled to many rock band concerts, explored many cities, and were always ready for a new adventure together. She continued her education at UTEP, majoring in business administration, and was completing her 3rd year in college when her life ended short. Lisbeth's pastime was skateboarding with friends at many skate parks in El Paso. She truly enjoyed making new friends, learning new skating techniques, and simply loved life. Lisbeth brought a new significance into our lives. She taught us to always be humble and kind to others, to find joy each day, and be present in every moment and demonstrate the love for others. That was Lisbeth.
My wife and I are extremely humbled to have an opportunity to honor her name, her life. Lisbeth's soul was an open heart, an open soul. She didn't care if your economic status, your social status, your religious affiliation. She had an open mind, an open heart, a free spirit, and I think having this park named after her can really influence the young community of skateboarders to aspire and emulate those same traits. So, thank you.
Thank you.
We also have 2 speakers on a call. Alexis, should we take?
Yes.
We also have Sister Buffy with us from Loretto Academy, ex-president of Loretto Academy. Sister Buffy, would you like to say some words?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. I'm very happy to be here. It is always an honor to be able to speak with you. Lisbeth Avila was an incredibly interesting young woman. She had multiple friends. She was friends with anybody in her class. from the valedictorian to the girl who struggled. She was kind, open, and as her folks said, a free thinker. One of the things that I don't know that her parents even know, but she would go to her teachers in high school and say, you know, I have 3 little sisters, and you are going to teach them. So I'm going to bring them to you so you know how good they are. She loved her family, she loved her sisters, and while she could present a few challenges because she learned to question early, she was a great girl. I think that the gift to future skaters and to the community would be to carry her name forward. I would project or suggest that we name this park the Elizabeth Avila Always Wear Your Helmet Park. But thank you very, very much for consideration.
Mr. Buffy, thank you. It's quite an honor for you. I have tremendous amount of respect for you, so I take everything you've said very to heart.
Thank you, Judge. I really appreciate being here.
Thank you.
And on the line with us, we have Sarah Oberman, Lisbeth Avila's best friend,
And Terry Oberman.
Yes.
and Terry Oberman.
We can start with Sarah Oberman. Go ahead.
Hello, Judge and commissioners. It is incredibly difficult to describe what kind of person Lisbeth is in such a short amount of time, but I think what is so significant is that I've never met someone like her before. I have been lucky enough to have her in my life since I was probably maybe like 8 or 9, and to grow up with her, and I think I'm truly blessed to say I had the opportunity, to grow up with someone who is so loving and so amazing that no matter what, she could drop anything and be there for you. And on top of that, I think makes me so proud to be from El Paso is the community. And I think Lisbeth is the epitome of what it means to be a community. She could make friends with anyone in the skating community. She had people who were involved in the local music scene, the art scene, anyone in her neighborhood, in our high school, college. She was able to build a foundation with people just because of how amazing she is. And I think having the ability to create a park or a skate park, especially within a park that is named after someone who is just as amazing, would really continue this legacy of why El Paso is so significant, to have such amazing people in the community, to be born and bred and grow up there, and for other people to experience that just would be absolutely amazing. And sorry, this is something she would wanted. She always talked about how when she was older, she wanted to open up different restaurants and community centers and places to have like nightlife and everything like that, just to meet.
You have reached the maximum time permitted for recording your message.
It'd be
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message,
Stand by, please.
to send your message with normal delivery,
Sorry about that. Please stand by. Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, did that not go through? Or?
Yeah, you're back, Sarah.
Back, Sarah. We heard you.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, it's a bit weird. But overall, I think having the ability to name a skate park after her would be the best thing humanly possible, especially since she didn't get to grow up and do all the things that she wanted to do eventually to help El Paso. And I think it would just be a great opportunity for younger kids and just anyone to experience just joy and happiness like she did. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Myers, we lost connection with Terry, so
Terry,
she's
we
no
do not
longer
have
on the
Terry.
line.
We only had Sarah.
Sarah, you're still on?
That was her.
That was her.
Yes.
Okay, so Terry's not available?
available.
Correct.
No? Okay.
Sir, I just want to thank you. We talk a lot about friendship, and I can tell you had such a great friendship, and thank you for being here for your friend.
Of course, I know that she would have done the same for me.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Leon?
If I may, I read that same article, and one line that caught my eye was that she never had anything bad to say about anybody. And that's so nice to hear during these days of the web and everything we've got. But in naming that park after her, I've got to say, if you're familiar with my history, I had a really bad motorcycle accident in 2009. Had I not had my helmet, I wouldn't be here. So I think it's a sensational idea. I think by doing so, it'll remind younger people to put on that helmet because it will make a difference. So I congratulate you, pending the vote here, on going this extra mile for your daughter.
Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to again give my condolences to Angie and your husband, and of course, Lisbeth's father, Edgar, who I'm sure would have been here with us today too if he could. I was honored to have been able to attend Lisbeth's services, and it's such a testament to the type of person that she was that there was literally no standing room at her visitation. There was just so many people there who cared tremendously about her. So I just want to give our condolences to you and your family once again, and to thank you for the advocacy that you're trying to do for the young people in our community who are involved in skateboarding, and for providing the helmets and doing all of that education, because that is so, so important. So our condolences to you again, and thank you for reaching out to the community and trying to help the community, even though I can't even imagine how painful this must be for you today.
Very moving.
Thank you, Judge. And we also reached out to Paul Zimmerman again, president of the El Paso Skateboard Association, and he was in support of it, but he's out of town and could not be with us today.
So I'll make the
Thank you,
motion to
thank you.
approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, was there a motion and a second?
Yes.
Second, thank you. Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
And
you
Veronica,
very much.
whatever we could do to be there on the naming, we appreciate that. Both of you.
Thank you.
Sister Buffy?
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, thank you.
You do a great job, and having been here a few hours, I'm very grateful for your service. I don't know that I could do it. I don't think you want me.
You could.
Sister Buffy for mayor.
Okay, Judge, we'd like to go back to item 13. We still have the public comment on the line. So item 13, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the Bridge of the Americas Modernization Project, opinion number 520. Do we have the public comment?
We have
available?
Mr. Fred
Yes.
Borrego on.
Go ahead.
Mr. Borrego?
Judge, did you want to take public comment first, or are you waiting for Mr. Landeros to come back to the podium to talk about the changes to the letter? How would you like to go?
The next one.
Take public comment.
Oh, public, yeah.
Mr. Borrego, are you on the line, sir?
Welcome, Mr. Fred Borrego.
I don't think he's on, Judge.
He got disconnected.
Was that it on public comment, Jessica?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so go ahead. We got disconnected, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Osandaros, the County Administration. The draft that I handed out highlights the changes. Majority of the letter, including the beginning and the ending paragraphs, remained unchanged. Really, the former third and fourth paragraphs were combined into that highlighted paragraph there. And I'll go ahead and read it into the record. And this is based on the direction we received earlier this morning. At the June 6, 2023 stakeholder community meeting, the viable alternative 1A option was presented with the future option, which could accommodate a future with no commercial activity at the land port of entry. The county supports viable alternative 1A. The county is calling upon and is resolved to working with all delegates and federal stakeholders to develop a regional strategy that will ultimately divert commercial vehicle crossings through BOTA to other alternate LPOEs, thereby helping to address the county's ongoing concern about the placement of commercial traffic in the urban core of the community. It is important that as GSA designs and selects the preferred alternative that will continue through the NEPA process as the project advances, that the alternative provide the ability for any infrastructure potentially designated for commercial activity to be configured in a manner that could be repurposed or utilized to process only privately owned vehicles in the event commercial activity ceases to cross through BOTA, as shown in the alternative 1A future option exhibit during the June community stakeholder meeting. Additionally, the process should also seek to maximize use of existing federal and state-owned land assets within the existing land port of entry footprint before evaluating the taking of any other utilized public assets, such as the county coliseum and surrounding event center facilities. And then on the, there's a few typos that we still need to run through. On the back, on the second page, the third paragraph from the end, when it continues to highlight the county's concern about the social and environmental justice issues for the budding neighborhoods, we just added at the very end that all of those concerns are what have prompted the county's commitment to work with all delegates and federal stakeholders to shift commercial traffic away from BOTA. As the court had requested earlier, the county's support of, clearly identify the county's support of viable alternative 1A. That support is not conditional upon anything being done by the federal government. It does highlight why the county is concerned about commercial traffic, which is what's prompting the conversation about moving traffic away from that port of entry to other ports of entry, but does call for stakeholders to develop a regional plan to do this and ensures that the county's a part of that process. And the county is committed to facilitating and being a part of that process.
Judge, Commissioners, I like the letter, Jose, but the second paragraph on the back, which starts continuing to operate, again, the rest of the letter is fine, and it goes in the direction that personally I wanted it to go. But when we get to this, it goes right back to by continuing, which is telling them you're going to build this facility to expedite traffic, but by doing so, this is going to happen. So I like the letter other than that one paragraph.
The second paragraph.
In the back.
Continuing to operate the LPOE with commercial activity.
Because that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to continue with the commercial activity, but in a more fluent manner. But by including this paragraph, I'm very, it's still sort of rubbing it in a little bit.
So would you like to see that paragraph completely stricken from the record?
Oh, yeah.
So you don't think it's a good idea to point out that truck traffic brings about environmental and health concerns?
Well, I think there's other areas that of the letter that addresses that, but that you know, to me, it just sounds like, hey, that's a good idea, but it's really not a good idea if we do it now.
I think I think the court, there's some disagreements on some of the points in the letter, but I think the court's, one thing that I've heard is we want to evaluate what it takes, and who knows what it takes and who knows how long it takes, but there's a want to try and remove and shift commercial traffic into some of the other ports of entry, and that's going to take time, it's going to take a process. And so I think what's important is to maybe highlight why that is, and I think that second paragraph does do that, you know, these neighborhoods right now, if you go to the neighborhoods, you can see the traffic queuing along I-10, even the new the I-10 Connect project that just completed there, you see traffic queuing there. All of that is outside the port of entry, so even if the port of entry is modernized, you're still going to have some of this indirect traffic on the local streets, on the local highways. And I think that may be the want that the court wants to emphasize, or should consider emphasizing, about why is there a need to shift traffic away from the port of entry, right? So if the county has a want to see this happen, what is that reason? And that reason is that, you know, if this continues to happen, we potentially continue to see some of the negative effects of that traffic in the area.
Okay, and I agree with you. How about if we started the sentence on the word activity continues instead of continuing to operate?
Starting the paragraph
with activity.
Activity
continues to introduce. Right there at about the middle of the sentence.
Oh, I see. Activity continues to introduce a variety of commercial activity.
Yeah, commercial.
Continues to introduce a variety of social and environmental justice issues for budding neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So just removing to operate the land port of entry with commercial.
Yeah, by removing continuing to operate.
So it would start with commercial.
Yes, yes.
Okay, commercial activity continues to introduce a variety of social and environmental justice issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about you all, Judge, Commissioner.
What you're saying.
I agree with Commissioner Leon. We can't, like I said, we can't be doing a double speak when we're making our stand on, and our opinion on this is what we're going. And again, I agree with the Commissioner. That gives us a second, basically telling them different. I think when the rest of it, I think they understand our concerns.
Judge, we have our three members who would like to make a public comment on the phone now. And just as a reminder, for a public comment, there is a 5-minute time limit.
Mr. Borrego?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can hear you, Fred. All right. I'm Fred Borrego. I'm the president of the San Juan Neighborhood Association, and I'm also the president and owner of Alco Machine Tool and Steel Incorporated here in Alameda. And the reason I say Alco Machine is because I'm tied into the maquiladora industry, and I have been since the early 1980s. We're getting a new port, modern one, okay, since it was built in 1967. Remember what was there. Some of us that are old enough can remember what was there and the type of traffic we had. It wasn't until the maquiladora in the late 60s, early 70s started get some wind and becoming very effective, but then NAFTA came along and everything just went crazy. And the trucks started going through there. It's important that we remove the trucks. Business has always been able to shift to whatever is allowed or not allowed, okay? We as business people, we always move, okay, we can't do this, let's do this and that. By allowing them to come through the free bridge of the Americas, well, we get all the pollution. We get all the traffic, both ways, north and south. now that the new freeway was done, Spur 101 or 110, you see the trucks going in there. What's the biggest problem? The trucks. The trucks are the biggest problem. Let's move them away. The county spent millions of dollars in Tornillo. Supposedly it was going to happen over there. It hasn't happened. New Mexico is working in the area over there. We can divert it. Let's remove the trucks. It's important for our health. It's important for our city. And let's not forget what the First Lady, Lady Bird Johnson, said when this bridge was open. This is for the people of Ciudad Juarez and El Paso. I remember that, reading that. I was only 6 years old when it opened, but I remember reading that. They dedicated that to us, the people. That's very important. And you have a once-in-a-lifetime decision coming up. And you've seen all the neighborhood associations around this area come out and say, what's the best thing for our neighborhoods, for our area, for our region? Listen to us. We know. We live here. We participate in everything that is South Central El Paso, which is Boda. Again, you have a chance in a lifetime to make the right decision. Please help us remove the truck traffic, and I'm sure that GSA and other government agencies, if they feel the power of the people, they'll make the arrangements. Remember, what is government? People, of people, by the people, for the people. Thank you.
Fred, thank you. I'll take the opportunity to thank you as well for all your community work, okay? So thank you for everything.
Next, we have Mr. Brian Lopez.
Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yes.
All right. Hi. Well, first of all, good afternoon. My name is Brian. I am the Vice President of the Washington Delta Neighborhood Association. First off, I would like to, I've been listening to the discussion on BODA, and I'm kind of disappointed with some of the commissioners that have changed their votes that the court has taken twice. The public deserves to know why the sudden change, whether it be economical, environmental, or maybe they know something we don't. Why didn't the second letter the court agreed to send weeks ago never go out again? I think the public deserves to know that. Today, I've heard many members of the court say they support the community, then motion to disregard. What the community is asking for, is it that the people of South Central don't matter? The time to start asking for trucks to be relocated is now. While the GSA is conducting their study and proposing alternatives, let's have a conversation and start taking steps to move trucks out of the BODA. We know it won't happen overnight. I guess what I'm trying to plead with you guys is it's easy to jump on a bandwagon, especially when they're flashing money and they're throwing all these nice, pretty little things to us. But to do the right thing, we got to do the right thing. I guess sometimes we see, oh yeah, more trucks, speedy trucks and everything, but all that's going to do is just going to cause more carcinogens. And that's my next question. Who there is happy to increase the chances of people having lung cancer? Who's willing to live with killing people? Because that's what it is. Diesel trucks, they don't burn happy thoughts. They don't burn water. They burn diesel. All those carcinogens and everything, people are going to have to live here. People, such as kids, such as elderly folks, they deserve an environment where they actually breathe nice air. They do not deserve to live, after everything they have done for this community, to live in a place where they are at risk either of asthma, COPD, or simple cancer. It doesn't take much for cancer to loom, and yet you're willing to let more trucks run through on the chance of making more money when there's better alternatives to do so. So it's kind of like Pontius Pilate. Are you willing to wash your hands? And I guess give in to the economical or political pressure, or actually do the right thing for the people in this community? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person we have is Semeli de Aslan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I had submitted some comments via email as well as a short 43-second video. Has that been played?
Yes, we played it earlier in the day.
Okay, thank you. So, hi, good afternoon. Semeli de Aslan with Familias Unidas del Chamizal. El aire limpio es un derecho. We demand the removal of these toxic NAFTA maquiladora semi-trucks from our neighborhood. El Puente Libre, as stated over and over again, is for the people. And I'm glad you cited our earlier public commenter that did come from a government official's mouth, because the GSA claiming that that's some sort of folk tale or urban legend is downright insulting. And I feel like it's a continuation of the erasure of our history in racist America. I live in Barrio Chamizal with my child, and every public health expert we've spoken to has told us these trucks are killing us. When we look at the data, the little data that exists here, the trucks are killing us. The standards, the National Air Quality Standards that the EPA set through the Clean Air Act years ago have not applied here. For over 26 years, we have not had clean air. The particulate matter that the trucks are producing is already one of the highest in the city. On top of that, we're about to be a non-attainment for that. So when GSA tells you they want to build a lane for more trucks, you tell them no. You tell them no, because that truck is for the people, because you all were elected to represent the people, and you demand that a full environmental health impact assessment be done before anything happens. Because this is the time to do it. They have money for it. They have concern for it. Don't be trying to get away with whatever the maquilas want. It's absurd that the maquila industry is represented in the GSA Advisory Council. Their committee that they put together of people to decide what happens to this border renovation, the maquila industry is there. But they're not paying for this. If they want a bridge, they could pay for it on their own. I don't understand why you all haven't sent that letter you said you would send in April. That letter should have gone to Congresswoman Escobar a long time ago. It should have gone to GSA a long time ago. We are exhausting ourselves here trying to stop this, trying to change this. I don't want to have to tell you how to do your job, but that's what it's come down to. I don't want to have to fight for just a simple letter to get signed and sent. We already gone through this. I don't want to be mad at you all. But guess what? I'm mad because these trucks are killing us. You have a one-time opportunity to say, get the trucks out, and you need to do everything in your possible power to make sure that happens. I thought for a second that we had some sort of local win by this letter that you all agreed to send. And now I'm going to have to X that out because for some reason you didn't hold up your word on that. This is a neighborhood of 8,000 residents, mostly women and children. You can judge a community on how they treat their women and children, and this is failed. This red carpet for the maquila industry has failed our community time and time again. I'm reading the old EPA documents from 1999, the reports from 1999, 2000, 2003. It's the same thing with promises that supposedly the maquilas would do but haven't. They said this wouldn't happen, that within 5 years' time we'll deal with the traffic. It won't be there like it is now. We've been protesting these trucks since 1995. We're tired. Por favor, send that letter and push your power to where it needs to be to represent the people and say, get the trucks out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that completes the public comment.
So I apologize. I had to step out to the restroom really quickly. I wasn't sure. Commissioner Stout, have you made any comments about this new revised version? Oh, okay.
Does that mean you want me to?
Yeah.
It's my cue. Again, I feel like I'm pretty frustrated, to be quite honest, as I think some of the callers that called in, because we told our community that we were going to back them twice unanimously. And, in the agenda briefing that was provided by administration, it says that members of court asked staff to place the item back on the agenda because there was supposedly new information that's caused them to reconsider, but I am still at a loss as to what that new information is. I haven't heard any of the members who've changed their tune state publicly or give us an idea. I think the court and the public deserve to know what that new information is and why 3 members of the court had decided to drastically change their position after having had a unanimous vote again twice in the past to send a letter stating that we as a county want better options for our community. The letter to me now says that we've chosen to disregard the residents' concerns and that it's okay for the federal government to do so as well. Instead of being the strong voice that these folks need and want us to be, we're telling them that they must continue to count on there being truck traffic on the Bridge of the Americas. We're not going to advocate for something else. When a couple of weeks ago we said something completely different. I think we're telling them that they're going to continue to see their neighborhoods poisoned and there's going to be exacerbation of the negative health impacts that truck traffic can bring. I just don't understand how that's okay with folks on this board. I mean, we have a chance to really lead and make a difference in our community. We have a chance to push for truly visionary changes that go hand in hand and are a partner with the federal government. As they go about modernizing this port of entry. I hope that we get to understand what it was that made folks change their mind. I feel that if the letter is pretty, for my intents and purposes has been completely gutted, and I just wonder if we send this watered down gutted version, what kind of message it's going to send to them, and they could. There's no guarantee that they're going to choose 1A. They could choose all of the other ones, and I think. Or any of the others, and I think that we need to continue to push them to not go that direction. I also think it's frustrating because by doing this, we're setting a very unfair and dangerous precedent. This court has again voted 2 times unanimously to send a letter. Staff was directed, as far as I can recall, last time to finish the latest draft, forward it to the court so that we could see it, but send it out. Direction was given, and it should have been carried out. I have never, in my 8.5 years on this Commissioner's Court, seen this occur. Where direction was given and wasn't carried out. I feel like it sends a message to staff that they don't have to follow through with complying with the court's direction in a timely manner. And I think that's a very, very slippery slope on which to put ourselves and to put them as well. It's just, I'm very, very frustrated and disappointed. But I think that's all I've got to say right now.
Good. Yeah, Commissioner Coronado?
You know, I don't think that the stand that is being proposed with this letter is contra to us advocating against the commercial traffic. I think what we're doing is understanding the reality of things and making sure that we still advocate for that position, rather than giving the federal government no option and then letting them decide which option they're going to take. They're going to take an option, Commissioner. They're going to take an option. This is not something, or they're going to remove the funding. And we're not going to have an input in that.
I really would like to understand where that argument is coming from. Who has said that they're going to remove the funding?
No, I don't say anybody's said that. I'm saying that I believe that if we as a government agency have asked the federal government to modernize this port of entry, and then they give us 3 options, and we tell them we don't like any of those, give us another option. They gave us another option, and we tell them we don't like that one either. In my opinion, we're telling them we don't want you to do anything. And they could just as easily say, all right, we're going to take that money and give it to Sunland Park and let them do their proposal. They've already got an application on file with the federal government. And then we don't have a modernized port of entry like we asked them to. And then we didn't have a say in any of the other options. If they decide on one of the options, regardless of our letter, it's going to be without our input. And we asked them for an alternative option, and they gave us 1A. And now we're telling them we don't like any of the options. And like I said, I don't think this is counter to us not advocating for a change. But we have to understand the reality that it's not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to, and it's going to take a lot of work, and it's not GSA who's going to make the call. It's going to be somebody further up the line, I mean at the very top. And I think that's where we should be advocating for our constituents, because that's who's going to make the decision.
Yeah, I don't think that we ever gave them a no option. I think that we were saying we're okay with 1A with a condition. We didn't say that, you know, or we didn't say that we said 1A isn't in the right direction, but we just need to make a plan to get the trucks out, right? I feel like
I think
you know,
that's what this letter does.
we're misqualifying what was actually being stated in the prior iteration of the letter.
I think this letter says it also. And we're asking them to address our concerns, and that we want to work with them to make sure that we have a future plan to try and divert the commercial traffic away from the Bridge of the Americas. Understanding the reality of things, I think that's a better way where we can have input and at the same time work with the federal government to have a consistent, concerted plan.
Well, you know, they keep asking how do we change our mind? You know, I think what changed my mind is when I found out that it was a discretionary fund, And then I researched that and found out that they do have the capability of removing it if they wish. And so that was my reasoning. But if I thought for one moment that writing the line in the sand would work, I'd be the first to jump in. But I'd rather, knowing that this whole thing started in trying to be more efficient, trying to modernize, I felt very strongly that, I want to work with them. Because the worst thing that could happen, and I think Commissioner Leon and Commissioner Coronado have said that, if they walk away from that and we don't modernize it, then we're really doing something extremely horrible for the residents, because we have a very, very difficult situation right now, and I'm not willing to play with that. To say, well, they back off. And they say this is not worth it. There's too much hassle, too much interference. We got other things we could do. And we stay exactly the same as we are. To me, that is where we would be at fault. And I don't want to be part of that situation that I hear that they're not going to modernize, and then they continue to bring traffic, even if it's slowed down tremendously, then our residents are going to be the ones that deal with that. So I'm not willing to write the line in the sand and take a chance that they can back off, or that we get into an adversarial kind of relationship with them, and then our input is not going to be that important. And when I researched a little bit about GSA, they tend to be extremely, I think the best analogy would be the railroad. You work with a railroad. I've worked with a railroad a long time in my previous job with Cementos at Chihuahua, and they back off because they're not, you're not working with them. And so they told me that GSA and the railroad have very similar attitudes about how they work. So I want to be at the table. I don't want to be in the menu. And so that's the reason if the public needs to know, is that I realize that having a discretionary fund like that puts us in a very awkward, vulnerable situation, and I'm not willing to do that. Modernizing the bridge is going to be extremely important. And so I want to be there through the whole process. There's very little evidence that they would back off not having some type of commercial traffic. And that's GSA. We got to meet with GSA, and they were very open about that. Commercial traffic is probably going to be a part of that. So if you're telling them, we won't do it if you have commercial traffic, you might as well tell them we don't want their project here in our community, because that's what they're expecting, at least to some extent. So think about it. Look at the ultimatum. If they in fact want to have commercial, some type of commercial that maybe we can adjust, and then time for us to show tornillo as an option, but we tell them no. Might as well tell them no to the project. That's the way I see it. Telling them no to a commercial to me is an ultimatum, and an ultimatum that they'll figure something else to get traffic to come through from one nation to the other. So if the public wants to know why I rethought of that, is because of the additional research and information I got about this, discretionary funding.
Has somebody from the GSA or anybody else told us that if we ask for another alternative, that they're not going to do the project?
No one has said that, but I use logic. If in fact the commercial is a big component of what they want to do, and I'm telling them we're not willing to do that, if they bring commercial, I might as well tell them. So I know there's assumptions, but everybody here is making assumptions. And the assumption I'm making is they're not going to back off commercial traffic. You put them in that situation, then why would they do the project if they're not going? They were modernizing to make sure that commercial traffic was better than it is right now. I think that's the basis. That's what I read into the meetings I had with GSA, with that particular meeting and the first meeting that we had, is that commercial traffic is a component. Now, as a court, we can minimize it as much as we can, but I'm not willing to put that ultimatum in there. And that's the reason. I do care a lot about my community, and worst thing I would be sitting here saying, well, we don't no longer have that project. Now we're stuck with a status quo, as Commissioner Coronado has said, with a status quo of not resolving the pollution, not resolving anything that's happening at this point in time. So, like I said, we're all making assumptions, but I think I've been in business long enough and worked with a railroad long enough to know that if you're not giving them some of the basic reasons for making the project happen, then why would they do it? And that's my logic. Might be irrational to some, but I'm really thinking about the community and where we are now, and not modernizing it is really putting us in a very difficult situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we definitely need to advocate for the modernization, but I guess I mean, first of all, I just want to point out that, I mean, the project's not going to happen until at least like 2031, right? So I feel like now is the time to have the conversation about making the shift with the truck traffic, right? If not now, when? Because we're at the beginning of this process, and those conversations need to be had. But I also think, I mean, if they presented alternative 1A with the future option, that to me means that they're also trying to think about it, and that's why I'm saying we should let them know, look, we can be supportive of 1A future option, because that is something that we are moving towards, right? To move the truck traffic up, not option 1A itself, but the future option. But I think it needs to. I think we need to be very effusive and with our support of the community, and you know, I don't know if there are examples of, and I just haven't looked into it, but I haven't seen examples. I don't know about any examples in the past of the GSA just, you know, deciding to take their ball and go home because we're trying to push them to do something better. I mean, I think I just don't understand the fear factor here and where that actually comes from. Like, where is that? I mean, who has said, who has insinuated, who is talking about, you know, that actually being something that could happen? I mean, it seems to me that they've put a lot into this project already. You know, why would they just pick up and leave when we're trying to negotiate a better project for them?
I'm not willing to take that chance. I'm not willing. But we are, in essence, I mean, the whole letter is saying, we really want you to reduce commercial traffic, give us a little bit of wiggle room in them wanting to be at the table, and then working really hard. And like I keep saying, we have a commitment to make Tornillo an option, and that'll give us time. Right now, their option is we need commercial traffic. Let's say that's their option. But with time, we could say, look, now we can prove to you that you don't need any commercial traffic because Tornillo has been reestablished properly, has the infrastructure that's required. But I want to be at the table, and I really feel that an ultimatum takes us off the table. But I'm willing to work really hard so that we don't have commercial traffic. I just want to do it in the smartest possible way.
Judge?
Commissioner Leon?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, go ahead.
I just, before a motion is made, I just wanted to to see what your input is. Do we start that second, on the back of that letter, the second paragraph, do we start it with commercial activity, blah, blah, blah? And in the end, it's highlighted, that last sentence. Is it highlighted for a reason?
That was added as well. It was,
Was added?
again, highlighting why the county has a commitment to work to shift traffic away from the port of entry, and it's because of those concerns.
So my motion would be to start the paragraph with commercial activity continues to introduce.
And then to
delete
accept the other highlighted revisions on the letter?
Well, I think that last sentence deleted because we address those issues on the following paragraph, which we want them to, in the future, to use the alternate crossing at Tornillo.
And you wanted to delete the,
Yes.
this paragraph.
So it would be deleting everything that's highlighted
On the back
on,
page?
on the front. Then going to the back, starting that second paragraph with commercial activity.
Sorry, Commissioner, did you say deleting everything that's highlighted on
No,
the
no,
front?
no, no.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
just, the front portion is okay. Okay. Okay, the front portion's okay. When we get to the back, that second paragraph started off with commercial activity.
And then removing the highlighted sentence?
Yeah.
That last sentence in its entirety?
After the M dash, ending the sentence at transportation infrastructure, period.
Yes.
But deleting,
No, that stays.
that stays.
Commissioner, was that a motion?
That's my motion.
okay.
Just
Let me hear from Commissioner Coronado before.
Judge, this letter that is being proposed and this stand doesn't prohibit us from tomorrow starting to prepare our advocacy for our constituents to remove the commercial traffic down the road. And I think we should start to do that. But this doesn't say that we're against that. I think, the community should be clear that we're with them on that, but we understand the reality that we want to make sure that we do it in the right way. And taking, like you said, drawing a line in the sand and prompting to not do this modernization is the worst possible outcome of all alternatives. And I'm with you. I do not want to take that chance. So I'll second the motion.
Okay.
And then just to be clear, so the way that the motion would be to rescind the previous action that the court took at your June 12th meeting with the directions in terms of that letter, and instead the motion would be to move forward with the letter as presented dated June 26th, highlighting a new section in the letter, and then per the amendments that were made here, strike continuing to operate the LPOE with, and starting the sentence with commercial activity, continuing on, and then striking the last section after transportation infrastructure dash, the section that would be stricken would be prompting the county's commitment to work with all the delegates and federal stakeholders to shift commercial traffic away from BOTA.
Yes.
That's correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioner Holguin?
So I don't believe that this current version of the letter is strongly worded enough to make our point that the county does not want to see commercial traffic continue to go through the Bridge of the Americas, affecting schools and the residents of that area. So I'm going to vote no on this newest iteration of the letter.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
No.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners will make the revisions and then include the court on the correspondence as it heads out to all the stakeholders identified here in the copy of the letter. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Jose. Okay. Okay, Jessica.
Item number 19 from Economic Development, we do have a correction to read in for this item. Discuss and take direction from the Commissioners Court to launch a marketing and strategic awareness campaign to staff and capitalize on El Paso County's heritage, tourism, and industrial assets. For this item, we request a motion to delete.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second?
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, Health and Social Services. Approve and authorize county judge to sign the agreement with Aegis Defense Services LLC, doing business as Garda World Federal Services, for the provision of local transport services to individuals encountered by the Department of Homeland Security in an amount not to exceed $2,716,296.80 from July 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023. Funding is available in SGG Humanitarian 23 Operating Expenses, contract number 2023-0394.
Welcome, Irene.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Irene Gutierrez Valenzuela with Community Services Department. This is a new contract. As the backup states, the transporter was awarded this bid back in May, and this is the agreement to formalize the arrangement. And this is for local transportation with our migrant services response effort in our community. Garda World Services will be utilizing up to 8 buses to do the hospitality local transport from shelter to airport to bus depot. They will also be providing transport to the port of entry for the CBP-1 releases to all the transporting to all the local shelters in the community. And if volume increases and needed, they will also be doing pickups at the CBP and CPC detention facilities to our Migrant Support Services Center in the event that those are needed as well. Again, this was an awarded bid. This contract formalizes that, and it is through December 2023.
Thank you, Irene. Move to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Irene. Have a good evening.
You do too.
Item number 21, Human Resources. Pursuant to Chapter 157, Subchapter F of the Texas Local Government Code, hold a public hearing to receive comments on the restatement of the El Paso County's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description for 2023. The county's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description was approved by the Risk Pool Board during their meeting on May 17, 2023. Funding is available in IS Health Dental Claims. And can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good evening already. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. Each year, the Human Resources Department implements changes to the county's medical and dental plan. These are based on decisions made by the Risk Pool Board and the Commissioners Court, or by the Federal Affordable Care Act provisions from previous year. This year, we have several sections within the plan that are being revised or updated, which we would like to highlight for the court today. Presenting these highlights for you today is our Senior HR Generalist, Joanna Faldoa.
Hello, good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Joanna Faldoa with the Human Resources Department. El Paso County sponsors a healthcare plan that is administered by a third-party administrator, the TPA, which is currently Aetna. As part of the plan, the county develops and maintains a summary plan description, also known as an SPD, which describes the medical, dental, and pharmacy benefits, as well as employee rights and responsibilities. The SPD is also a guide to the benefits, provisions, and programs offered by the healthcare plan. The summary plan description is a very lengthy document which is updated each year to include changes approved by the Risk Pool Board and Commissioners Court. Several changes this year involve clarification language of an already existing procedure, but some do involve changes to the plan. Therefore, I would like to go over the changes for plan year 2023. Throughout the SPD document, we reviewed and revised language to ensure the plan is in full compliance with the healthcare reform. This included revising the effective date to January 1, 2023. We revised active employee medical and dental plan eligibility to include regular part-time employees effective January 1, 2024. We revised retiree benefits plan to include employee dependents eligibility for the county's medical benefits if a retirement-eligible employee passes away. This change includes eligibility for surviving dependents of active employees who passed away on or after January 1, 2017, and will become effective July 1, 2023. The county currently provides dependents of retirees and retirees access to the health plan, and they remain eligible should the retiree pass away. With this change, it provides the same retiree benefits for surviving dependents of active employees who pass away and were eligible at the time for retirement. The percentage of the premium subsidized by the county, which is 60%, is not changing due to this eligibility change. This change will not provide retroactive healthcare benefits and will only provide coverage, if approved by the court, from July 1st, 2023, moving forward. And these changes are not unbargained for retroactive compensation. Next, throughout the document, we added language to reflect Aetna's administrative responsibilities. We revised and added language to clarify the enrollment period for Medicare coverage for retirees and their dependents to include. Also, language was added to identify where members are able to locate provider network information and clarification of continuity of care. We revised and added language to clarify emergency and urgent care, which includes a definition for emergency services, and remove the definition for emergency care. Revised and added language under medically necessary and medically necessity section. And lastly, added a voluntary and involuntary services section to reflect the No Surprises Act provisions. Moving on to the dental summary plan description, we had one revision, which included updating the effective date to change to 1/1/2023. We have published a redline version of the SPD to show all the changes in case any member of the court has any questions.
And we do not have anybody signed up for public comment. We go ahead and have a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22, approve the restatement of the El Paso County's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description for 2023. The county's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description was approved by the Risk Pool Board during their meeting on May 17, 2023. Funding is available in IS Health Dental Claims, contract number 2023-0352.
Thank you. Judge and Commissioners, staff is recommending for the Commissioners Court to approve the restatement and changes as described during the public hearing item to the Health and Dental SPD for plan year 2023.
Comments? No? So moved.
Second.
Hey, if we can just hold on for just one moment. We're going to revise that. I understood that there was some communication made this morning to Ms. Acosta. I don't know if she's here or not, but the motion should read that. It's to find that the county has provided dependents of employees and retirees access to the health plan in the past. The percentage of the premium the county is covering is not changing. This change will not provide retroactive health care benefits. Dependents of employees who are retirement eligible at the time the employee deceased are eligible for the retiree health plan benefits going forward if they meet all requirements under the plans and enroll. And then finally, the action would be to approve the restatement of El Paso County's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description for 2023. We just needed to make sure that that was on the record.
Thank you, Christina.
Yes, sir.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Item number 24, receive an update from the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority regarding the Pelicano widening project.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Senor Marquez, Transportation Engineer, Public Works. Today we have the Executive Director of the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, Raymond Teles. We are going to provide an update to the court and to the community of the ongoing Pelicano project coordination. With that being said, I will leave the microphone to Mr. Teles.
Thank you. Welcome, Raymond.
Good evening. Hello, Judge, Commissioners. Raymond Teles, Executive Director of the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. So I'm here for my regular update to you all. I thought I'd start this one a little bit differently than most because the contractor has been issuing some statements to the media, so I wanted to make a clarification there. Specifically, the contractors made some comments about not being paid and doing work without getting paid, that sort of thing. So just to be really clear about this, to date, we've received invoices for $10.5 million, which have been paid to the contractor. That's through June of 2022. Since then, we've received invoices from July 2022 through November 2022, totaling about $215,000. Those have not been paid. But those have not been paid because the invoices are not complete. So with a federally funded project, there are many requirements that you have to check off before you can process a payment using federal funds. Excuse me, and some of the things that are missing from those invoices from July through November include Buy America forms, manufacturer certifications, hauling, disposal site approvals, evidence of payment to certain suppliers, evidence of payment to suppliers that have provided claims for non-payment, that sort of thing. So there's a whole long laundry list item that we've provided to JER since July and through November of 2022 that need to be provided in order for us to make payments. And we will make those payments. In fact, we've, through the payments to date of $10.5 million, we've worked with them actually quite well. We've provided them everything they needed to get paid, but for some reason they just can't seem to get these invoices complete. So I wanted that to be clear for you all. I imagine you may have seen the media reports. I wanted to be very clear that the reason that he has not been paid the remaining $215,000 is because those invoices are not complete. So that's the first thing. And again, I'm happy, as always, to answer any questions as we go through this, should you have any. So initially, just touch on traffic flow. We are going to be restriping an area that a lot of the paint has it's just not visible any longer. So we're going to add some thermoplastic, and that will happen in early July. That's going to help with some of the safety issues that we've been addressing along the way. Outside of that, on the default itself, as we've discussed in the past, the RMA has requested of the bankruptcy judge to be removed from the bankruptcy stay. That was granted to us. And so we have begun conversations with the surety's attorney. And in that instance, as you know, we're approaching the surety to take over the project so that they will begin construction again. So those conversations have begun. And we've also commenced a discussion with the contractor's attorney as well to complete the default process, which we believe is complete, but they believe otherwise. So we've started those parallel paths so that we can continue progress. So that is underway. And then the last item I wanted to touch on is the bankruptcy, because I've been briefing you along the way on that one as well. One of the big actions that has happened since my last visit is that the contractor has conceded to redesignation away from Chapter 7, away from Subchapter 5 of Chapter 11 to a straight Chapter 11 bankruptcy. What that really means ultimately is originally they had filed under Subchapter 5, which is an expedited process. The argument against that from the trustee was that this is not an uncomplicated bankruptcy. It should be a full Chapter 11. So what that means technically is it's a little more onerous on the entity seeking bankruptcy. There's likely a committee to be created and that sort of thing. So that has been agreed to by the construction contractor. They are no longer under Subchapter 5 expedited. So that's a big change. I think I mentioned at the last time, in my last visit, that the surety had filed a motion to lift stay as well. They were seeking certain protections outside from under the bankruptcy as well. That was heard, there was a hearing back on May 23rd regarding that motion to lift stay. The judge ultimately denied the motion, but required the contractor to develop a motion to outline how the debtor would utilize funds coming in before they go out. So one of the, and we may have touched on this before, one of the issues that the judge had at the time was that the contractor was receiving payments and utilizing them without prior authorization from the judge. So what the judge did on May 23rd was to say no to the surety's motion to lift stay. However, the contractor must bring in an outline, bring in a budget, how much money is coming in, where are you going to use it, and that sort of thing. And it was supposed to be heard in the following hearing. Well, so the hearing was set for that on June 13th, and ultimately the judge denied the contractor's motion to utilize that cash. And the judge stated that it was missing the requirements that the judge asked for, and essentially said that the surety was free to refile its prior motion to lift stay and protect itself. So that happened on June 13. It was also revealed in that hearing that the contractor had been operating for a couple of weeks without insurance, and that was a big issue. The judge required the contractor to provide proof of insurance within about 24 hours of that hearing. So that's an important note, which leads into another hearing that's being held tomorrow. So the insurance was an issue. As far as I know, to date, the contractor has not secured insurance yet. The contractor instead has filed a motion asking for the authority to make a partial payment for insurance and then monthly payments thereafter. It's essentially a financing of insurance that they have worked out with a potential insurer. So that motion is before the court tomorrow. However, at the same time, the surety has refiled its motion to lift stay, which would get it out from under that bankruptcy and essentially take control of the fund. So both of those items are being heard during the hearing tomorrow. So it's another big day for the bankruptcy tomorrow. So that, in a nutshell, are kind of the highlights in terms of what has happened since my last visit with you all. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
So I have a question, Raymond. So the bankruptcy court granted the county's, or the RMA's motion to be removed from the bankruptcy proceeding, which means that you've started working with the surety again to try to get a new contractor on board, or?
So that's the push. We've begun those conversations to say the default was proper, it's complete. Now, surety, you have to take over. So that's what we've begun now.
But those conversations, really, you started having those way before the bankruptcy was even filed. You had to stop for a little bit while the bankruptcy was proceeding, but now that the RMA has been released, those conversations are starting up again. But my point is, I think you started having those conversations with the surety either October or December. I don't remember which of the two. But here we are almost in July. So what can be done to get the surety to do something, to start moving?
Sure. So let me go back on your timeline. When the bankruptcy was filed, then we couldn't continue the conversation. So everything froze until the lift stay was granted, which was May, right? So that whole period, we couldn't have those discussions. We couldn't do anything. Now, we were, through the normal process, we were providing documentation, making sure that once the stay was lifted, we could take up and start right away. So that's where we are. So we've restarted those conversations. But in terms of what we can do, we have looked at a couple of alternatives. If, say, for example, and this is not the case, but if the surety refuses to move forward for some reason, then there are some options available to us in the courts.
And that's, of course, going to be time-consuming as well. But I'm just wondering, is there anything that can be done to get the surety to understand just the time sensitivity of this project, how overdue it is, the frustration of the residents? I know you get as many calls as I do, so you know what I'm talking about. But I'm wondering, how can we make the surety company understand that we need to see movement on this, like now?
We have done everything that we can to make that clear to them. I believe that we've done everything that we can. We've stressed to them. I think the important point is to step back and recognize that this particular surety is dealing with, I think, 7 different projects for this particular contractor, with TxDOT, with the city, with us. There are a lot of issues that they're dealing with. So I think while we are important and we're regularly reminding them, they are looking at the bigger picture and trying to put it all together. So I think that accounts for a little bit of why they're not as aggressive as we are.
Can we share the surety's information with the public if the public wants to contact the surety and try to apply more
I don't
pressure?
see why not. It's all public information.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holguin's question. You stated that the surety has many projects involving this builder, this contractor. Those many projects are other than the county's projects?
Yes.
See, in my thought, I don't care about those other projects.
Right.
That doesn't mean anything.
Nor do I.
And you're just a messenger, I'm sorry. And I agree with Commissioner Holguin, there is no excuse. I mean, that's why we take out that insurance, to have them, and yet there's, well, we've got other problems. We don't care about other problems, we care about ours. And I'm talking to them, not at you.
Not to you.
No, not a problem.
So, I'm very displeased at their attitude.
Well, so let me take it back a step. I don't mean to say that they have told us, calm down, we're dealing with a whole slew of other projects. I'm trying to figure out why they aren't moving as quickly, and that's the only thing I can come up with. So I don't want, they have not told me we're dealing with a bunch of other projects. So I want that to be clear. I mean, we are pushing as hard as we can, and we are seeing movement. They are responding to it. They are responsive. It's a very long process.
And going from a 5, bankruptcy 5 to an 11 seems to be even slower, right?
Well, it is, but it doesn't involve us any longer. So it's the fact that we got out from under the stay while it was under subchapter 5 worked out really well for us because everything was expedited. Now that they've moved on to chapter 11 proper, it doesn't impact us whatsoever.
Thank you.
Do you think the surety would be amenable to coming before the Commissioners Court to tell us what their proposed timeline is?
We can certainly ask them. I'll tell you, their contract is with the RMA, so I think it might be easier to bring them before the RMA. But if we were able to do that, I would certainly invite you and
Yes,
and the entire court if you're interested in participating. So
Absolutely.
I would like that.
Raymond, do they have any liability because of their delay, of any liabilities on safety or anything that happens or accidents or anything like that?
Well, so we have the ability to go in and take care of anything that deals with safety. So that's why the thermoplastic that I mentioned, that's why we're putting that down. That's why at the very beginning of this, when we first came in and initially declared default, that's why we had the contractor remove all of his traffic control devices because they weren't reflective, all the water barriers were empty, they had been moved. So we took care of all of those safety issues. So we are taking care of all the safety issues. In fact, if you or your constituents are aware of any safety issues, please let us know. We'll get out there immediately.
Yeah, I was thinking more if there were an accident, would they be liable for that accident? Or would be RMA? I'm just trying to figure out anything that would encourage them to move quicker by saying, you do have and I don't know if our attorneys would be able to look at that to say, do they have any liability for any accidents that have happened or anything that'll create an incentive for them to move quickly because of that liability?
I don't want to speak for the RMA, and just as a reminder, the court is already aware. I mean, our contract for that work to be done is with the RMA on that end. If this is something that you'd like discussed maybe at a future meeting, we can put that on executive session, Commissioner, to explore that or have a more robust discussion if you.
And Judge, I'm happy to look at that as well. I think it's an avenue that I don't think we had spent much time on, but we can certainly look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you all.
Daniel, thank you.
Okay, item number 25, discuss and take appropriate action on a variance request to the county's East Montana water system connection and extension policies.
Item is 25. I'm asking the court if we can delete that, and hopefully we can bring it back in a couple of weeks after we do some research.
Thank you, Commissioner. So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, receive a presentation from the ref list and the Public Works Department on the establishing new water and sewer rates for the El Paso County Water System doing business as East Montana Water System. Further approve the water and sewer rates as presented for the El Paso County Water System doing business as East Montana Water System and authorize the fees to take effect October 1st, 2023.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. And joining me this evening virtually, I think I have Barbara Parker from the Auditors Department and Andrew Ream. He's our rate consultant. And I'm not sure if our water partners from El Paso Water are still here, but I will turn it over to Andrew Ream, who will conduct a presentation on the proposed water rates for water and sewer. Andrew?
Thanks, Norma. I can see the presentation is up, so I won't plan on sharing. Thanks for your time, and I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to kind of try to condense the discussion I've got, and while there's certainly some slides, next slide, please. I'm going to kind of focus a little bit more on the high points, and with that said, certainly if there are any questions or you want me to kind of go back or go a little bit more in depth as I go through a little bit more of an abbreviated discussion, happy to do so. So this is an update of, we've been doing this for 3 years now, going back to 2021. So those that, maybe participated or viewed similar presentations, this will be a similar type of material covered. But we look out multi-year period and project results over that sort of forward-looking 5-year period, including financial results, and then to the extent that we're identifying the need to adjust water and sewer user charges and rates for the county systems, projecting what that may mean for a typical residential customer, both water as well as those that are both water and sewer customers, or the sewer side of things. The focus is around the action that we're requesting and rate adjustment just for kind of the first year of this 5-year period. Although we do project out and look out, the focus is for fiscal year 24 and rates that would become effective if implemented and adopted on October 1st or the first day of that fiscal year. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary and a highlight of the existing rate structures for water and sewer. These match rates that were adopted that came out of the similar process last year that went into effect October 1st of 2022. And for both water and sewer, there's sort of a fixed or monthly base rate component that includes a small amount of water that varies between water and sewer. And then volume rates for both water and sewer that are assessed against the individual customer's monthly usage. And how that's calculated is footnoted, and it's a little bit different between the two, but the rates increase as water increases for that incremental usage and increasing the customer's bills. Now, as I mentioned, most customers, I didn't mention yet, most customers are water only, although there are some that are both water and sewer. Next slide, please. So just in terms of, kind of what's behind, what's causing, what's creating the need to adjust user charges and rates, this is a snapshot. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the slide because I think it's important to understand the underlying drivers. So first and foremost, El Paso Water provides both treated water and then takes the effluent or the sewer, the dirty water, and treats it and disposes of it. So as El Paso Water's costs have been increasing, both from an accelerated and increased capital plan that they have, that's pushing costs to all their customers, including the county. And those, particularly as we look out through this 4 or 5 year period, those costs are higher for a couple reasons, kind of the plan and the projects themselves. And then just as has been experienced by the county as well as others, throughout the country, throughout Texas, throughout the region, is the effect of inflation and cost increases, both influencing operating costs and labor, supplies, materials, consumables, those types of things, as well as how it compounds and accumulates within the future cost of capital requirements. And interest rates for borrowing, those types of things. So those all together are certainly one of the big drivers. And then certainly, the county costs, and the county is not immune to inflationary increases as well for the costs the county incurs or the capital projects for the water and sewer systems that the county funds. So those are a bit of a driver. The second one, and this is actually reducing the costs a bit and offsetting them, is that as county water customers last year or two relative to kind of 2020 are using a little less water and peaking at a lower rate. And how we establish the rates for the wholesale customers, certainly the peak rate of usage is a driver. So this change is actually meaning that the El Paso water costs are a bit lower than they have been in the past, independent of this one change, or I guess would be higher had county customers not been using less, and in particular during the seasonal or peak periods. Now then we've got, and there's a big project that is occurring now, roughly $4 million to connect and expand the system in the Hillcrest area. So that's one of the costs on the water system that's increasing the debt service, or the future debt service, as the cost of those improvements have been funded through a blend of grants and loans. And just as we add customers and demand more water, that's going to increase kind of the overall costs of purchasing water or billing for that water as part of El Paso Water Services. But it also means that we've got more customers to participate within the treated water or the treated water fixed system costs, meaning that essentially brings the cost down for the system as a whole, with those fixed costs being shared across more users and more customers. And that'll kind of continue over time. And then I guess on the sewer side, we're seeing kind of a flattening out and a bit of a reduction in treated sewer volumes. And we're also adding customers as septic system customers are joining the system. And so that's kind of working in tandem, but in general, the volumes are flattening out a bit, even though that we're adding customers. Similar to water, we've got, our fixed cost, our debt service. More customers joining the system more quickly means that the sort of per customer share of those costs is lower. And then I mentioned a couple times, but just wanted to highlight the sewer fund just in general. About 12% of the number of customers is the water fund. So it's just more sensitive to these kind of financial changes or just changes in general, because it's a, if you will, smaller pond or pool of customers. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip on to the second one, the next one as well. So in terms of one of the aspects of the study that we update, we look at, as I mentioned earlier, the multi-year financial plan. And we split out water and sewer into separate funds so that we're able to evaluate the impact on those separate user charges, and as the costs are budgeted separately, and capital costs being separated, even though many of the, if not all, the sewer customers are water customers as well. There's many water customers who are not sewer customers, so we kind of have that split in there. And we go through kind of the process, as I mentioned before. We started this out, and we've been updating things and updating the underlying components and plan itself. But essentially, we're looking for our user charge revenues to do three things, and this could drive us to increase the rates as we're seeing annually over the multi-year period. But we're looking to fund our expenses and then meet two financial performance thresholds. The first is referred to as the debt service coverage ratio, and so there's a target that we have that's included, and it's a target based on best practices. And then we've also got some cash reserves that I'm going to talk about in the next slide that are also a target that we have. Next slide, please. So without getting into all the detail, these go through and kind of describe the different types of cash reserves that sort of accumulate, if you will, for the separate water and sewer funds. So we've got two sets that are more based on best practices and recommendations that we've talked about in previous presentations. For those, we're kind of phasing them in a bit over time. And rather than trying to get to them right away, and if we did so, then the rate increases and kind of getting to that point would be higher. So we're phasing into it a bit over time, a little more gradually, building our way there. And then the second two, the last two that are listed here, are covenants or requirements of the loan agreement. So those, there are a little less flexibility, although the debt service reserve allows us kind of 10 years to phase into that. And so we've got this new Hillcrest loan, and that's one of the covenanted requirements that we're meeting, that we basically have to establish this debt service reserve, but we get 10 years to fund it in equal kind of bands, if you will, or equal amounts each year. Next slide, and actually can skip to the second one. So I'm going to talk a bit about, I'm sorry, one previous to this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about water. And again, in the condensed version, just kind of go through a series of components and key information outputs or drivers, if you will, from the process over this 5-year fiscal year period. So as we look out and work with county staff to identify the water projects, we've got approximately $1.2 million in capital over the next 5 fiscal years, an average about $240,000, and comprised of multiple individual projects. And as you can see, it's not sort of that equal amount each year. It sort of ebbs and flows based on the project and the project requirement. But this illustrates what those financial requirements are going to be or anticipated to be, including what's identified in fiscal year 24. And as I mentioned earlier, even though it was grant and loan funded, the county's completing a pretty substantial project associated with the Hillcrest system that dwarfs all of these at $4 million in total, funded through a blend of grants and loans. Next slide, please. So as we evaluated the expenses, capital certainly being one of the big variables, but also the operating costs and the reserve requirements and debt service coverage, we're identifying and projecting annual rate adjustments with a 9% increase being proposed in the first year of fiscal year 24. That's the focus of this discussion and the action. And then we're projecting and looking out and anticipating that we may need to be asking for annual 12% increases for 3 years in a row on the water side, dropping to 11% as sort of the costs accumulate and some of those drivers I talked about earlier kind of come to bear on the financial side. Next slide, please. In terms of one of the financial metrics I talked about, the debt service coverage ratio, what we can see is over that same 5-year period and somewhat as a result of the projected rate increases going into place, we're getting above that 1.5 times annual target that we've been phasing in over a few years. And we're anticipating that we're going to be well above it and exceeding it in the 3rd year of this 5-year plan. Next slide, please. Similar kind of trend with cash reserves is again, we're kind of phasing this over a little bit of a longer plan over a 10-year period, starting earlier than the period that this graph is showing. And while in the initial years we're drawing a bit down from our cash balances and getting kind of closer to the target, as you can see, with the adjustments and the totality of the plan, we're able to build that target back up and continue to meet the targeted reserve as we kind of phase to that best practice over this 5 to 10 year period. Next slide, please. So what does this mean and how does this translate for an individual customer? So a typical residential customer, as we've sort of highlighted and to some degree to help track year over year if we look at different parameters and different scenarios. A typical residential customer uses about 8,000 gallons and has a kind of minimum meter size. So that customer's water bill today, with the rates that are in place today, is about $53 per month. And as we're proposing rate increases and adjustments on the water side, that would add or will add, if adopted, $5 roughly to the monthly bill for the same typical customer. And then, again, as we're projecting and applying those adjustments in subsequent fiscal years, we can see that, kind of depending on the year, the impact again to this typical customer would range from about $7 growing to about $9 a month of an increase as we're projecting, out into the future. But that will be subject to, kind of future updates and certainly future actions by the county and the county court. Next slide. I'm going to switch and talk about sewer and basically the same information. Sewer is we look out, we're projecting a 9% increase in this upcoming fiscal year, and then over the same 5-year period, continuation of 9% increases falling to 4% in the last 2 years of this 5-year period. Next slide, please. In terms of debt service coverage, we've got one outstanding sewer debt issuance, with the debt tied to some infrastructure that was put in that's relatively new. And so we're able to make those debt service payments, but as we're phasing in and targeting getting to this 1.5 times annual debt service, this shows that we're not quite there, but we're projecting to be able to meet that target in fiscal year 28. Although, we're making the loan payments above 1 basically means that we're not having to dip into reserves to do it. We're preserving liquidity. Next slide, please. And it's a relatively new system, so we don't have a lot of capital. So in this next slide that shows our cash reserves, we've got a similar trend as we've seen on the water side of a much kind of smaller bucket or smaller system, as where we're tracking to a target over a multi-year period. And the trend, as we're adding customers, increasing user charges, and building up some of our reserves, we're showing our cash reserves tracking up as well. So, often the question is, okay, that's great. I'm glad we're looking out for a multi-year period. What's the impact for, say, a typical residential customer or monthly bill? So in slide 18, this next slide, which isn't, next slide, please. We've illustrated the bill today and then over time, both this upcoming fiscal year as well as if the projected increases are applied. So today, a typical customer, as we're illustrating this, uses about 5,000 gallons in the winter period or inside. And that translates with a fixed charge and the minimum amount for sewer to a monthly bill of roughly $44 a month. So if the proposed increases for fiscal year 24 go into effect in October of 23, that would increase the monthly bill by roughly $4 a month, again, for this typical customer. And then just as rounding and showing things in a whole dollar amount, that impact, if the future projected increases were applied as projected, the range of the impact would be somewhere in the sort of $5 to $4 a month for the first couple of years, and then about $2 a month increase for a typical customer in those last 2 fiscal years. Next slide, please. Sort of kind of bring it all together, at least for those sewer customers that are on the system. The combined impact, again, for this typical residential customer is shown for both what it is today. Typical customer, water and sewer customer, pays about $98 a month. And if implemented, that would increase the combined water and sewer bill by roughly $8 a month to this $106. And then we're kind of showing the continued amount or the continuation of what those projected typical water and wastewater monthly bills would be in the final 4 years of the multi-year period we've been evaluating. So kind of bringing it back to just the proposed action and the impact more kind of in the near term. Next slide. Just want to kind of highlight and talk through briefly the proposed rates. So these both have the 9% increase applied. And it, the same structure. We're not proposing to change kind of the blend of the fixed or the volume, or getting into the different volume tiers or how the structure is assessed, but simply apply the rate increase across the board. So while we have the typical residential comparison, everything else being equal, this is going to affect all customers the same. And with all the rates going up by the same percentage, if customer uses the same this upcoming year as they did in the past, their bill would go up by the same percent, and that would apply for all customers. But you can see the rates here. And then next slide, please. Just focusing in on the impact to, again, this typical residential customer. The current bills today, most of the customers are just water only, and so they would experience roughly a $5 impact to the monthly bill. And then those sewer and water customers on the right side, or the right chart, would see the impact of both the increases to sewer as well as water, and that would translate to roughly an increase of $8 a month for again, this typical customer. So I know I promised a consolidated, kind of condensed version, and so that takes us to the end of the presentation I prepared, and certainly happy to answer questions or listen to feedback, or even going back to some of the slides I might have gone through too quickly.
Thank you. Norma?
Yes, we're prepared to take any questions, Judge, Commissioners.
Do you have any comments yourself on?
We went through this presentation several times with Andrew, and we're comfortable. We made some recommendations so that it would be lower, but still take into account that it needs to increase in the future. And so we felt, both us and the auditors felt comfortable that this is a good proposal. So we're requesting the court's approval on how it was presented, and for the rates to take effect on October the 1st of this year.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Yeah.
Commissioner Holguín? Aye. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samanigo?
All right.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
carries.
Thank you, Norma.
Item number 27, approve and authorize the Council of Judges to apply for the Homeland Security Programs grant in the amount of $150,000 to purchase portable radios for the bailiffs that will work for all courts in the El Paso County Courthouse. No county match required.
Good evening, Judge and
Good
Commissioners. For the record, Leticia Vizcaino, Grant Analyst. So this item before you is to approve the Council of Judges submitting a grant application to the Office of the Governor. The Office of the Governor has approximately $150,000 from unspent funding in FY21. They have allowed, or they have agreed to allow the Council of Judges to submit a grant application for portable radios. This item does require your approval first. I'm going to pass the microphone over to Mike Kukuro. Sorry, Mike. Sorry.
Michael.
If it makes you feel better, they do that for my last name too. He's going to speak to you on the programmatic portion of the grant.
Thank you, Leticia. Welcome.
For your attention. Mike Caro, Executive Director for the Council of Judges. I have actually brought with me Alexander Belinsky. He is our bailiff with the Council of Judges, but also has decades of experience both with the county and the sheriff's office and with federal law enforcement. He has been the prime mover working with Leticia on this grant.
Thank you.
Alex?
Jeff?
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. When I started with the county back in March, I started looking at the apparatus that the Council of Judges was operating under and trying to identify the certain needs of the council and judges and the bailiffs that are working the courts. One of the first things I identified right off the bat were the portable radios. The current portable radios were manufactured by Motorola back in 2013 to 2015. They're not even owned by the Council of Judges. They are actually loaners from the Sheriff's Office to the Council of Judges to provide something to the bailiffs to use in case of an emergency for communication purposes. These radios have outlived their service life. Typically, Motorola says 7 years, okay? These radios also do not have a service plan, as we learned. We are unable to get parts for these radios, not even batteries. So these radios that we're currently using are basically just bricks. Okay. Through this grant that Leticia was able to identify, we're looking to get 37 new radios that will have a service agreement plan attached to them. So the cost of the radios and the service plan is all worked in together. We're not going to need a FCC license or any other channel licenses because we're going to continue to use the sheriff's channels and stuff like that. So the $150,000 that we're requesting your approval is basically going to take care of the 37 radios and the cost of the maintenance program for them. And according to Motorola, they should last 7 years, which is a typical lifespan for portable radios. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin? Aye. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
And thank you for working to improve the communication here locally for the courthouse.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Thank you. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Leticia. Thank you.
Judge, next we have executive session. We do have a request to delete item 31C pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, discuss legal rights and responsibilities regarding the county's response to the lifting of Title 42. If I can have a motion to delete, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin? Aye. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, court will recess into executive session to discuss items 31A, 31B, and 31D pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071.
your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escalante Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escalante Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's the one day where I think we bring awareness to, we share something no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks. And when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
Yay! So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of
Go ahead.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened to a regular open session. Judge, we have completed all the items on today's agenda.
Well, thank you, everybody. Our translators, thank you for sticking around. Thank you.
Buddy.
Everybody else, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you,
Concludes
all of you.
today's meeting at 7:01 p.m.